Good morning and welcome to the January 26, 2022 Executive Committee meeting. We acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of Treaty 4 territory, a treaty signed with 35 First Nations across southern Saskatchewan and parts of Alberta and Manitoba, and the original lands of the Cree, Saulteaux, Dakota, Nakota, Lakota, and on the homeland of the Métis Nation. To ensure social distancing, most members of Council and administration are attending from home via Teams. I'd like to remind those attending by video to please do the following. Keep your microphone and camera turned off, except when speaking. If a member of Council wishes to speak, please use the raised hand function in Teams and you'll be placed into the queue. And when speaking, turn on your microphone and video. And all votes will be conducted with the recorded vote via our e-boardroom platform. Reports considered today will be considered by City Council at its meeting scheduled for February 2, and the deadline to register as a delegation for that Council meeting is 1 p.m. on Thursday, January 27. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the agenda at the call of the Chair after adding the following communication from Dean Marcia respecting EX22-4 Rapid Housing Initiative land transfer and capital grant allocation to Silver Sage Holdings as item EX22-11.
So moved.
Oh, Mayor Masters, thank you. I will call the question. All those opposed? Carried. Thank you. Turn next to approval of minutes. Can I have someone move a motion to approve the meeting minutes from the Executive Committee meeting held on January 12, 2022? Mayor Masters, thank you. Any errors or omissions to raise? I will call the question. All those opposed? Carried. We'll now turn to delegations on EX22-4 Rapid Housing Initiative. Before we consider this matter, just acknowledge that this is a matter with strong passions on both sides. Remind delegations as well as Council to be respectful in the way we speak about this issue. Delegations give you the one-time reminder, which is you have 5 minutes to address Executive Committee, after which you'll have the chance to answer questions any member might have from you. When you begin, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you're representing, and where you are calling from. We'll begin by calling on Delegation Florence Stratton. Please go ahead,
yes,
Florence.
Thank you. My name is Florence Stratton, and I'm representing myself and calling from my house in Regina. I am so happy Regina has received $7.75 million.
Ms. Stratton, can I stop you for a moment? We're just having a difficult time hearing you in chamber, and we'll just get that fixed, and then I'll ask you to begin again, please.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Stratton, can you just say a few words to see that we can hear you correctly?
My name's Florence Stratton. I'm representing myself. Is that all right?
That's fine. I might just wait 1 minute, Ms. Stratton. Members attending virtually by Teams, can someone confirm that you can hear Ms. Stratton appropriately?
Yes, we can hear Ms. Stratton.
Thank you. Please proceed.
I am so happy Regina has received $7.75 million from the federal government to provide 29 new permanent supportive housing spaces. While this project won't end Regina's homelessness crisis, it will at least put a small dent in it. I congratulate the Northeast Regina neighborhood for having been selected as the location for this project. I live in the Cathedral neighborhood, which I understand has more social housing than any other neighborhood in Regina. This is one of the things that makes Cathedral a great place to live. I've lived in Cathedral for about 50 years. In the 1940s and 50s, I attended Crescent School. In contrast to today, income inequality was shrinking in Canada, and there was little or no homelessness in Regina. There was, however, some pretty grinding poverty. Several of my classmates lived in cramped rental quarters on 13th Avenue. Our grade 1 teacher was a thoroughly nasty person with many prejudices. I was reminded of this a few years ago when our class held a reunion. We'd arranged to spend a few hours in the school to visit the classrooms of our childhood. When we got to the grade 1 classroom, several of my classmates physically froze and then refused to enter, saying it held too many bad memories. Some were of this teacher's anti-Semitism. Others were of the teacher's class prejudice. One of us started to cry and then told of how she had brought her one birthday present, a brand new ball, to school to show us, and how this teacher had confiscated it and then taunted her with it for weeks to come. The kids in our class came from homes with a wide range of incomes. The father of one of my classmates owned the largest car dealership in the city. The girl whose ball the teacher confiscated came from a single-parent family with very modest income. Like most kids, we were sometimes thoughtless, even mean. However, having classmates with a wide range of family income gave us some awareness of the injustice in our society and of the need for solidarity against injustice. Turning again to the present, opponents of the 120 Broad Street project cite proximity to a school as one of their objections. I would note that a considerable amount of the social housing in Cathedral today is located on the 22 and 2300 blocks of Retallick Street, 1 and 2 blocks from Crescent School. Many of the children who live in the housing attend the school. I've not heard one word of complaint from Cathedral residents, not even from parents, about the proximity of social housing to Crescent School. Indeed, one parent told me that what she likes most about Crescent School is that it welcomes everyone. Regina's homelessness crisis began in 2007 with the oil and gas boom. Today, according to Regina's 2021 point-in-time count, 488 people are homeless in Regina. Regina's 2019 plan to end homeless cites a much higher number, 2,200. This is likely a more accurate figure. Some people say they're lazy, that's why they're homeless. This is poor bashing, a form of discrimination akin to sexism and racism. It ignores the deep structural race, class, gender, and ability-based inequalities in our society. It also serves as a justification for not taking action to end homelessness. We should be doing everything in our power to end homelessness in Regina, to ensure everyone in our city has a decent and sufficient life. Instead, we treat homeless people as if they were disposable and can be thrown away, as if they don't matter. Where is our empathy? Where is our compassion? Where is our outrage? Have we no conscience? Homelessness is, after all, a life and death issue. Every year, a memorial is held for people who have lost their lives to homelessness in Regina. This year's is taking place in a couple of weeks' time on February the 8th. Regina's many homeless people need homes. The Rapid Housing Project will provide a few of them with one. They need to be welcomed into the neighborhood. Then we all need to get to work to ensure many other such projects are taken up, so that someday soon there will be no more homelessness in Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Florence Stratton. Does any members of committee have any questions for the delegation? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming, Ms. Stratton. You may leave the call now. Next turn to Delegation Terry Sleva. Oh, pardon me, Ms. Sleva, one moment.
The Rapid Housing Project will provide quite a few of them with one. They need to be welcomed into the neighborhood. Then we all need to get to work to ensure many other such projects are taken up so that someday soon there will be no more homelessness in Regina. Thank you.
So,
Thank you, Florence
Ms. Sleva, can you hear me?
Committee have any questions?
hello?
Ms. Sleva, thank you. Please go ahead after you've turned the video off of the meeting on your end.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Terry Sleva. I'm representing myself. I'm coming to you today as a resident of Ward 7, where the building will be located. I'm coming to you to speak in the hopes that the Rapid Housing Initiative is given the respect and proper urgency that this project deserves, rather than stigmatizing the type of people that rely on projects like this to rebuild their lives and well-being. This project is met with an attitude of shame and a desire to remove such facilities out of specific neighborhoods from some people. It costs an average of $59,000 a year to keep someone homeless in the community. Remember the costs of police services, shelters, emergency rooms, courts, and overcrowded jails, all which aren't cheap. The private sector doesn't address homelessness. So a public intervention such as this is required. Consider Medicine Hat with their Housing First strategy. The population of the city is less than 70,000, and homelessness has been eliminated. So why can't Regina do the same? Not only should this project go ahead with haste, it is imperative that we continue to support the creation of these facilities citywide and end this homelessness surge that has only intensified through the COVID-19 pandemic. The opponents to the project are ill-informed when it comes to addictions and other problems. People want to overcome the circumstances that put them into that situation in the first place. The us versus them scenario is an antiquated notion that belongs in the history books. They want a hand up, not a handout. This project follows the Jedi principles, which are justice, equity, diversity, and inclusion, which I think the city of Regina strives to do. Our neighborhood needs to consist of a variety of individuals who work together to make a better community. 3 of the units are dedicated to families, which means schools in close proximity are a necessity, not a detriment. Access to public transit is available, which is a human right. People with mental health illness issues will be housed adequately when additional support is provided. As city councilors, your job is to ensure the success of your districts, not to filter out who is able to live there. We are all residents of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry Sleva. Any members of committee have any questions for Ms. Sleva? Seeing no questions, Terry, thank you for coming, and you may now leave the meeting.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. I will now call on Delegation Marissa Scarlett. Marissa, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes. Marissa Scarlett, are you on the line?
Yes.
Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Hi there. My name is Marissa Scarlett, as you heard. Thank you all for what you do and having me here today. So I'm actually here representing a resident of the area, and I live about 4 to 5 blocks from the proposed site of the RHI build. So I'm here to just say that I think you all already know that there were some missteps made in communication of this project, which allowed rumors to spread amongst the community and not having some answers at the ready. So I believe this project did forget to do its due diligence on informing all levels of elected officials in our area, which really could have assisted the city in getting more community members on board and not having such a vocal naysaying group. I am strongly encouraging that for the future that there is some better communication processes in place, because it would really help projects like this get off the board strong. I attended the community information session on January 5th, and after hearing from Erica of Ritzis and Chief Bray, I feel like this is an amazing opportunity for our community to be a place to anchor individuals who may have never felt like they belonged anywhere before. So I believe this is how we change our city for the better. While there will always be growing pains, I feel the project is in good hands with Ritzis, and the community itself will help our new members adjust and feel welcome. I'm proud to actually be the first community to have second stage housing in the city, in our neighborhood, and I can only hope these individuals choose to make roots in the Northeast after their time in the support programs. I do want to mention that I attended a Facebook Live that Councillor Shaw hosted in our ward. From what I understood, that the group in attendance at that gathering represented about 0.5% of our community, some not even living in there, and they were truly vocal naysayers that made me very sad to hear some negative concerns. And I truly hope Councillor Shaw is not making decisions today based on a small percentage of our community, and hope that she can listen to everyone from her ward. So I'm here to say I'm full support of this, and I would also encourage the city to fast track the new playground and splash pad that I know is coming our way, and along with the joint use school, as all of these developments on this block will create a sense of pride and ownership amongst all community members of the Northeast. I think if we can have a rapid housing project up in a year, it shouldn't take 17 years to have a new school in our community. Our community is strong. I think there's many amenities within it, and I feel this project will be a point of pride to many here. I think it should go forward. Please don't table it, and thank you all for the work you do and for hearing my voice today.
Thank you, Marissa Scarlett. Any member of committee have a council related to the housing initiative? Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair. Marissa, thank you very much for joining us today. Going forward, would you be interested in participating in ongoing dialogue with Ritzis and the city when this project passes? I know community members will have concerns going forward. Is that something you're interested in?
Yes. Yeah.
Would it be fair to say that other members of the community would like to be part of ongoing dialogue into the future as well?
I think so, and just providing good measurements of success and what's working, what's not, just to, because I believe that this project is important, and I think we're going to have more in the future, so anything that helps other places get it in place and do it right all the time would be great.
My final question, would it be fair to say that many residents around that proposed location simply want questions answered and aren't necessarily opposed to the project itself?
Yes, I would say that questions just need to be clear and answered probably repetitively, and I think would help a lot.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Hi, Marissa. Thank you for speaking here today. And just to further speak about the Facebook Live event that I hosted, it was open to the community.
Sorry,
anybody from the community could join it.
Questions for the delegations, please.
Yeah. I'm just trying to explain. So I'd like to ask you, with your point saying this only was a small representation of the community. Can you tell us where your stats from the larger part of the community have come from, through the chair?
From the larger part? Well, I just looked at the stats on the website of how many people live in Northeast. And then I know somebody who attended the meeting, so they said there was about 40 people there. So if you go 40 divided by about 4,500, that's about 0.5%. And yeah. So.
Right. I understand that only a smaller percentage, but you're stating that a larger percentage of the community wants this to move forward. Where are you getting that stat from? Is kind of what I'm asking through the chair.
I'm stating when I said I hoped you weren't making a decision based on 0.5% and can truly listen to everyone. I believe a lot of people that there'd be a range of people that are in support and have questions. I'm not representing all of the community today. I'm one person who's in support. I did have questions. I had them answered. I will continue to have questions. I think that talking to everyone at all levels and getting the viewpoints of those who are in full support, and even some that are cautious but optimistic, would also be important. So I don't know the rest. I don't know 99.5% think, but I think that 0.5% is a small fraction to listen to.
Absolutely, Marissa, and that is our job, is to listen to the larger part of the community. And I can tell you, I have answered about 450 emails with people.
Please.
Yes, so I would just like to say that is a larger part of the 5%. Marissa, can you also speak to the fact of, in all of my speaking with the people, and I'm sure you've heard from your community, nobody that I have heard from, I've had 2 people that I've spoken to that are against the rapid.
I'm going to frame this as a final. Please ask a question.
Yes. The vast part of the community is opposed to this housing unit, this complex having men in it. Can you speak to that as to, they're not against this, they're against the men being a larger portion of the unit. Can you tell us what you've heard back from the community and what your opinion is on that, through the chair?
No, I can share my opinion. My opinion on that is, I think that's a very unfounded concern based on the community information session. The people that are in place in here are not having records. They're not having anything wrong. I think it's wrong to assume that having men live there is a bad thing. I think there's a lot of men that live in our community that are safe and great contributors in there. And I don't know why the assumption would be that men don't have families, or that there'd be men in these units trying to make a difference to be reconnected with their families. I think that's, for my opinion, this is my opinion, I think it's unfounded. I think that's a sexist slant. I don't know why some of the members of the community have that concern. I don't speak for them. I know that men experience more homelessness as well, but I also know that there's women and children that are in shelters currently in our community down the street from me, about 2 blocks north. And I just don't understand why that is a concern. So that's my opinion. I can't answer on the opinion of community members on that one. So.
Absolutely. So when you talk about the intake of the men that are into this, have you been told what the intake requirements will be for the people that will be entering this facility, through the chair?
All I have is what was presented at the community information session from Erica at RITSIS. It sounds like they have to go through programs. They have to be working with RITSIS about 6 to 12 months, and they're ready to be supported in the second stage housing. That's what I know.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much, Marissa Scarlett, for coming and ask you to leave the meeting.
All right. Thank you.
The next delegation on our list is Janet Bisdell. I understand that Janet is not able to attend the meeting today, and so has asked Councillor Shaw to read the written delegation summary into the record. Councillor Shaw, if you're willing to do that, I would ask that you do that now on behalf of Janet Bisdell.
I would ask for this to be read at the end, since I have not found her communication at hand. I was not aware that I'll be reading this into the communication.
That's fair enough, Councillor Shaw. I'll loop back to that at the end of the delegations. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now call upon Delegation Susan Seebeer. Susan, if you're available, please begin. You have 5 minutes to speak to Council. Pardon me, Marion Tudor, you are in fact next up. If you are on the line, please begin speaking. You have 5 minutes to address committee.
Thank you. Yes, my name is Marion Tudor, and I'm a resident of Regina. I'm the parent of 2 daughters with cognitive challenges who've struggled with housing, safety, and addictions all their lives. They're managing fairly well at the moment, and I don't want to share too much about their lives, but I do welcome the opportunity to speak to you about the value and importance of safe and supportive housing, and the stigma that's attached to people who struggle with the life skills that most of us take for granted. Cognitive disabilities are complex, invisible, and lifelong, and very often go undiagnosed. Children soon learn that they can't do some of the tasks that their peers pick up on quickly, but they don't know why and feel stupid or dumb. When their environment doesn't fit, they have to find ways to manage. In my experience, challenges range from social skills, like who is a safe friend and when people are being taken advantage of, to money management, not budgeting, but actually managing the money that they have. If a friend needs help, well, there goes half the rent money, possibly. And understanding the concept of time, which can be huge if somebody has an appointment and they don't know how long it takes to get to that appointment. Very often, they're at risk of having services cut off because they don't get to a meeting on time, and then they're embarrassed. By the time a child has reached their teens and early adulthood, they're often using alcohol or drugs to feel normal. They've dropped out of school because they were tired of failing, or their peers persuaded them to. If they've managed to navigate the web of barriers involved in receiving financial assistance, which involves having done their taxes, having an address and a phone, then they're often still in trouble because their money doesn't last a month, and that's an entirely different discussion. So these folk with complex, lifelong cognitive challenges, through no fault of their own, can be really in a mess by the time they reach adulthood. They're tired of telling their story to professionals and agencies. Sometimes, sadly, their families have given up on them, and they very often slip through the cracks. They don't deserve this. They don't deserve to live in poverty and insecurity all their lives because they're misunderstood and have perhaps found antisocial or illegal ways to survive. A safe place to live long-term with support and programming, that would be huge, life-changing. As I see it, the folk I know who have such challenges deserve at least this. Nearly 20 years ago, the Regina FASD Community Network, along with some other agencies and funded through the Government of Canada's National Homelessness Initiative, wrote a report titled Feasibility Study into Housing for People with FASD, Fetal Alcohol Spectrum Disorder. I was involved in developing that report. Sadly, many of its recommendations have not been recognized or met. But this project, this one that's coming up now, appears to meet many of the needs identified then. I understand that the residents of this new building will have worked with RITSIS for 6 to 12 months before becoming tenants and won't be in crisis. There will be individualized case management, 24/7 staffing, wraparound support, and relatively long-term tenancy. This is exactly what the FASD community has been looking for at least 20 years. The experience of those living with FASD and their caregivers is that there is limited short-term support, and once an individual is showing signs of success, supports are pulled because they are seen to be no longer needed. This project speaks of longer-term, individualized support. The property next to Zion United Church would seem to be a good location. It's on a major bus route within reasonable walking distance of stores and the food bank, and there's a building right there for programming and socializing, which is so important, People who are going through struggles with cognitive challenges need support like right today. An appointment next week or 2 weeks down the road isn't going to do it. So to have something right there is fantastic. The food bank is within walking distance, stores, major bus route, elementary school, where families can perhaps become involved with the school and their children's activities. What a great way for the former Zion United Church and its property to be used. I have great hope that this project will go forward and prove that supportive housing can work and lead the residents to safer, healthier lives with involvement in the community, and be a starting point for more communities like this to grow up around the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do any members of committee have questions for the delegation? Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation and ask you to leave the meeting now.
Thank you for the opportunity. Involvement in the community and be a...
I'll now call upon delegation Donna Hudgkin. Donna, if you're available, please begin. You have 5 minutes to address committee.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Do any members of the committee have questions for the delegation? No, thank you very much.
Donna Hudgkin, if you're available, can you please begin speaking and just shut off your video if you're watching the meeting at the same time? Donna, are you available? Donna Hudgkin, are you available? Can you hear us, Donna? You, Donna, please stay on the line, Donna. We'll make a note to come back to you afterward.
Can you hear me now?
Absolutely. Please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, awesome. Okay, thanks. Good morning, everybody. Well, I've been listening in, and I'm actually not okay with the build beside the school. Beside the school, the skate rink, the skate park, 800 kids living beside a homeless shelter is not feasible. It's not okay, and it does put people into danger. No matter, the one lady had said that they have no record. Well, that's not true. People are going to be checking to make sure they have no record of a sexual assault, but they're going to have records. But I mean, that's not the point. Beside the school is not a good place. How the city administration did this, like all sneaky and underhand and bringing it in months later, that's not okay. I do believe, though, if it continues, which I think it's going to possibly in some form, the city should maintain ownership of this land, not transfer it over to Silver Sage. I've sent you guys 3 emails. They're all pretty lengthy. I don't want to repeat everything, but I mean, I did ask, what is Silver Sage's history with homeless people? I mean, I know they provide housing. I've called them for people, checking it out to help people get into housing. So you have to have a family. What do they do for single people? I mean, sounds like a whole new ballgame for them. Mm-hmm. And I don't think that they should own the land. I think the city, you guys started this, you should be the owner, however you do that. If you transfer that land, then we, the people, have lost our say, basically. Even if you do annual assessments or... Okay, so I have a whole bunch of notes. I'm not as organized as the rest of them here. It's all not written out. But I did want to talk about... I will actually say Marilyn Tudor and Terry Sleva, I think that they are under the impression that this is a family unit, and both of them seem to be talking about how families, it'll be so good for the families beside the schools and all the extra support, and I don't know if that's actually, that is not what I'm getting from what's going to happen here. Okay. This whole project, how it's kind of transpired, has left me feeling helpless. Well, it was under the radar. It went ahead behind the scenes. I don't know who on City Council knew. Obviously, maybe Andrew Stevens, because you're part of the housing. So you maybe knew back in August or September. Maybe Bob Hopkins, because you were part of you're part of the Eden Care. So I just feel that if you guys knew, you should have involved the community. Our community is already really diverse, and you don't see it. 75% probably is sort of middle class, working. There's a whole bunch of people in there who struggle too. And what you don't see is our, and you don't see it because these guys are so good. We have a little group over at the community center, a little group of women who go around and help everybody, put out all the fires. They know pretty much everyone who's struggling in this community, and they are there with, a little basket of food. They're driving them to social services. They're picking the kids up and taking them to camp. Like, these girls are non-stop. I have no idea what they do. I mean, if you phone them, 9 times out of 10, they're doing something. And that is who you guys should have talked to about this. That is who you should talk to if you continue, because they know everything and everyone that is struggling. They are truly the heartbeat of the community. Yeah, like I said, you'll never know what they do because they don't want any fanfare. They just fly under the radar and fix everything and help everybody and know everybody who's struggling. It's actually, you just hear little things that they do and you're like, wow. So they're really amazing, and you guys got to get on board with them if you were to continue. I talked about Silver Sage. Erica, yeah, that actually I agree with Marissa that Erica sounded amazing at that meeting. How long is Erica going to be there? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? So far what city admin or people say is actually not necessarily what is happening. So how do you trust? How do you trust anything moving forward?
Hutchin,
that is one reason. Yeah, I'm not.
Donna, that's 5 minutes, so I'm going to thank you for your presentation and see if any members of the committee have questions for you.
Hopefully,
Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. Donna, thank you very much for joining us today.
Hi, Andrew.
Complaints have been made about safety. Do you have any evidence to suggest that a supportive housing or a social housing unit is inherently unsafe?
Would you walk by one with me at night? Or would you run, Andrew?
I'm not allowed.
Like, honestly, Andrew, I bet you 10-1. If I took you down the street and I said, come on, let's go down here, and there were a lot of people hanging around, and I bet you'd run like you wouldn't be comfortable, Andrew. And I know it. Andrew, while you're talking to me, I'm going to say that your little conversation with Marisa, I hope you invite me as well. You extended an offer to her. Please extend it to me. Your conversation with her
Donna, I'm going to ask you
small.
to answer Councillor Stevens' question. If you'd like to have this further conversation,
I did.
he's certainly available by phone.
I did.
Thank you.
I did. I did answer.
Stevens, any further questions for the delegation?
Just to be clear, you don't have any evidence to support the claim that this is inherently unsafe based on the many housing units like this that exist in the community?
I'll send you some, Andrew.
All right.
I'll find some. I'll send them for you.
I'll take that as a no. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw,
buddy.
please go ahead.
Hi, Donna. Thank you for being here today. I'd like to ask you a question. Would you be opposed if this is all women and family within this unit, through the chair?
No, we have a ton of families that we support. We even have single men. I would not be opposed. I would also, though, like to see the city retain ownership of that property. I think that is crucial. You cannot transfer the ownership. You transfer the responsibility then when you do that.
I'm with you on that. A second question, how long have you lived in this neighborhood through the chair?
Oh, you want to reveal my age? Well, I'm 53. And I did live in the Northwest for about 10 years, and I lived out of the country for a year, so about 42 years. And I did live up in our, I grew up in our southeast corner, which would be probably one of our most diverse corners.
Now, I don't want to put you on the spot here, and I don't want you to answer anything that you don't feel comfortable answering. We talk about the things that go on in this neighborhood that nobody knows about, and I am a part of it, a large part of that. When there's
Sorry, Councillor Shaw,
people in the neighborhood,
please ask a
These
question.
people are a miracle.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, to the chair.
So what's the question?
Can you tell us? Are you a part of helping people that are less fortunate in our neighborhood find shelter, find places to live, find jobs?
You know what? Honestly, I'm not part of that little trio over at the community center, but on my own, yeah, I write resumes for tons of people. I do job searches with them. I take them out looking for apartments, which is why I've called Silver Sage, Regina Housing. By the way, Regina Housing, 700 units when you guys started this. Like what is that? You guys didn't even look at your options. Yeah, I write resumes. I've had people stay at my house, people who I don't know, and who kind of have some history. But yeah, I help people, get things, pay for things, get places. Like I said, I'm not like that trio over at the community center. Those girls are rock stars. But I do what I can, when I can, where I can. Just this winter, I let my neighbor's dog out every day for 6 weeks while she was in Gloria House and with her family recovering. And by the way, she's doing really well. And I did a bunch of stuff with that family. But yeah, I think I'm not the only person in this community who quietly helps. I think we all do, and that's part of our community. That's how we are. And I think bringing in sneakily bringing in this thing, I think you're changing the landscape of how we are. We don't scream that we're this kind of core, like that we have this struggling persona in our community, because a good chunk of it is not. But the ones that are, like I said, there's just people quietly helping, and that community, those girls at the community center, you'll never, no one will ever know what they do. But yeah, I think we're a very lovely and accepting community, and we quietly help, and we're not very judgy because we're North Enders, and yeah, and so yeah, this has been a huge insult, and it's been put on us just like Wascana Park was infiltrated with a humongous building that they didn't want and nobody wanted, and they cut down all the trees. That's how I feel about this. Like you're just pushing this on us, and without it's wrong. It's wrong, and I think somebody has to make this right and make it right. And I don't know. I know I've gone on.
Just a follow-up question too. Right now, are you living in your quote-unquote dream home through the chair?
Oh, I love my house. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much. It is a block from the shelter. It is a block from the shelter.
I know.
And you know what? My whole block, I'd actually love to take a walk with all those community members. You should see. Like, it is an amazing community. Andrew, you don't have to come in the dark. I'll take you during the day.
Yes, I've walked the streets many times in that community, and that's why I
Sorry,
love
a
it.
question,
And so
Councillor
so
Shaw.
thank you very much, Donna. No, I said thank you very much,
Okay.
Donna.
Councillor
thank
Steinitz,
you.
please go ahead.
Thanks for all you do. And
Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead. Donna Hudson, I'll ask
Yes.
that you answer the questions posed to you. Councillor
Yes, thank
Stadnichuk,
you.
please go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Hudson, for speaking today. I did want to ask you, a couple of times you have referred to the supportive housing unit as a homeless shelter. And so I just wanted to ask you if you understand the difference between a homeless shelter and what is being proposed through the chair.
Donna Hudson, please unmute your mic and happy to have you respond. Donna, you might have to hit *6 in order to unmute and respond. Please go ahead, Donna.
Oh, hello. Sorry that it said that you had muted me. Which counselor just asked me that question about the housing?
That was Councillor Stadnichuk.
Who was that?
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Counselor Stadnichuk. I do completely understand. So it has been described as a shelter numerous times. I do understand. I've read everything. I understand completely. However way you slice it, you cannot have a bunch of single men living a block from the school. I mean, if you guys, girls, maybe some men too, there is some unsafe situations when there are single men around. Absolutely. If any female on that committee has not encountered that, or Mayor Masters, in their lifetime, that you give me 10 men and you're going to have a problem. And that is a fact. And you talk to any little girl, absolutely, and probably some little boys too, you increase the risk. Whether there is a history or not, you increase the risk. And you putting it a block from a school, that is not healthy. That is not safe. If I lived across from that school, I'd be moving. As parents and grandparents, would you want your children or your grandchildren walking by there every day? Lori, are you a grandparent?
Wait, Donna,
I believe
you've answered the question posed by Councillor Stadnichuk and are now into further submission. So I'm going to ask Councillor Stadnichuk if she has any further questions for you.
Yes, just one more. You have talked about you've spoken at length about the occupancy. As far as I know,
I have spoken at length about the occupancy of what? The shelter? I have not.
It's not a shelter. It is a supportive housing unit, but I'm just, okay, I'm not going to ask that question, but I'm going to go to a different question.
Hello, Lori, I'm back.
Yeah, just a question. So, why
you said I've talked at length?
Insisted? Sorry, no. You have stated that you do not want Silver Sage to own the land. Do you know how many?
It would be best for the city to retain the ownership.
Do you know how many housing units Silver Sage operates and manages in the city of Regina?
Hello, Lori. Hello.
Can you not hear the question?
Retain ownership. I believe the city should retain ownership. And I don't have to prove what Silver Sage has done. You have to.
Okay, sure. That is,
I don't have to prove anything.
The delegate is being a bit combative.
I'm going to end the conversation, such as it is there, and see whether any councillors have further questions for this delegation.
Thank you.
Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you very much for the presentation and ask that you leave the meeting now.
Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much. I'll call
Hello?
upon Delegation Susan Seabeer. Susan, if you're available, please begin. You have 5 minutes to address committee.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity and letting me speak before Council. I have some concerns and comments about this location and housing project. First of all, the lack of transparency from the City Administration regarding this project and location is quite alarming, and every citizen should be questioning what other current and future projects have gone through and will go through without full disclosure to the taxpayers of Regina. One of the reasons given on the rush in securing this location was the possibility of the funding from the federal government being lost, hence the term Rapid Housing Initiative. However, did anyone in the City Administration ask the federal government for an extension, letting them know about the valid concerns that the residents had about this particular location and that the city needed more time to secure another location? I'm thinking that no request was ever sent to the government. Perhaps this location was chosen to help Eden Care financially, considering that in 2016, Eden Care Communities and their lawyers were quite positive that the 2 towers were going to be built within 2 years, with some kind of groundbreaking happening later in 2016. Never mind that rumors from staff at the Luther Nursing Home was that there was no money for this project to go forward. But then in 2017, a bylaw amendment was required to accommodate this project for Eden Care, which I don't recall was ever mentioned a year early at the City Council meeting. According to the questions and answers, the building permit was canceled in 2017 due to the fact that this project was going to be on hold indefinitely. But then this location was identified as becoming available in October 2021. I guess the site, which was perfect in 2016, turned out to be unsuitable in 2022 for Eden Care. Perhaps the City Administration, due to their lack of transparency, only said they looked at 20 locations, saying that sharing the specifics could affect current or future purchase negotiations with other parties. Is it possible that the City Administration looked at 120 Broad Street 20 times to make it seem like they looked all over Regina? Who knows? It's hard to say what exactly we should believe due to the secrecy surrounding this location and project. If this location is so safe, why does it need 24-hour security? Perhaps the tenants may not have any sexual charges or convictions and not be dangerous offenders, but perhaps these tenants will have records of theft or mischief. Perhaps these offenses are considered minor to most people, but to taxpayers, rather disturbing. What will the legacy of this mayor and council be? Voting against the transfer of land to Silver State, showing that taxpayers, yes, we hear you, yes, we respect you, yes, this is the wrong location. Or voting for the transfer of this land, ignoring all concerns by the taxpayers, showing citizens that the mayor and council will do whatever they want. Remember, if this project goes through, your neighborhood will be next in line for this type of project. Maybe beside a school, maybe not beside 3 schools, but where your children and grandchildren will go. When your neighbors try to fight this housing project, you can proudly say you voted in favor of the housing project on 120 Broad Street, reminding them that all areas of Regina are not safe to what this City Council will do regardless of opposition from taxpayers. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your presentation, Susan. Any members of committee have any questions for the delegation? Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Hi, Susan. Thank you for being here and taking your time to speak with us and adding some education. Just a question, Susan. The house or the area that you live in, can you tell us how long that you've lived here for?
Over 30 years.
Absolutely. Is it safe to say that the home in your location is your dream home, your dream location, you love the community? Is that safe to say?
Yes, I would say that, yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Susan. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you for coming and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you very much again.
Delegation Fred Bahan, I'll call upon you. You have 5 minutes to address committee. Please begin.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank everyone for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Fred Bahan. I have to say that some of the people that have spoken before me are obviously very good public speakers. I unfortunately am not one of them, so hopefully I'll get my point across here. First of all, I want to say I'm not opposed to supportive housing. I do, however, have a few, would like to speak today for a couple of reasons. I am concerned about the way the city handled the rapid housing project and for the way my community was being portrayed. I guess a little history on me and my family first. I've lived in the Northeast community off and on for over 50 years. My wife and I walked past what was thought to be the future home of the Eden Care Village on our daily walks. My family has contributed financially to Eden Care over the past 7 years, and prior to that, the Regina Lutheran Home. And as a matter of fact, just attended the Eden Care fundraiser this past November. So we were surprised to find out in late December that something called rapid housing was coming to what we thought would be Eden Care Village. And then we found out the Eden Care Village project was actually dead since 2017. And we did not see a for sale sign of the property nor a sold sign. So there's kind of where my starting point anyway. So now we had to find out about this rapid housing and what it was all about. And it's been difficult to get information from the city. And it turns out the city really had no plans of, at least initially, of sharing any information about the project, except for those that were 0.2 kilometers radius of the site, which was odd. I don't know why they didn't just say 200 meters. I guess 0.2 kilometers sounded farther. And it was interesting to note that the people right across the street in the 40-suite apartment and the tenants at Lutheran Home right next door did not receive any information about this project either. Not really sure who actually received any information. So that kind of left it up to the community to try to figure out what was going on. And so here we are today. So I guess basically the problem is the accurate information from the city has been hard to find, and instead they decided to kind of portray this community as, in the media, some councillors as racist and specifically towards Indigenous people. Well, I've lived in this community now for 50 plus years, and I can tell you that there's all ethnicities here, including Indigenous people. We've happily coexisted here for a very, very long time. And I know there's probably racists in this community, but to no greater degree than any place else in the city. In order for this project to be successful, we must start with a good foundation through communication, and this was not done. So we were looking forward to the new school and how it would be linked to the new Eden Care Village. Now we look forward to the new school and ideally housing that would work well with the new school. Typically, or I guess ideally, maybe women and families would be a good fit, and then take some time for this to do this right and not to rush it, and give the community something we can all be proud of. My family looks forward to the new school, and we look forward to being a good neighbor to 120 Broad Street, and we hope that it's whatever that might look like, supportive housing or for homeless or families or what, but we will support it. And at the end of the day, we need to help people that are struggling, and we should be doing that every day. And ultimately, the housing, whatever it looks like, I hope it'll be successful and have a positive impact on everyone in this community. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Fred. I'll ask whether any members of committee have any questions for the delegation. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Fred, for coming forward today. You had sent all of council an email in regards to, and it was, you put a quote in there. Do you know from the Minister of Rapid Housing Initiative, do you have that?
I do, Lori. Yeah, it was actually a quote from the RHI Rapid Housing Project Initiative, right from the federal government. I can send that to you. I'd have to go find out where that quote came from. I know I found it online, but yeah. I can certainly send that to you for sure.
No, I thank you for that. No, I have it, but I just wanted to again. That quote, I wanted to reiterate, if you can reiterate what that quote was and how important it was to the community engagement piece.
Oh,
can you elaborate on that?
How important that was? It was. Oh, I see what you're saying, Blair. Sorry. It was speaking towards like the fact that the communication should have started at the right when the project was announced. And not 6 or 7 months in like it was, because we didn't find out about this till the end of December. So I think that was what he was saying, is that you need to engage the community early, and that wasn't done. And I think, unfortunately what happens is that there's a lot of rumors that start to spread around what this when the city or whoever it is isn't forthcoming. And you don't have the information, you leave this vacuum for people to fill in. And I think that's I think that's what he was speaking to, is that you have to get the community involved early, get them to buy in, make them understand what it is that this project is actually going to be. And I think we've heard a lot about second stage housing, third stage housing, affordable housing, supportive housing. There's been all these different words, and federal government uses some terminology, city uses another terminology. And I think, so that clear understanding early on would have been really, really helpful. Because I think if you talk to anybody in this community, this isn't about race. We know that addiction. I'm really going off the trail here now, but I think that's the whole thing. Is that if we want to support this, but we need to know what we're supporting. I hope that answers your question, Lori.
Yes, thank you. The quote is, we have to have the confidence of the community members before we build housing projects. And that's, again, the point. The last question I have for you is, you've indicated that your community does support this. It's just how the foundation of how the communication is and working with the community to get the best outcome to meet everybody's need. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, yes. Mm-hmm. I think when the Eden Care Village concept was announced, it took in a lot of the same sort of. There was kind of an affordable housing element to it, and we supported that, like right from the get-go. Like we didn't exactly know what that was going to look like either, but I think that's the thing. This community, we have so much supportive housing already, so we understand that this is really, really nothing new to us. So we just need to understand what made this different, or was it different at all? And that was the thing that was kind of missing. We just didn't have any of that information. There was just none. So anyway.
Thank you. I guess the last question is that details to the project. So what type of housing it would have been, what would have been, the actual percentages, if it is going to be deemed just for single men, or if it's going to be deemed for women and children. That would have helped the community understand better. Is that accurate?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah, absolutely, Lori, yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much, and that's all I have.
Okay, thanks, Lori.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Hi, Fred. Thank you very much for being here today, and for your communication and love of our neighborhood. Can I ask you a question, Fred? The home that you live in, would this be considered, your home's beautiful, would that be considered your dream home, the place where you want to be, retire through the chair?
Yes, it is. Yeah, well, we've lived in this community for my wife not as long as me, but for me, it's been over 50 years for sure, yes. And so we have no intentions of moving, that's for sure.
Okay. So just a follow-up question from that. The neighborhood that you live in is multi-use. It's rental and so on and so forth. But would you be against any type of multi family dwelling units within your neighborhood through the chair?
No. I think because we've already sort of have a lot of that in our community. So you know, like we walk around a lot, like we're walkers. And so we walk around and we see all sorts of, it's a very diverse housing. We got houses that are 75,000. We got houses that are probably close to 800,000 in this community. So, and everything in between. So yeah, I think we already have, you know, a lot of that sort of housing. So it would be something we would support as well, for sure.
Thank you very much, Fred. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Trina.
Thank you very much, Fred. Seeing no further questions, I'll thank you for your presentation and ask you to leave the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. I'll call upon Delegation Dr. Mark Spooner. Mark, you have 5 minutes to present committee. Please go ahead.
Good morning. I wanted to first point out that I took your advice, councillors, and I'm presenting at the Executive of Council and not at Council. I would like to speak in favor of this item, and I want to thank you all for your work on this very important life-saving initiative. To give you some background, I was hired as a consultant and researcher on homelessness and housing for the City of Regina in 2006 and 2007. And then back in 2009, I was a consultant hired by the federal government to undertake a program review of the city's 2007 community plan. And I want to assure you, the proposed rapid housing initiative is exactly in keeping with the city's plan and the recommendations that were made going back at least to 2009. Some of the pertinent highlights of that program review, we called upon the city to create more affordable housing of units, which this does, take into consideration the high increase in housing costs. We see this across the board with social assistance. Create new programs or maintain continued support for the delivery of life skills, counseling, parenting, and social skills training and modeling. All very well done. And the most important one to me is give meaningful consideration to the formation of a working partnership with the City of Regina and the surrounding First Nations communities. And working with Silver Sage is excellent. So as you can see, this type of housing project has been featured in recommendations for at least the past 13 years. And Council, I want to commend you for making it a reality. With every passing delay, additional people are needlessly placed in harm's way, while a community fails in its responsibility to protect its members. And now I'd like to conclude by taking off my homelessness researcher hat and putting on my education scholar hat. I've heard that some members of the community express concern that a school is nearby. I see this not as a concern whatsoever, but rather as a great opportunity. And first and foremost, it's a golden opportunity for those children who might take up residence in this new rapid housing initiative to attend the nearby school and benefit from the stability that this housing opportunity will provide. Second, and in keeping with some of the other recommendations made back in 2009, this residence might actually create opportunities for the school and our educational community to demystify and destigmatize concerns and issues around poverty and homelessness. I hope my brief presentation has helped shed more light on this initiative and place it into the context of the decades of planning and work that have preceded it. Thank you so much, councillors.
Thank you, Dr. Spooner. I see that Councillor Stevens has a question for you. Please go ahead, Councillor Stevens.
Thank you, through the chair. Mark, there's been some concern about public safety. In your experience and with your research, can you comment on what kind of safety threat individuals in a supportive housing facility like this would pose to the general community?
I don't feel they are a threat, and I have to agree with Chief Evan Bray who also supported the same take. Just because someone's poor doesn't make someone dangerous.
I will ask a follow-up to that. Comments have been made about the threat single men who suffer housing insecurity pose to the community. Is there any evidence that men specifically would be a greater threat to that facility or to the broader community?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Hello, Dr. Spooner. Just to further from Councillor Andrews' questions, what evidence do you have that states that it wouldn't be a threat, through the chair?
Well, I go with the experts, and there's no greater expert on this than Chief Evan Bray. I would be loath to argue with him if he's saying it's not any, doesn't pose a safety concern. Why would you not trust your chief?
So you have no reports. I'm just looking for reports or some type of reports or data that you have collected to support your answer.
Chief Bray would be better to speak with on that one. Chief Bray would have the crime statistics and reports, but from my research on poverty and homelessness, single men pose no greater threat than anyone else in society.
Can I also ask you where you live, through the chair?
Sure. I live in the Crescent.
Mm-hmm. The Crescent? Mm-hmm. In what part of the city, through the chair? What part of the city, through the chair?
I've responded twice. The Crescent.
The Crescent. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
The Crescent. It's pluralist, I think.
Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Spooner, for coming forward today, sharing your your experience as well. In your experience, you said you've previously worked on projects like this. Can I ask that when I looked at Saskatoon and Winnipeg and other cities, that they've actually done projects that actually have, you know, designated suites for families, and then another project designated for single men. Do you have any information that you can share that wraparound services would be focused on a certain group to help those individuals, which would be more beneficial to that support? Or what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think that the wraparound service is definitely the way to go, and that started, you know, with the Housing First initiatives in Toronto, from the Canadian context, and then have moved across, as you point out, in Winnipeg and other cities across Canada. And I think that this is a great step in offering such a service.
Yeah, thank you. I don't think anyone is against this. I think that, but the question I'm trying to get at is...
Pardon me, Councillor Bresciani, just the question. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm trying to ask the question. So, but the wraparound service, if it's geared to, so say if it's women and children and families, that wraparound service, is it not easier to have a wraparound service that focuses on those people, rather than having, you have men and then you've got, you know, like kind of what the history that I've been seeing here is the trend is that housing projects are kind of segmented into if it's women and children or men. Can you just respond in your experience on that for wraparound services? Would it not be better to do that?
Well, one, I think the wraparound services are tailored to the specific needs of each individual. And then two, I think that we're seeing more integrated, where we have different types of wraparound services depending on the tenant. And it's good to have integration. Sometimes it depends on the individual needs, of course, but segregating people to certain buildings isn't really the current way, the current model.
Thank you. The location is got here, as you're fully aware, 2 schools and a private school, 2 daycares. Would that not, in looking at a housing project like that, would that not be a huge benefit to families because of looking at the all-around supports for that? Can you respond to that?
Yeah, I can respond to that both as a homelessness researcher and as an educator. I think it's a wonderful opportunity having the schools nearby. That's a good thing. And some of the residents may have children going to those very schools, which is, again, what a life-saving, potentially life-changing opportunity for those kids to finally have a stable home. Stability in a home is the number one piece. Everything else comes after that.
Absolutely, could not agree more. Again, the question, I'll just go a little further, though, is that for comparison to a single individual compared to maybe a mother with children fleeing domestic violence or families, again, the support of having all of those is a huge piece of transitioning to have those supports in place. Would you not agree? Through the chair?
I would agree, but what I'm not understanding, I guess, single men aren't inherently criminals or dangerous.
No, you're absolutely accurate. I never said that. What I asked was,
yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
What I asked you was who would benefit? Yeah, who would benefit from this type of housing that surrounds all these wonderful amenities for children and families, is the daycares and the schools. That's what I'm just trying to figure out. So when people look at land or property, isn't that something that we should really consider?
Sure. I think the council is doing great work. You're doing good work. I think anyone can benefit from the stability of that housing and the amenities that surround it. And from an educator's perspective, some of those single men, if I were an educator in those schools, I would have them come in and speak to a class potentially. We have to really destigmatize poverty and homelessness. And the best way to do that is through communication. People need to talk to each other.
Communication is absolutely key. You're exactly right. The last question I do have through the chair is the minister from Rapid Housing Initiative from the federal government has indicated that we have to have confidence of our community members before we build housing projects, and we need the partnership of community members to understand housing projects that meet the needs of the most vulnerable in our society. Would you agree with that?
I do.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, a question for you, Mr. Spooner, is what's the profile of homelessness people in Regina?
I haven't looked at that in the last 5 years, but in the past, the profile was single mothers, young youth. We had the wide range, not just the bearded homeless man that sometimes people picture. But I haven't looked at those statistics in a while. I gotta be clear here.
Okay. Do you know, through the chair, in terms of what percentage of homelessness in Regina would be among Indigenous people?
There would be a high percentage.
Okay, thank you. Another question is regarding the kind of housing that we have right now. In the work that you did as a consultant, was this kind of second stage housing identified as a need in Regina?
Yes.
Okay, and that's all I have. Thank you.
Available.
Sorry, go on.
For your information, councillors, I have made those reports available if you can't find them on the City of Regina site. I have made those available.
Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
I just want to add or ask a question in light of the answers that you've been giving. Your experience, what is your current experience within the last, say, 10 years through the chair?
Yeah, I haven't worked as a consultant for either the City of Regina or the federal government. Giving you some background information here.
Background information that dates past 10 years ago, is that correct through the chair?
That these recommendations are at least 13 years old.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani.
Thank you. Just one follow-up, just from Councillor Stanichuk's question. We know that we have the highest domestic violence rate here in Saskatchewan, and we know that the Y does turn away at least 3,000 women and children every year. I think this previous year was about 2,000 or over that. Do you see a need for women fleeing domestic violence as well as in this province or in our city here?
Sure.
For this type of housing, that there's a need, a drastic need for it?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. Thank you very much again for coming today.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Spooner. I don't see any further questions, so I'll thank you for the presentation and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you. Thanks for all your work.
Thank you. I'll call upon Delegation Carla Harris. Carla, you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for having me today. Through the chair. Today, I just wanted to really bring my lived experience to the discussion. I feel that a lot of the conversation that's been going on, particularly some of the questioning today, has been very focused on an assumption that particular groups of people are the source of all violence and all risk factors that affect these domestic violence victims and these other homeless folks in our community in Regina. And we can actually see, when you look at job and health outcomes of how harassment and sexual harassment and domestic violence in this province is so much higher than in many other, that does tend to have a higher percentage with, of course, women and marginalized gendered folks. However, the results of these things actually have a large impact on all gendered folks, and it often comes through people growing up in an experience with any type of domestic violence in their family. And so some of the statistics that StatsCan and CNBI go through on looking at the consequences of safe places to live and the outcomes of having safe residents actually has a huge effect on both on folks of all genders. And one particular thing that is often overlooked is a lot of men or people from that gender experience who want to have the opportunity to raise their families and who wind up through a separation or divorce or something like that, being unable to build relationships with their children and unable to have those connections that they would really enjoy by not having a safe place of residence. So I actually think that there are, I couldn't find a statistic on this one today in case anyone's looking for that number, but I think we can, with a little more time, I could find some more of that research, looking at actually the results of having a safe home for people of all genders, and where that result will go over time, not looking specifically strictly at their current living situation, whether they are currently today in a relationship, currently married, currently having children, but the ability to have a safe place to live, and how that can compound the security that allows them to have families, which allows them to have closer relationships with their community and with possibly their own existing children who they've not had that space for. So I actually, even though I myself have been a sexual assault victim, and I have had to, so I have seen very clearly and very specifically how important it is to have housing that is low cost, that is available, so that people who need to leave a current living situation to find somewhere safe that is close to a school, that is close to transit. And I'm very happy that this is a very decent transit location. That this is a super important decision of City of Regina, and you've been doing fantastic work, and I'm really thrilled. But the importance of also considering the growth of those families and how those people will develop, because when we are homeless, when we are in scenarios of trauma, is when we are unable to hold those relationships and most unable to have that connection with our family and to have that realistic and reasonable goal in life. So I think that the intention is good, but until we are considering...
Carla Harris, that is 5 minutes, so I'm going to thank you for your presentation and see whether any members of committee have questions for you. Seeing none, I will thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Hi, Carla. Thanks for being here. I just have a question based on what you had said. Being from a woman from obviously an interesting background, not an interesting background, a sad background, you faced some challenges. Do you feel that this project would be safe to say that it would be the best suited for women and families, through the chair?
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I believe we may have lost Carla Harris off the call. Carla, if you're available, please respond, or else we might. She's not on the call. I apologize, Councillor Shaw. She's not available to answer your question.
Okay, that's all. Yeah.
Welcome back after our mandatory recess. I'm going to call upon Delegation Carla Harris, who had recently was posed a question by Councillor Shaw, but had some technical issues, so wasn't available. So I'm going to call upon Delegation Carla Harris to answer the question posed by Councillor Shaw, and then Councillor Shaw, if you have any follow-up questions, you're of course free to ask those. So Carla, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you, Chair, for letting me rejoin for the questions.
Do you need the question posed again by Councillor Shaw, Carla, or do you recall it?
Oh, sorry. No, I did go back in the video and watch it. So the question Councillor Shaw asked was whether this was regarding, or whether I believed it was important to have families and women, is what I understand. But the way that I understand that question is that suggesting that families with women as the primary caregiver were more important than other families. I actually disagree with that, particularly in Indigenous families. We've had a history of violence in this country that has really developed that as a reliance, that commonly mothers wind up caring for children for longer, or more, just in our society. However, having, like, from my experience as a victim, as a sexual assault victim, the most important thing in my recovery was actually learning to feel safe and trust people in the true society, not in isolation. So I, found myself wanting to never speak to a male, or never see a male, but the gradual learning to really recover from PTSD and start to interact with humans again was super assisted for me by having community organizations. So having this organization right here that is facilitating things like rental and stuff, I mean, that is going to be a huge benefit, particularly to anyone who's maybe had a history of violence or anything in their family. Having this organization overseeing how interactions happen in this area would be incredibly valuable to have people of every gender and people not isolated in a group, but really helping families and helping past victims re-enter society in a way that builds trust. And that's what I would recommend.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, any follow-up questions from that?
So you're recommending this based on your experience of being a sexual assault victim through the chair, is that correct?
Yes, through the chair. I definitely am, particularly because this organization that is going to be facilitating this space also has points about helping to gain people employment, and it has all kinds of social programming that's built in there. So a well-rounded and inclusive community would be the most beneficial. Can you imagine being a male child in that area and not seeing any person that is like yourself in an adult form? I think that by rebuilding the community in a realistic and full and inclusive way will be more positively affecting the growth of those people with safe homes. And with the programming that's offered through, I forget the organization's name, Sage, sorry. Bad memory here. But yeah, I think it would be really beneficial to have it inclusive and well-rounded.
Yeah, that's okay. That's all I have, Carla.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carla Harris. I see no further questions for you, so thank you for making the effort to come back and answer Councillor Shaw's questions, and I'll ask you to leave the meeting at this time, for real.
Thank you for your time, folks.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, I'm told that you were able to find Janet Bisdell's written submission and are now prepared to read that into the record. Can you read that submission if I'm correct?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just going to start with Okay, the rapid housing is transitional housing for people not find housing, similar to the recent 10 people. This housing is going where the old Zion Church sits and is a parking lot. This means we have people with addiction problems, mental problems, etc., living right next to the Imperial School. That means we have people with addiction, next to Imperial School, Northeast Community Center and its daycare, plus another daycare, a block away, a spray park, the Lutheran nursing home, and across the street from the senior high-rise. The City of Regina has gone ahead and bought this with full intentions of having this built by the end of 2022, all without advising and having consultation with our area residents. Imperial School is having a new school built right behind the present school, which is going to accommodate up to 800 students area to the school. Do we need housing for people with addictions and mental health problems so close to this many children, many of whom already have this and they're dealing with this at home? Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councillor Shaw. I'm going to ask maybe Councillor Shaw for a motion to receive and file that as a submission on behalf of Janet Bisdell.
Please, yes.
Thank you. Any opposed? Call that carried. Thank you.
Thanks.
Call upon Delegation Jackie Bahan. Jackie, please introduce yourself for the record, the organization you represent, if any, and where you are calling from. You'll have a hard 5 minutes to present to committee. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Jackie Bahan. I am a Northeast community resident and have lived here for most of my 59 years. What worries me the most about this project is the rush to find a location in order to obtain federal funding. So a location that was already zoned for a multi-dwelling unit was chosen to save time. It seems that the details such as who would live there and how that would impact the community would be figured out later. The lack of detail to prove that had been well thought out did create fear, in particular because of the young and elder population it would be located in very close proximity to. I know that this location was zoned for a multi-dwelling unit, but don't agree it was for the same thing. This RHI project's demographic and contribution to the community will be much different than what it was going to be with the Eden Care Village project. Recent discussions, though, and sharing of information with the groups involved have provided more detail, and I am encouraged to hear RITSA say that the folks moving into this complex will be stable, not still in crisis, and will be people that RITSA has been working with for 6 to 12 months. I'm also encouraged to hear RITSA say that these people will need to adhere to their case management plan in order to be able to continue to participate in the program. I still feel this location is best suited for homeless mothers with children and for family reunification. I would like to see data that supports the success of including others, such as single men and women. I'm by no means an expert on any of this, but I don't know of any other places for a project such as this that have a mix of everyone, and I'm assuming that's for a reason. In closing, I do hope the lessons learned from this project will enable a smoother process for future projects like this. And just one final comment I'd like to make is one thing I would like to see improved is with respect to terminology. People that aren't intimately involved with housing initiatives are not going to understand the boundaries around stage 1, stage 2, transitional, supportive, affordable, etc. So further explanation when using these terms would help to ensure a complete and joint understanding. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie Bahan. I'll ask if any members of committee have any questions for you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Thanks for a second there. Hi, Jackie. I just have a couple of questions. Would you be opposed, I just want to, if it was all just women and children, would you be opposed to this complex being built through the chair?
No, I wouldn't, no.
Okay, thank you very much, Jackie. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. I have a question in relation to the desire to limit this to women and children. My question is, what do you propose, what would you suggest that we would do with single men or women experiencing homelessness in Regina, if not housing them in this initiative?
I'm not against, of course, doing something for those folks as well. I just don't know that in a location close to a school and seniors is the best place. You know, I'm not even saying it shouldn't be in this community, but just not in this particular location.
Okay, so I heard you say, I don't know if it's the best place. So are you interested in learning more, learning more about that, or are you saying that you are opposed? Just to understand.
Yeah, sorry, I don't. Can you repeat that? I'm not sure I followed.
Yeah, are you interested, so in terms of you, I think what I heard you say is, I don't know if this is the best place, like with the proximity to the school and whatnot. So are you interested in learning more about why it's proposed to house a variety of folks within this location, or are you saying that you're completely opposed because of the proximity to the school, or is that something you're open to learning more about?
No, I'm open to learning more about it. I mean, I think we all have to be open-minded, right, and try to stay. This is a complicated issue, and nobody's well, I shouldn't say nobody, but most of us are not experts in it. So yeah, the more education and the more proof, sort of, for lack of a better word, you know, that something like this can work. Of course, that's going to help a lot of people feel better about it.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have. I appreciate it.
Yep, you're welcome.
Thank you, Jackie Bahan. I see no further questions, so I'll thank you for your presentation and ask that you leave the meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Call upon Dr. Lena Johansson to present. Dr. Johansson, you have 5 minutes to address Council, after which you'll have time to answer any questions there might be. I'd ask that you begin by introducing yourself for the record, the organization, if any, you represent, and where you're calling from. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. My name is Dr. Lena Johansson, and I'm representing myself and my family. I'm a member of the Ward 7 community and live within a couple of blocks of Regina's planned rapid housing initiative on Broad Street. My young children attend Saplings Daycare at the Regina Lutheran Home. This community is indeed my dream home. I write from a place of privilege, but I also have a family history of mental illness, addiction, and homelessness. I'm proud to live in a community with the following statement as one of its key priorities: creating complete neighborhoods, which include a range of housing options, amenities, and services where people of all stages of life are welcomed to live and thrive in their community. To have people welcomed and integrated into a neighborhood where they can live and thrive despite past trauma and difficulties is critical to their success as community members. The neighborhood chosen for this project is ideal for such an endeavor owing to the proximity of so many crucial services. Services, of course, which are not simply utilities, but also include food, transportation, safe green spaces, and places of worship. Concerns that others have expressed come from a place of fear of the unknown. This is clear evidence of the need for increased integration of community members who are disadvantaged relative to others in the neighborhood. In the wealthier neighborhood where I grew up, there was substantial community opposition to a similar housing project. The concerns raised at that time were similar to those I have heard regarding Regina's initiative. Those concerns have since proven to be unfounded. In response to a previous delegation, I would indeed be totally comfortable walking by this facility at night. I take issue with comments I have heard referring to those people. Those people are in fact already members of our community. They could be your friends, your coworkers, your family members. You might not even know. I do have very personal experience with this, as this could have been my brother, a single man at the time. The people who want to live in this kind of facility are those who want to be independent and who want to contribute to society, but who have not been able to do so because of their circumstances. Having a safe and affordable place to live with appropriate support services will go a long way towards enabling them to be the active and engaged citizens that we all want them to be. Comments regarding a lack of consultation are concerning, as the City of Regina has undertaken extensive consultation and engagement through the development of Design Regina, out of which came the definition of and the priority to create complete neighborhoods. I feel that information has been readily made available, even with the challenges of COVID, and I am therefore able to provide this informed feedback. I do think that city administration should have anticipated the unfortunately poor response to such a project and could have done a better job of communicating the evidence out there demonstrating the absence of negative effects this kind of project has on the surrounding neighborhood. City Council has clearly been very supportive of this project from its initiation, demonstrated by the fact that the city administration was instructed to bring it forward. I am pleased that our elected officials appreciate and support such an important project. With the goal to create complete neighborhoods in mind, what location could possibly be better? City administration did an amazing job of finding an ideal location in such a short time frame. So, should this happen in my backyard? Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Johansson. I'll see if any members of committee have questions for you. Seeing none, I'll thank you very much for your presentation today and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you.
Call upon delegation Rhonda, Louisiana. Rhonda, please introduce yourself for the record, including the organization you represent, if any, and where you're calling from. You'll have a hard 5 minutes to present, after which I'll see if any councillors have questions for you. Please proceed, and please mute the video if you're watching at the same time. Thank you.
Regarding a lack of consultation are concerning, as the City of Regina has undertaken extensive consultation and engagement for remote Regina, out of which came the definition of and the priority.
Rhonda, Louisiana, are you available?
I am.
Please proceed.
Hello?
Hello, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, good morning. I live in the community, and I would like to just make a presentation. I'd like to say that all homes to house the homeless are needed within the city. No one should be homeless. For myself, this project is important and vital to the proximity of our school. All schools within our community have a community school designation. I don't understand why the school boards have no concerns with the nature of the proposed tenants, that being individual males, females, and families. We already have our own vulnerable families, some coming from high-risk situations, which is of a concern. We also have a senior care home next door, and you see them out in their wheelchairs as well. We have a senior apartment building across the avenue on 5th and Rose. At the January 5th information session, it was indicated that the housing project would have 24/7 security. What is supposed to appease and give comfort also causes concern and alarm, as it is acknowledged they were going to require 24-hour security. Chief Bray comments at the January 5th meeting was about the close working relationship with Ritz's, which also causes concern. Again, what is supposed to appease and give comfort has my concern. At a January 24th meeting, Chief Bray also provided information that most overdoses were within a 6 to 7 block radius of the site. We as a community are extremely diverse. So for anyone to say we don't want it in our backyard, that is not true. We already have it. We see the ambulances in and out, traffic at homes in and out, as well as when we have a massive police presence within the community at points in time. We have rental rate units, which comprise 45.48% of our housing, which has a mixture of low income, affordable, and a variety of other housing. As a volunteer for the last 40 years or more within the community, have helped many and supported many housing projects for all families. At the meeting January 24th, it was indicated that now 50% of the families within the housing project and apartment would be families, and the apartment would be higher in height. For this, I would like to see consideration for the project to be a family unit for healing and reunification, family focused with services to help them leave homelessness created by many factors. Hello?
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. I see that Councillor Shaw has a question for you, so I'll turn it over to her.
Okay.
Hi, Rhonda. Thank you for presenting. I would just like to know, I've worked very closely with you in the organization and in the community. Can you tell us just a brief description of the kind of services and the kind of in the community as to the need and the wants of our community?
You cut out
to the chair. Oh.
You cut out for a minute there. Can you repeat it?
Did I? Okay. I would just like to ask you, can you give a short description, kind of a brief detail, the services that you and people within the community have offered to the people within our community over the past 40-some plus years through the chair?
Me, myself, I've provided food to families. I do income tax. I help them find housing, buy them groceries, like whatever is needed. You know, if I can help, I help. As for, because I do also work for the association, but I am speaking for myself. For the association, though, I will say we run all types of programs trying to ensure our community, which is quite diverse, has options for recreation, for family activities, that our kids after school have a good place to go. I don't know, is that kind of what you were looking for? Because that's kind of what we do. Whatever needs to be done, if we can help, we do it.
It is, Rhonda, and I thank you for that. Just a further question. It was mentioned the Leader Post article. I'd like you to speak to this, that there was concerns of it being indigenous within the facility or within the home. Can you please address to council your concerns if this was even 100% indigenous people through the chair?
Oh, I don't care if it's indigenous or not. I'm married to an indigenous person. Lots of our family is indigenous. My neighbors and friends, they are indigenous. So I could care less if it's 100% indigenous. It does not matter.
Thank you. Can you please say, if this project moved forward and it was just based on families, whether it's men and children, grandmothers and children, women and children, would you be supportive, and the people that you've talked to within the community, would you be supportive if the programming was based around families, men and children, and women and children that would be in this unit through the chair?
Absolutely, including reunification of families, because I think that's an important piece. You know, there's lots of children in care, and we've helped many of them over the years, and I think some of our help has made them successful. They work today, they're great, they stop back and visit, they touch base. So I think that's an important piece of this too, is the reunification of families.
Thank you, Rhonda. I appreciate all the work that you do, and thank you for letting me be a part of all that work. Thank you. That's all I have.
You're welcome.
Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thanks for being here today, Rhonda. So I do have a question. I asked this with the last delegation regarding the desire to limit this housing initiative to families. My question is, what do you propose, or what do you suggest that we would do with single men or women experiencing homelessness in Regina? If not this initiative, do you have another suggestion?
Yeah, we build more of them, but not in close proximity to a school. I think a school next door would benefit families. I think this city shouldn't have any homeless people at all. It's tragic when you drive downtown and you see the people on the streets. I stop and give them money. It breaks my heart. It should never be. So we probably would have been nice if we'd have got into the first round and started providing housing and support for those. The single people have a much harder time because the funding they get is very minimal, probably not enough to even buy their groceries in a month, and I'm really acutely aware of that. Yeah, it's just a sad situation. So we should be building more of them all over the place. I just to me, it's the location.
Okay, so regardless of the location, putting that aside for a minute, do you agree that with the appropriate supports in place, that single women and men can thrive in this sort of development, like I said, with the appropriate supports in place?
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you. If we're talking about addictions, and I have more than one within my family, alcohol, but I should say to you, both alcohol and drug use. I mean, people have to really want it. It's just not so easy to say, I'm going to be clean today and not relapse tomorrow. You know, it's just a difficult situation. And I can't, it's actually really quite sad. More support for these people that have addictions would be really awesome, but we don't have it in this province. And my sister-in-law had to send her son to BC to get help. And it's still, as tragic as it is, he came home and he's still in the same situation. And that's probably some of the best help you're going to get. So, you know, do I think we can make a difference? For some, absolutely, and for some, not.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Rhonda, for the email that you sent with the 11 pages of documentation. Just in regards to your experience, you've been a 59-year member of this community. What was the thought around the lack of engagement or no communication with the community in regards, and I guess the second to that is, do you think that the resistance is because of the lack of detail around this housing, this rapid housing project? Through the chair.
Well, here's the hard thing, Lori. We really knew nothing. And even getting answers, even like it just wasn't forthcoming. And that does make it extremely hard for anybody, right? I think face-to-face, sit-down, open conversations, and that's what we used to have. You know, like I said, I've been doing this a long time, volunteering. I can remember sitting with Fred on zoning for a whole day as a volunteer. We used to have lots of conversations, and I just somehow think that's gone over the years, and I'm not sure what we're doing right now is healthy, and I don't know I think part of it, as well as the Eating Care presented a village concept, and all of a sudden it's something different, and nobody knows what different is. We talk about supports, but I don't really believe we've probably listed all the supports, because there's all kinds of mental health issues, which there is not a lot of help for. And it's hard to get help for, as is addictions, as is either kind of addiction. So I don't know. I mean, do I think we've been everybody all over the map? No, I think it would have been more cohesive. I think we could have had a conversation, and we probably could have come to some good agreement before we ever got to this, you know?
Absolutely, yeah, that's a very, very great point. Just the Saskatoon's housing, what they've done with their $7.5 million, they created 14 suites for families at risk of homelessness. 9 of the suites are specifically for women and children. And the other one was an 18, Central Urban Métis Federation is 18 unit for single men. Is that something that you think that we could have done or should have done through the chair, or looked at, considered?
Absolutely, I do. I think there's significant difference, and even with, you know, women and families, I'd love to see some elders in there. You know, we have some seniors that can offer good advice and can be awesome role models for families. You know, I mean, I think we just have to look beyond and see what we can offer to help them, you know, whether it's education, like it's not easy even being a single mother and going to get education. You know, I think there's lots of supports that can be offered, and I do think they should be separated out. I mean, I don't know where families are coming from, if it's domestic violence or, like, I won't know that, and neither will most of us. But it happens all the time here, and I see it in our community. We had a family that couch surfed, she did, with 5 kids for 3 years. Finally, I said to her, how come you don't have a house? She said, well, you know, I was with whatever his name was, and I know them, but I'm not whatever. And I said, so you're not anymore? And she said, well, I haven't done my income tax. I said, bring it. I will do your 3 years of income tax, and let's get you situated. So I did that, and she has never been homeless since.
Yeah, the last question. Yeah, no, support from the community around this supportive housing is key, and you just spoke to it, and the community is already doing it. With the schools and the programming, what kind of things could you see that could work there to support families that are coming together, reunification of families? What kind of programming do you see that this community could offer that to be so with elders, and how do you see that? Because you've lived here, you've done it, you're volunteering, you're working there. I would like to just hear your response on that.
Well, everything I try and do within is for families and children, because it's a huge missing component. Not everybody can afford to go to the movies. Not everybody can afford to have programming or family recreation. So we run an after-school program through the association, and you know, we have a great group of kids, and they love to come. They actually sneak in before school is out, and everything, like, so we do family craft nights. We did a movie night in the park. We did, and whoever wants to come can just come. Like, we're open to everything. We did community Christmas dinner, Christmas breakfast. We just offer as much as we possibly can so that people can have recreation within their lives.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Rhonda, for the work you do. That's all I have.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Rhonda. I see no further questions, so I'll thank you for presenting and ask that you leave the meeting at this time.
I will do so. Thank you. Have a good one.
I'll call upon Delegation Lisa Workman. Lisa, please introduce yourself for the record. Tell us if you're representing any organization and where you're calling from, and you'll have a hard 5 minutes to present. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
We can. Please go ahead.
All right. My name is Lisa Workman, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Regina Homelessness Community Advisory Board. So the Regina Homelessness Community Advisory Board would like to offer its support in favor of the Rapid Housing Initiative. The Regina Homelessness Community Advisory Board, which is the local organizing committee responsible for setting direction for addressing homelessness in our community. Our vision is an appropriate home for all who are at risk of homelessness. Implementation of Everyone is Home, a 5-year plan to end chronic and episodic homelessness in Regina, and the Reaching Home Regina Homelessness Plan 2019 to 2024 will be an effective way to reduce homelessness in Regina. By working together, the community can meet the housing needs of Regina. Everyone in our city deserves to be properly housed. There are currently far too many homeless in our city. This was made abundantly clear by the recent Camp Hope occurrence, as well as the latest point-in-time count that identified 488 homeless individuals in one night. The situation has definitely been made much worse by the pandemic and the recent changes to the provincial social income program. Regina's homeless population is diverse and unique. There is a small population of individuals who are hard to house, but not all of our homeless are in this category. There are a number of homeless who are experiencing chronic homelessness, which is being homeless for approximately half of the year, episodic homelessness, which is being homeless for 3 episodes in the year, or transitional homelessness, which is individuals experiencing temporary homelessness due to a major life event. This rapid housing initiative will focus on these individuals. While Regina's vacancy rate is high, the cost of housing is inaccessible for a number of community members, especially those looking to get off of the street. Without affordable housing units, it is next to impossible for people to gain and maintain appropriate housing. Increasing the availability and accessibility of affordable housing units generally, and a permanent supportive housing program in particular, is necessary to relieve the accumulation of individuals trying to access housing first intervention. Otherwise, individuals will continue to be forced to be homeless or precariously housed and at risk of being homeless. A priority for Regina's plan to end homelessness is to create supportive housing options as well as increase access to Housing First programs for this group in order to improve the flow of people into and out of the Housing First program and make headway towards ending chronic homelessness. Homelessness causes increases in emergency services and interventions that can be prevented with proper measures in place. This initiative will provide 29 new affordable housing units. This will decrease the costs of homelessness in the city of Regina, such as cost to the health system, the legal and justice system, and the cost of shelters. The point-in-time counts have revealed that approximately 80% of the homeless population is Indigenous. The CAB itself has worked hard to gain Indigenous representation to better direct our actions. We know the work of the Regina Treaty Status Indian Services and Silver Sage, and we strongly recommend their management of this rapid housing initiative. Their leadership will ensure that Indigenous issues such as intergenerational trauma will be considered. The action is very much in line with the Truth and Reconciliation recommendations. All homeless people face stigma that is hard to shake off, and as a result, they may be hesitant to seek help due to their feelings of shame. Often they are seen as at fault when they are simply a victim of their circumstances in situations such as extreme poverty, systemic racism, trauma, a life event, or simply a lack of affordable housing options in their community. Every Regina citizen deserves a chance at a reasonable quality of life. In conclusion, the Regina Homelessness Community Advisory Board supports this recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa Workman. I see Councillor Zahidniak has a question. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks, Ms. Workman, for coming today. I have a question. There's been some suggestion that some folks would support this housing development if it were limited to families and excluding single men or women. Can you respond based on your experience and expertise in this topic to that suggestion?
Sure. I feel that, as I had mentioned, every citizen of Regina deserves to have stable housing. My feeling is that if there's any concerns about single men or single women being a safety concern, then we should give them supportive housing. That would be a way to address any concerns that we have.
Great, thank you. And with the wraparound supports that are built into this initiative, is your sense that based on what we know so far, that the proposal would include supports not just for families, but for single men and women in order to set them up for success with this initiative?
Yes, Regina Treaty Status Indian Services has a number of services that can address many of the needs, such as mental health and addictions and employment and housing.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you, Lisa. I see no further questions, so I'll thank you for the presentation and ask that you leave the meeting.
Thank you very much.
I'll call upon Delegation Anita Medal. Anita, please introduce yourself for the record, any organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have a hard 5 minutes to present, followed by time for questions, if any. Please go ahead.
Great. Thank you very much.
Anita, are you on the line?
Yes, I am.
Please proceed.
Hi. Thank you, Chair and Councillors. My name is, sorry.
Oh, please turn your video off, Anita, but we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Yes, there you go. Is it muted properly now?
Sounds great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Chair and Councillors. My name is Anita Medal. I lived in Ward 7 for 35 years, and I also lived in Daniel Blunt ward for 25 years and presently own property rented to low-income families. I have volunteered for North Central Family Services for 17 years and very involved with City of Regina events, including Police Commission for 10 years. I'd like to address City Council with a few questions to the purchase. $28 million for 29 units of homeless and marginalized people. Really? That's almost $1 million per person. We can do better with that. The questions pertaining to the location of RHI built next to 3 schools and 2 daycares, and the future location of a new school housing 800 new students. It appears selected professionals and delegates and scholars are appearing in favor of the unit to humiliate the citizens residing in this neighborhood. Unfortunate, the citizens like myself were not able to have this information prior, nor do we have access to all the studies and research. I would like to know who the tenants residing will be. Question and answer handout, page 13, states they will not be high-risk offenders or dangerous sexual offenders. Therefore, will they be tenants with other crime-related backgrounds? Once again, lacking in transparency. Apparently, Marissa Scarlett had the information that was not readily available to us in the handout. If the residents have consumption habits, where will they be consuming their habits, such as fentanyl, drugs, alcohol? Will there be a dedicated supplier for the products? Or will there be sellers on the street? Will there be a clean needle exchange mandate? Where are these amenities that require to be next to schools and daycares? Studies have shown women do not feel safe living in the same environment with men, especially with children. RHI is targeted to 25% women with children, 15% with Indigenous persons. Will the other 60% be occupied by males? How will the women and children be separated from the males? Will the Maryville development, Lillian Village, is able to charge 30% rent to the 12 single mothers and children with fixed income? Why can we not charge the same in the RHI development, as their residents also with low-paying jobs, as indicated on page 13? Councillor Stephen envisions the children will not be witnesses to the habits of the residents, while they are witnessing not a glass of wine around a dinner table. RHI is critical to creating safe communities. Housing First has shown a reduction of calls for service and interactions with the police, and that is on page 15. Therefore, it has not been eliminated. The need for police and security will still be there. How will this impact the children attending the schools and daycare? Will the police be recognized as good guys or bad guys? And will they be seen at RHI? I have spent many personal hours at Camp Hope, and most times there's ambulance and also police present. What are the amenities and services required for these residences that this makes this location ideal? City of Regina has asked citizens to beautify their neighborhoods. Please do not waste our tax dollars or ask the citizens to enhance properties if city councilors blatantly do whatever they want and do not follow procedure. The lack of transparency is overwhelming. Will the urban reserve being planned in the northwest corner also only have weeks for the taxpayers to raise any concerns? Again, lack of transparency. I am in full support of RHI complex for women and women with children, but not men, especially men with a minimal crime background. I am surprised that city councilors could consciously approve this complex next to schools, daycares, and playgrounds. I will remind you of your legacy and will donate a plaque to RHI to be displayed to the exterior to include all the councillors as a reminder of your legacy. If this project is approved, can a new school be built or relocated? There will be a...
Thank you, Anita. That's your 5 minutes, so I'll see whether anyone has any questions for you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you, Anita. Can hear your passion. Just, did you have anything you didn't finish? Do you have anything you want to add? just to wrap it up or summarize what you were going to say?
Councillor Bresciani, I'm going to rule that as an improper question to offer more time. If you have a specific question, please go ahead.
Well, I'm going to challenge that because I asked her to summarize that. We've done that before. If they can't finish, they can summarize in a short time.
I'm going to uphold the ruling and ask the clerk to run a vote on that if you would like to maintain the challenge.
I will ask. So thank you for your. I will just continue with my questioning then. Thank you. You've indicated the cost is the $28 million. Can you just elaborate? And did you break it down any further than that through the chair?
Anita, I believe you're on mute. You might have to hit *6 to respond to that question. Anita, I believe you're still on mute. If you're able to hit *6, you may be able to respond. Anita, we're not able to unmute you from this, and we'll give you another 15 seconds to unmute if you hit *6. Please go ahead, Anita. I understand you just muted yourself again. Anita, can you please hit *6 again? Oh, please go ahead. I believe you are now unmuted.
I'm unmuted?
You are. We can hear you. Please
Hello?
answer.
Okay, thank you. Sorry for the technical difficulties.
No problem.
All right. Sorry, I missed the question.
Thank you. So you indicated that through the chair, this is Councillor Bresciani, just asking $28 million is what you've come. Can you just elaborate on your calculation?
Oh, sure. So when I broke it down, it'll be with just the money provided by CMHC and also from the province of Saskatchewan, it'll be $291,000 per unit, not including the $20 million that the City of Regina has set aside as support. So for 20 years. So therefore, that means $1 million will be used to support 29 people per year. That is a lot of money. I wish I had that much money given to me.
Thank you for that breakdown. You had asked quite a few questions in regards to tenants and who's going to be there. I'm going to ask you the same question. Do you think that if there would have been a communication with the community, there would be a different conversation today? To the chair.
Definitely. And also having all the research and the studies and the scholars that have been provided today during this conversation. I'm not sure who was able to collect them all, but that would have been nice to have at a council meeting for all the citizens to speak to and ask questions also. If you're going to provide something like this, you should provide all the information.
Great. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Thank you, Anita. Just a question, a couple of questions that I have from your that have come to me. The question is, and I've heard this with people, we can't say who's going to live in our neighborhood or who's going to live beside us. Do you have any comment back to that concern as to we can't dictate who is going to be living in this housing through the chair?
Yes, it's very discerning because I am afraid of the kids.
I have worked with North Central for 17 years. I have been on lots of committees here in the city of Regina. I've also worked on the police commission for 10 years. And there doesn't seem to be any care for the kids here, what they're going to experience, what they're going to see. I have seen drug abuse. I have seen alcohol. I have seen people frozen on air vents. And this is what we're going to allow our children to see. If you can confirm that these are people that have absolutely no habits, no crime background, fine. But that's what we have to provide for our children. We have to provide a location, a safe location, an educational location, and a location where they can see caring and the need to fit into society. They don't need to see the other side. And a fence with some trees is not going to make this housing complex disappear. You're walking by it. They're going to be playing in the playground in the evenings. They're going to see this. I see it when I go downtown. I see out the Salvation Army when the shelter opens up, all the men crawling out and looking for a place to go. I know we need a place. We just do not need a place by schools. There's lots of city property on Winnipeg Street, right next to the food bank. That's one of the amenities they need. Put it there. Or split the housing. There's lots of homes right now, apartment buildings that are available that are vacant. Give the owners a subsidized income to rent the places. I own 365 Angus Street. We had 18 suites in there. And in the suites, half of them were low income. That the province sent me the check directly. They were mothers and children and a couple of men that lived there that I had the check. And I had no problem with them living there because I had the checks come to me. But there was a lot of mental issues. One of the ladies took my husband's boots and threw them up onto Mr. Sub. Another lady came in and stole my clothes. So there's lots of issues that these people have. So they have to be in a safe environment. But our children are foremost, most important. They are the ones that should be really looked after here. Yes, we have a homeless issue, but the children are most important. They are the future. They are the citizens. They have the opportunity to attend a brand new school. Let that school shine. Let those kids learn without being subjected to all of this other stuff. A glass of wine on a dinner table is not what these kids are going to see.
So just to add to that, do you have any suggestions? I know, and we all know that men need different services than women and families, or men and families, the services that they require are far different than a single male. Do you have any suggestions on where a good supportive area would be to house any type of men with any type of conditions or addiction through the chair?
I would recommend the YMCA. It's a great facility. It needs to be retrofitted, yes. It may cost a few $1 million, but not $28 million. We have lots of complexes, or switch the Lillian home that's going to be built up for 12 families. Put the 12 men in there and open up the RHI housing unit for families, men or women with families. But do not put men in the same complex as children. And do not put men near schools. It just can't be. Studies have shown what's happened. And I don't have the stats. I'm not a scholar. You may have to ask a few scholars that were ahead of me.
Yeah, those will be coming up. You know, Anita, thank you very much for your passion and your dedication towards Seven. I appreciate all that you do in our community. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Councillor Stevens, please go ahead.
Thank you. Anita, you had mentioned that this will be similar to the Salvation Army Center downtown. Are you aware that it is not? This is a supportive housing unit and not a shelter where people are required to leave?
I am fully aware of that. Thank you.
And you recognize the difference in what's happening at the Salvation Army versus...
I do. I totally do. Yes, I do. I've also been at Camp Hope, and that also is a shelter. And what do I see? I see police, and I see ambulances there. Yesterday was the first day that there was no ambulance or police.
And you then are aware that this is a completely different project. You're still making the claim that...
I am totally aware. But these are the people that are marginalized. These are the people that are going to try to make a change. And so if they try to make a change and are under the umbrella with Erica for 6 months, they can go into the home. I know who these people are. I have talked to these people. Have you?
I can't engage with you, but I can ask questions. This is as good as it gets. Sorry. You've mentioned the costing and the amount that we'll be spending on capital. What were your thoughts about the public reports we discussed on many occasions, the media coverage, and the details regarding the call for proposals? Did you have any critique of the city at that time, or just now after you found out about it?
I'll be honest with you, I did not. And the reason why, there was no indication that this was going to be built near schools. If there was any indication that any of these facilities were going to be built near a school, I would have been very vocal.
Thank you.
I have worked very hard at North Central in trying to make a change, and we have made a change. Don't make us start all over.
Thank you. You've spoken about how important it is to have statistics and studies and experts. Would it be your claim that we should probably defer to experts on this issue as well as care providers when making a decision?
Yes, I think this should be put on hold until everything is thoroughly gone through, have some transparency, and make sure if we're building something and investing this type of money that it is done properly. We do not need Band-Aid solutions. We have enough Band-Aid solutions. We need a solution that's going to last us for 20 years.
And what is your thought on the fact that experts have already stated their position in support and have addressed the concerns that you've raised about fear? Should we defer to them on that issue as well?
No. I want future people, not people that have done studies in 2006. Come on. This problem has gotten bigger, and it's worse. And we have fentanyl now and crystal meth. We don't have smoking marijuana in the backyard any longer. What if a child finds a fentanyl package and just thinks, oh, this is fun, and throws it in the garbage because he's a good citizen, not knowing that the powder left and the residue left on his little fingers is fentanyl?
You've talked about costing and the cost of this kind of facility project and needs. Based on your own experience in providing this care, how does this cost compare to other facilities in Canada?
I have no idea what Canada costs are. If this is not my hill to climb on, my hill to climb on is to reduce homelessness without involving children in schools.
Thank you.
That is yours. You are on the Housing Committee. How dare you even consider putting...
Anita, I see no further questions, so I'll thank you for your presentation and ask that you leave the meeting at this time. Call upon Delegation Douglas Hodgkin. Douglas, please introduce yourself. Hello, Douglas. Please introduce yourself for the record, any organization you represent, and where you're calling from, and you'll have hard 5 minutes to present, followed by any questions. Please go ahead.
Okay, do I not have to unmute my phone at all?
We can hear you. Sounds great.
Okay. Okay, here we go. My name is Douglas Hudgen, and I represent the neighborhood I have lived in virtually my entire life. I would add I raised 3 daughters here as well and have many friends and neighbors that are extremely upset with the behavior and choices of the city managers in relation to this issue. I also tuned into a discussion where people have said this proposed homeless shelter is next to this location or that school and so on. So I decided to take a stopwatch and walk at a medium fast pace to some of these locations. We all know Imperial School is 15 seconds away. Continuing south up Broad Street, Imperial Park with its picnic tables is 3 minutes away. The splash pool and outdoor skating rink are 30 seconds past that. The Highland Curling Club is 4 minutes and 20 seconds from the edge of the proposed shelter to their front door. Remember, this is a community-spirited club with an open-door policy and a diner. virtually a haven for elderly people to meet and curl or just watch games. As is the Bingo Palace, whose entrance is 2 minutes and 20 seconds from the edge of this shelter property. If you cut through the curling club parking lot, Sister Teresa School and the daycare next door are 5 minutes and 40 seconds from the property. A couple blocks down in Broad Street is another daycare. In warm weather, you can often see the little tykes with their caregivers strung out in a line, clutching a rope as they go down Broad Street heading north. I could go on. McDermott School is a short 7-minute walk away. The senior home, 1 minute. The Lutheran home or Lutheran church, 3.5 minutes away. I've heard many negative words to describe this proposed location to help people get back on track and become productive citizens. Ridiculous, ludicrous, and so on. I agree it is completely misguided, and you wonder who could ever propose it. Some of these people have mental health issues, and I've seen the people standing in front of the mental health building on Albert Street near Sass Drive. I am told women who work downtown and park near there make it a point to not go by there on their way to their vehicles. Here we are talking about children going to school or a daycare troop walking by. I believe this is the forum to stop this proposal in its tracks and reject this location moving forward. The city managers have miscalculated or not done their research. They have completely disrespected this area and the woman who represents us. They say they looked at 20 locations. Well, we'd all sure like to see that list. I've personally been in front of the City Council and Planning Commissions many times. In my experience, this will be a minor setback for them. The City Real Estate Division owns many properties, and they will just add this to the list and then find a more appropriate location or effective way to spend the dollars. I understand the city has pledged taxpayer dollars for years after the fact. That is not their mandate. Housing is provincial government domain. I would like to know how they justify that. All homeless people want is food, shelter, and hope. Surely these dollars could be better spent more effectively than on a brand new building for a few. I also stand the shelter would exclude people of various ancestries. I don't condone racial prejudice and would like to have that verified. And if so, why? While I have this forum, I would like to make a few comments about the neighborhood in general. I live a few blocks from McDermott School, and the last number of years it has been pleasant to see young couples moving in and starting families. The area is rejuvenating. Affordable houses that they renovate and big lots seem to be the attraction. In general, it is a solid middle-class area that is well situated for the future. Other people nearby on other streets tell me the same thing. I have a baby and toddlers next door, another across the street, and yet another across the alley. Another huge attraction is McDermott School. It is the heart of the neighborhood and perfectly centered. Now, they tell me the city managers plan to close it, knock down Imperial School, and build some massive elementary school at that location to house 600 or 800 elementary school children. This is on busy Broad Street. Obviously, this won't promote better education. It will be a mess for parents and teachers to deal with. What it will do is keep a lot of city employees busy for a long time. As for the McDermott School site, who knows what they plan for that? We've already seen that what they are capable of initiating, and I fear any new development will not be positive for the area. As a matter of fact, I suspect it will be quite the opposite. As I said, my name is Douglas Hudgen, and thanks for your time.
Thank you, Douglas. I'll see if anyone has questions. Councillor Stevens, go ahead.
Thank you. Doug, are you aware that the City of Regina does not run the school system and that would be a decision of the school board?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, thank you. You'd mentioned putting this in another neighborhood. What would you find to be appropriate for families that might need access to schools and services that are in that area? Should we hide this somewhere else, or should we put it near amenities in other communities?
Well, I think if you study this, there's obviously got to be many better locations than this. It's just too central to too many community-spirited organizations and locations, and yeah, it's just the wrong choice, Andrew. I mean, you're telling me you can't find something more appropriate? City real estate owns all kinds of land. I'm sure there's alternatives that are far more, how would you say, you know, not effective, but appropriate. So
if this goes ahead, would you welcome those residents into your community associations and build bridges with them?
The residents of the homeless shelter?
It is not a shelter. It is a supportive housing unit, yes.
Would I welcome them? Well, that wouldn't be my call, now would it? So since, yeah, I'm sorry, I can't answer to that.
That the spending, are you aware that the city approved a plan to end homelessness? We did the research. we costed this, and that the money was approved in several budgets over the last couple of years?
No, I was blindsided like many other people. It just came up recently.
Thank you. Are you aware that the city has for decades been partners with the Saskatchewan Housing Authority and the federal government to build social housing that is throughout our community?
No, again, I'm not aware of that. Actually, I am to some degree, but not to this extent.
Okay.
Not to putting this in an inappropriate location. No, I'm not aware of them doing things like that in the past.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Hi, Doug. Thank you for presenting here today and adding your knowledge. I have a question. If this was a unit, a 29-unit complex for families such as men and their children, women and their children, grandparents and their grandchildren, would you be opposed to this in the location that it is asked to be in, through the chair?
Well, that's a question that I haven't given much thought to. And to answer that at this particular moment, I'd say I would lean towards it. Whether committing to it, I can't, say to that. I mean, you'd have to have more dialogue with the people in this neighborhood and the area before, you take a survey like that. They have to be completely informed as to the logistics of the home, exactly what it all entails, who's entering it, what their circumstances are, and so on and so forth. Obviously, people have fears. A lot of people that are homeless for a reason, unemployable, and are trying to change their lives around. Now, the reasons they're unemployable could be very diverse. We could be talking, as I said, about mental health issues. And I up until recently, I owned a portable sign company, so I was on the streets all the time and changing signs and talking to some of these people. And yeah, they're an unusual group. I mean, some of them are just defeated, and some want to talk, and some hear voices, and then
Sorry,
we have
I'm
people
just
with
going to cut you
addiction.
there, Douglas. I think you've answered Councillor Shaw's initial question, and so I'll ask if she has anything further to ask of you.
I'm going to challenge that. I'm going to challenge that because he was still answering the question.
I'd ask the clerk to call a vote on that challenge.
Thank you.
Sure, I'll just call on Mr. Clerk to explain the process here.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. My understanding from Councillor Shaw is that she is challenging your ruling that to essentially end the delegation's response to her question. So basically the vote would be if you agree with the chair's ruling to end that particular question, I would ask that you vote yes. If you believe that Councillor Shaw's motion is in order, you would just vote no. I might have had these backwards, but I mean, we're dealing with two different perceptions here. So a yes says the delegation will move on to the next question. A no vote will allow the delegation to continue with the question.
Is this a recorded vote or
yes,
verbal?
It is. Yes, it will be, Councillor Shaw.
Thank you.
Colleagues, the vote should be on your screen.
Can I just get clarity? So to vote to allow the delegation to continue to answer to the question, is that a yes or a no?
That would, for the particular question, Councillor Bresciani, I'm suggesting that if you support Councillor Shaw's motion, just vote no. I've phrased the question is, if you're voting yes, you are supporting the chair's ruling to end the question.
Thank you for the clarity.
Deputy Mayor, The vote on the challenge was 7 in favor of your ruling, 4 against. Those voting in favor of your ruling were Councillors Hawkins, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself. Those voting against were Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, Vindura, and Mole. Based on that, the delegation will move on to the next question.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
So Doug, can you tell us how many years you've lived in this community through the chair?
My entire life. Grew up in the corner of Toronto Street and an avenue near McDermott School. So I'm now 60 years old, so I spent my entire life in this community. Played ball at Lions Park, which is next to McDermott School. I'm well versed in the neighborhood. So,
thank you, Doug. And I didn't mean to get your age out. Another question: the communication around this. We've heard from administration that it was apologized that it wasn't done correctly. Can you tell me your opinion if the communication around this project would have been clear and engaging with the community? Would there have been more support and understanding, which would have led into more support, obviously, around this initiative through the chair?
Well, something as important as this, obviously, there would have been more understanding. I would have suggested a town hall meeting, properly advertised, and not just in the city page of the newspaper, and get people out. And, you know, there's a lot of mystery to this. People are speculating about this, that, so on and so forth. So, yeah, clarity would have certainly helped the situation one way or another. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. No, and I can't remember. There's been so many questions here I've asked. Did I ask you if you'd be supportive of this, if this was family and like children, mothers, fathers with the children, grandparents with the children? Would this be something more that you would support through the chair? I do believe I did ask you this question, but I'm sorry. I apologize if I ask it again.
You did ask that, Councillor Shaw. Thank you.
Okay. Can you please say the answer? There's been so many things I've gone through. I do believe you said that you would be supportive of this. Yeah, can you just answer that one more time for me? Thank you, through the chair.
I said it would require more information. At this particular point, I'm quite disillusioned, so I wouldn't support it. I just think it's the wrong spot for anything.
Okay. That's all I have.
Councillor Mancinelli, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks for appearing, Doug. Appreciate your comments. You had a little bit of opinion on the real estate side of this deal. Just speaking of the process on how they came to acquiring property and going through this process, as an official, looking at the recent real estate deals in our area with big money to spend and millions laid out, I kind of appreciate the administration doing the work and filling in all the blanks. So as there's no question of my knowledge or any bad real estate transactions or people taking advantage of money coming on board in situations. With that being a thought, do you have any comments?
I never insinuated any bad dealings or so on and so forth. My statement was that real estate owns lots of property. Well, not as much as they used to, say 20 years ago, but they do own a lot of property. I mean, it's been brought up Taylor Field would be more appropriate, the old Taylor Field site. I mean, you know, there's Stewart Avenue, not too appropriate. I mean, we've got all kinds of bars along there. The city owns, well, I won't go into location after location, but lots along Sass Drive. There's just various places that I think the key to this is, is basically you need transit. These people need transit, whether they're 4 blocks from something or 7 blocks from a grocery store or so on and so forth. Yeah, they need support. I mean, as I said, you know, when you get to the point where you have no home, your first priority is food, shelter, and hope for the future. And I just find this project to be more of a microscopic thing in relation to the total numbers of homeless people. You know, basically we're helping building 29 units. I just feel, with common sense that there must be buildings, apartment buildings, things that can be renovated to almost dorm these people and get them up to a certain point. Like, I don't know what the levels are of starting with somebody that's completely down and out and homeless and getting them back on track and becoming a productive member of society. But I think helping 28 or 29 family units or so on just seems like a drop in the bucket. And I just think these dollars could be spent in a more appropriate way.
Just to follow up on that, Doug, so there's roughly $7 million being laid out, and it comes with really strong conditions on how it has to be spent. So part of this has been about single men, but the actual wording on this is a minimum of 25% for women and children. And the other side of that is this is also an infrastructure program to kind of revitalize after a pandemic, hence the rapid. And there's real strong definitions on new builds and really huge renovations. It has to be pretty much a new build to qualify for the money. So knowing that we wouldn't be able to access the $7 million that puts us together without meeting that criteria, does that kind of change your opinion a little bit? Were you aware of that?
Well, I suspected there would be lots of conditions. I mean, we are talking about the federal government. Wasn't aware of quite it being that inflexible. I actually, personally, I would approach the people that, gave you this grant and ask them if there can be more wiggle room, more flexibility in the spending of it. I mean, like I say, to funnel it all into one small building, and it is small when you take in consideration the entire big picture, it just seems to me they're short-sighted, and whoever drew it up just doesn't know the logistics of the problem out here or in any city. And to build one from the ground up just seems to be not wasteful, but just helping a very, very small minimum of people.
Well, and there again, government money spent to accomplish a couple of different feats. I think part of that is to, build the economy locally for construction from the federal government. Having said that, the 25% women and children, were you aware that that's a minimum, that that's not a maximum?
No, was not. Like I said, Councillor Manson, there was not a lot of clarity in this. The only thing I tuned into was Trina Shaw's podcast on Facebook. I did talk to various people in the neighborhood. I like to listen to that. It was an hour. So, like I say, I think in the future, if you have situations like this, you literally call a town hall meeting. I mean, I used to own portable signs up until 2 weeks ago. One portable sign, 25,000 people a day driving by it. A neighborhood will know when and where a meeting is. Yeah. So communication is imperative in situations like this. I mean, basically, you created a lot of fear. I mean, people's children walking to school, so on and so forth. So I think that's probably one lesson that can be learned from this situation is you have to have a better forum. It just, I mean, my understanding is Councillor Shaw, who represents us in this ward, didn't know anything about this until she heard it in the media. So if she doesn't know, how the heck are the residents of this area going to know something like this was pending?
Understood. Just to follow up, though, so you were not aware that it was a 25% minimum up until this point?
No, I had no idea. I have no idea the logistics of that or the details.
I can't speak to what was said in the Facebooks or stuff like that, but yeah, that is a thing. And I did have one more question, but I guess we'll cover it in the meeting. I think that maybe to pay attention to the meeting, some of this will come out in a little bit more information. Hopefully that puts some of your fears to rest. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, go ahead.
I just want to clear up that Councillor Mancinelli had stated that this needs to almost be a new build. That actually is not a true statement, and I'd like that to be on the record.
Any questions for the delegation?
Douglas, are you aware that this does not need to be a new build through the chair?
No, I'm not aware of that. I was just told otherwise. I would like to hear more about that. If it's not to be a new build, I mean, if you gave me $7 million and asked me to help the homeless, I could help hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of them. You know, it would just take some looking around and knowing this city and finding the appropriate buildings. And, you know, I've had daughters in residential schools and grade, in resident schools, Catholic schools. And in grade 10, they lived in dorms. In grade 11, they shared a room. In grade 12, you got your own room. I mean, basically, like I said, that's what they need, you know, food, shelter, and hope for the future. And then they can be introduced to programs and get on track. And you know, it's not an easy thing to break out of a cycle like this. I mean, as I said, there's all kinds of issues, and we know what they are: alcohol, you know, addiction,
Douglas,
so on and so forth.
I believe you've answered Councillor Shaw's question, so I'll ask whether she has any follow-up questions to that.
Yes, Douglas. Do you feel that more help and more housing could be provided with that amount of money through the chair?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Come on, we're talking about a lot that hasn't had a shovel stuck in it yet, and building something from scratch, top to bottom, in a rapid manner, apparently. I mean, there's you just got to look around and know the city. I'm sure there's buildings, there's, you know, close to amenities, as it was said. A bus route is imperative. So yeah, I firmly, positively, absolutely believe that this money can be spent in a much better fashion.
Absolutely, tell more people. You know what? That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hudgkin. I appreciate you coming. I see no further questions, so I'll ask that you leave the meeting at this time.
Okay. Thank you, and my name.
Thank you. Colleagues, we have a mandated 12:15 break, but only one resident delegation left, so I'm proposing that we hear from that delegation, we follow the questions, and then we break for a 45-minute lunch. So if anyone has concerns with that, let me know, or we'll proceed that way.
I do have concerns with that. I would like a break now, please. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I think we should, out of courtesy to the last delegate, hear the last delegate and then take a break for lunch.
So that's fair. What we'll do at a minimum, Councillor Shaw and Hawkins, is we'll proceed to the mandated break at 12:15. At that time, if Councillor Shaw wants to move a motion of some sort, we'll certainly hear it there. Thank you.
Okay.
I'll call upon Delegation Wanda Rock Thunder. Wanda, please introduce yourself for the record, any organization you're representing, and where you're calling from. You'll have a hard 5 minutes to present, followed by any questions members may have. So please go ahead.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sounds great.
Okay. My name is Wanda Rocksunder. I live in the community of Ward 7, and I've been here for going on 16 years. I live probably about 2 to 3 blocks away from Imperial School and where the RHI is planning to be placed. I'm an educator, an advocate. I've worked with homelessness for a number of years. I'm currently working on my PhD in civil engineering. And one of the issues that I'm dealing with right now is housing and infrastructure and homelessness. That is part of my research. And I've worked in the community of Regina for 20 plus years, so I'm well aware of the situation that Regina is facing. You know, this RHI project was considered this location as well suited due to adequate lot size, configuration, appropriate zoning for the project, lack of site contamination, site serviceability, access to transit amenities and services for staff and tenants. Is there a need? Yes, there is a need for this. Is the location adequate for meeting the real needs? I don't believe it is adequate for meeting the needs of the people that will access this this housing initiative. When we're thinking about people from a homeless perspective, because actually this is from a homeless perspective, these are people that may be dealing with the judicial system, people that may need probation services, people dealing with addictions,
people need doctor's assistance, people that may need emergency services or access to a hospital, access to social services, housing and support services, counseling. What's not in this location are those services. These services are located in a downtown location: social services, Methadone, Carmichael, mobile crisis, AIDS programs, All Nations Hope, Catholic Family Services, all not in this location. And the other thing that you talk about here, you recognize as community resources will be needed for, or we have community resources. We have a curling rink, playground, splash park, and I'm not going to talk about these things because other people have talked about things. And you talk about the amenities. Other people have talked about the amenities that we have within our neighborhood. Now, the one thing that I have is the zoning that you talk about. You know, it's quoted, the parcel can also be developed quickly to meet the pressures of federal government's RHI timelines. Is this a valid reason for location due to your diligence as elected members of City Council, informing, collaborating, and sharing in the planning of your constituents and their neighbors? You know, January 5th there was a meeting. I didn't know about the meeting. You know, Regina has already stigmatized the homeless people by not including them in this initiative. You're stigmatizing the East Regina neighborhood, and you're stigmatizing the homeless people that will access these programs. So once again, leaders of the community think they know what's best, but actually you're not listening to the people of the community. And I mean the people who live in this community and the people that will access these services. So did you do your proper research? Did you consult with the community where you want to locate? Did you consult the people you want to be present in this initiative? Where did you get your research from to show that this is an ideal place? Show the community proof that you have consulted with the stakeholders, the residents who live in the community, the business owners in the community, the people who will be accessing this place. Show the results of your study. You have no formal documentation that shows these studies. You have a few community meetings. You have reports from 2019, but you have no actual evidence to show that this community is the ideal place, and that's what needs to happen. You need supportive documentation. Research shows that when a new initiative is brought into a community, especially one with as considered a homeless initiative, there is going to be fear created, and that's what's happened. You've divided a community, and you've made this community seem like they are either racist or they don't know what they're talking about, and that's not. And that is created by the City of Regina for not giving the proper information. You know, I'm not against this project. I'm against the planning, the lack of planning, the lack of consultation, the lack of engagements of all stakeholders involved. What you're doing is you're making the community look bad because they don't accept your plans for the community that you did not consult.
Thank you, Wanda. That's your 5 minutes, so I'll see if any member of the committee has any questions for you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Wanda, thank you so much for speaking today and sharing kind of your thoughts and your experience as well. This is what you're studying. I wanted to know, you hit the nail on the head. You've divided a community. Can you please elaborate with the lack of consultation, what this has done, and how actually this can actually, it would hurt a community, or how this development? If you could just share your thoughts on that, please.
Wanda, you may have to unmute your mic to respond. *6 should do the trick.
So I want to take the example of Saskatoon's core neighborhood. You know, they developed they did community planning and formulated a 20-year vision for the community. And what they did was they had residents participate in over a year, a study. They held focus groups, administered household surveys, sponsored public meetings, to deal with the issues. They determined priorities. Studies show that when you engage community and you engage the stakeholders, those are more successful projects than actually just saying, this is what we're going to do and it's a good idea. And that leads to failure. You know, as a person who's working in civil engineering, one of the things that I'm doing is researching how projects have failed because there was a lack of engagement with the community and with the stakeholders within the community. Have you reached out to the people, the homeless people that will be accessing these services? Because I was the one that initiated the WASU, and I dealt and talked and sat with the people that have dealt with homelessness for years and years and years. And one of the things that they identified was stigmatism. And this is what is being created right now is stigmatism, because you failed to engage community and you failed to communicate and you failed to give some positive research on what this can do for the community.
So true. Wanda, now that your name, Wasu, I dropped off clothes there, and that's that. Thank you for that. Now I recognize your name. Thank you for the work you do there. Just last question. You talk about this location, and you said it's not meeting the needs. Now, if it's supportive and wraparound housing that Ritzis is planning to do, could you see that then work in this area?
You know, when we think about wraparound housing, that's a loose term. You know, and the reason why I call it a loose term is because what is exactly wraparound housing? You know, I named specifically what the needs of this community is going to be, because working with people with addictions, mental illness, you know, all these things, you can't just have it in one building, and I'm very aware of that. This is an issue that I have studied, looked at, thought about for the 20-plus years that I've worked in the community directly as a frontline worker. And it's not an easy fix, but this is where we get everybody involved in the resolution of this issue, because it is an ongoing issue. Back in January of 2021, I had conversations with Mayor Masters and a few of the city councilmen and some of the MLA, and I told them this is going to be an issue. This is going to be an ongoing issue. And it was exasperated when CIS had changed their funding and how they provided to recipients of social services. So this is not a new issue. You had something going since 2019. Why wasn't something identified way back in 2019? Why all of a sudden you have money to spend, you throw it together in 6 months and say, hey, this is a good place, let's do it here. And then you give the community, you don't expect backlash from the community, because that's what's going to happen. Mm-hmm. And you talk about 25% women and children and 75% men. What are the statistics behind that in combining them in a building such as that? You know, what are the statistics? We are dealing with a group of individuals when it comes to homelessness that have serious addiction issues, that do not care, because the drug that's being out there right now is a drug that is highly addictive, hard to get off of. 6 months to a year is miracle work if you think that's how long it's going to take for them to get into supportive housing.
Thank you. The question in regards to, you can see that just from the delegation, there's obviously a miscommunication. Some are calling it a shelter, and because there was no engagement really. Can I ask, where do we go from here? What are your thoughts? You know, we're got to make a rash decision. What are your thoughts to bring the community together, to bring the Ritzis and Silver Sage, or how does what are your thoughts on this to make this work? To the chair.
Ideally, you're thinking about children. Women and children is ideally good for this location, given the residents in this area, the schools and the things that go on. However, we are having a homelessness issue, a homelessness problem. A place like this, and I heard one of the other delegates speak about, can this money be used in other areas? Definitely can. You know, I know of people who have apartment buildings that are empty that are willing to open up a place like this that will in areas that will be supportive. Because honestly, the way I see things happening is that, and because I have experiences, I've worked in the foster care program with child welfare, and I opened up a home for children that were coming in, like I forget the terminology, but emergency receiving home. And so, you know, this is what's going to happen. You're going to say, well, we have an unit open and let's just put them in there because we have nowhere and we need some place for them to go right now. You know, you look at the shelter, the 40-bed shelter that's happening right now. How many people are they turning away? I read a newspaper article just yesterday because I only had 2 days to research this, but I read a newspaper article just the other day stating that they're having challenges having the people that come in there wanting to access these services. I know that. I understand that because I work directly with that.
Yeah.
Do we need this? Yes, we do. But we need to, this needs to be immediate, not 1 year down the road and support people 1 year down the road after they've dealt with their addictions. This needs to be immediate.
Okay. The last question I have is just in regards to the percentages. Like as we've talked with Ritsis and Silver Sage, just when I listened into the presentation there, they can't give us percentages. They can't give us kind of, you know, it's kind of they get to dictate who's going to go in there or how this would work. Do you think there should be some kind of a clear, concise, if it's for women, deemed women and children, or some to back to the community, but also for success to the project? Through the chair.
Anything that is publicly funded is public information. You cannot hold back information of the success rate, the percentages, and such things like that. You can't. You want public money, you've got to be open to the public and respond to the public.
Yeah. Thank you for all the work that you do for our community, and I appreciate you coming today. That's all I have.
Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Thank you, Wanda, for reaching out, and I appreciate your knowledge, and especially with being in our community in Ward 7. Please talk a little bit more about your, I'm looking at your past experience when we say that, you know, men and women should not be in the same housing. Can you base that on some type of knowledge or history or data that you have through the chair?
Like I said, I've only been allowed to briefly research this data, but I can definitely come up with data. And for the next meeting that comes up February 2nd, if you need more information, I'm the person that will do that, look for that information. But, you know, studies show that if you, a woman that comes from, and this is my understanding of how women and children are coming from a domestic violence situation, why do we put women and children in separate housing with other women and children? Why don't we already mix them in housing situations? There are reasons behind that. There are studies behind that.
No, also thank you for that. Can you, I know we went back to Chief Bray and him saying that wouldn't be any more calls to services. Can you speak from your experience around that, regarding that, through the chair?
Unless there are some actual statistics behind it saying that there's no more, that you won't have any more calls to services, then that's a comment that can't be made. When I worked with at Owasu, we had call after call almost every single day to whether it was Regina City Police or whether it was emergency services. And statistics have shown that people who have been part of homelessness, it's a challenge to change habitual behavior. And so they do have statistics that show there are higher rates of criminalization within urban settings that have people that have been have homelessness. Now, I'm not saying that this is a bad thing. You know, and I don't want to be pointed out that, oh, I'm pointing out as a bad thing. No, I'm not. You know, as an advocate, this is what I've been doing for a long time to get some fairness here. And I don't want people to be stigmatized, and that's exactly what is happening.
And I'd like you to comment on the article that was in the Leader Post about it being more viewed in a negative way because of the Indigenous intake that it will have within this structure, within this facility. Can you speak to that based on your knowledge of the community and based on your background, for the chair?
You know what, I've lived in this community, like I said, for 15, going on 16 years. I'm an Indigenous woman. I have Indigenous children and grandchildren. My children go to the community, Imperial Community School. This community that I live in is not racist. I haven't, experienced that kind of behavior. Of course, every community there are a few. Let's be real. But in this community, it's not like that. I enjoy going to community events, going to Christmas meals that Rhonda had talked about. I enjoy participating in those things. And I feel very welcome within this community as an Indigenous person.
So from your background and obviously your education, for this to be successful, what do you feel would be a couple of the key points that we could do differently as city councilors, through the chair?
Can you repeat that question?
So based on your education, your engineering degree, you're going in your PhD, I want to hear from somebody that is educated in this field. How do you feel that this project could move forward and be successful, through the chair? What are some key components we as a city councilors could do to ensure that this is a successful project, through the chair?
Just from my experience, what needs to happen is that and this is what didn't happen, was community involvement. That's what needs to happen. And the fact that they keep saying that they're going to lose out on funding if this money is not spent, that's not the reason to continue on with a project like this. This is something that's going to be permanent within a community. And so when something is permanent within a community, you need to do some serious research and some serious studies. You need to involve the community that's going to be engaging in this, in something like this. You can't just say, yes, we need it, so let's put it there. And by the way, this is who's going to be there in this building. That's not sufficient. That is not sufficient, and the backlash is going to happen.
And I think that speaks clearly to administration, who said that this project needed to be done in a timely frame, and this is the area that didn't need to be rezoned. And in saying that this project won't be successful because it is rushed. Is that my understanding? I want to make this very clear. My understanding of what you're saying, putting forward variance, through the chair.
I don't understand this project. I don't understand, and then that's the problem. You need some proper planning, some proper reporting, some proper procedures and protocols in place in order to assure that this is going to be something that the community can look forward to and then can work towards and assist in helping. I don't see that. Where are the reports on what's going to happen? When you throw a few lines of wraparound services and second stage housing, well, what does that exactly mean? Because right now you are confusing the community in that terminology, and someone did speak about terminology prior to this. We need clear answers.
Absolutely, and this is kind of where I'm going with this. So when we hear this expression, and I've heard it, the wraparound services, the vagueness of the wraparound services, and I guess hopefully we'll get a little bit more understanding. Can you explain to us you feel would be a successful wraparound services to help these people, get out of addictions and move on to a successful life, through the chair?
When I think about because working with people in addictions and with mental health, with poverty, we need services for mental illnesses. You know, research shows that people with serious mental illness is accounted for 50% of the total beds when it comes to homelessness. Addictions, we need services for addictions. We need services for people on social assistance. We need services for people with health issues. We need services for people that have landlord issues. We need services for people that have child protection services. We need services for people that work in the criminal justice system. We need a lot of services when it comes to wraparound services, and I can't see this being located in one location. That's why it needs to be in a location where these access to these services are closer than a bus ride. Because I remember when I worked at Owasso and people from the downtown core, the homeless, would come to Owasso on Fifth Avenue, one of the things that we had to provide was bus tickets because it was walking back and forth in the freezing cold.
Right. Would education be a component in there, do you believe, to lead people out of addictions and help them be successful in their future, through the chair?
Well, for sure we need life skills. You know, we need life services and life skills. We need to learn, we need to do some parenting. We need to have some cultural aspect. And I'm not just talking about indigenous culture aspect. Everybody comes from somewhere. They need to have some cultural aspect within their lives. There needs to be some spirituality, and I'm not talking about church or anything like that. I'm talking about finding your inner self. So we need some intense work with people needs to be done, especially when it comes to homelessness. There's so many issues around homelessness and why there is an issue. It's not a quick fix. It's not something that can be done within 6 months to 1 year and you're stable. That's not a reality.
Absolutely. So the way this has been set up and the way that it's moving forward, do you feel with your expertise, your knowledge, your education, that this will be a success for the people in our community and the people that will be in this housing project? Do you feel that this is setting them up for success, through the chair?
At the moment, with all the unknowns, I can't answer that. To me, there's so many holes in it. I can't answer that.
Okay.
There's just too many questions.
Oh. Absolutely, and that's what I'm trying to figure out is if we can get all these questions answered. I want this to be successful.
Hey, Councillor Shaw, any question for the delegation?
Yes, I'm leading up to that. So, in your opinion, you can't give a valid yes or no that with the services or with what we know this will be successful, through the chair?
I can't give a valid answer to that, no.
Okay, thank you, Wanda. I appreciate your time, and I have no further questions.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I do have a couple of concerns, questions. Thank you for speaking to us today, Ms. Rockbender. So my question is regarding your concerns with information sharing and community engagement. Wouldn't it still be possible for those concerns to be addressed moving forward with this initiative?
No, that's putting the cart before the horse. You can't address concerns after the fact when you've already put something through.
I guess what I mean, because there's not a development yet, and so we're just setting the stage for that. So in this period where the development is being planned, that there could be a lot more information sharing and engagement with the community. Could you see that as a possible next step?
Do you have a year to do that?
This isn't I believe the date is December for when this is due to be open. So
be open, yes.
Yeah.
The concerns that I have and the way that I want to address things is that it needs to be done before the concerns and addressing and community engagement needs to happen in the initial stages. You're already at the stage of where you want to approve this place and the location. Okay. You're way behind when it comes to addressing concerns.
Okay. All right. Just focused on what we can do moving forward and not the past, but I already heard, like, that's fine. My next question is, so I do understand you have expertise in this area, and based on your comments, you disagree with all the other experts who we've heard from today who were speaking in support of this project. Is that accurate?
So what experts are you speaking to? The expert that has doesn't live in the community? The expert that is, what experts are you speaking to? What experts do you want me to denounce?
No, I'm not asking you to denounce. I'm just asking you to clarify that your position is different from the homelessness experts that we've heard from, the delegations who identified themselves as homelessness researchers and experts, that you're saying you have a different perspective than those folks who supported this project today.
Everybody is allowed a different perspective. And if you want me to denounce or show my different perspectives, then put it down on paper and let's debate that. And that's what this is about. When you go and you decide to do something, you can't just bring it into, well, these are what I want to do. This needs some detailed research and some detailed debating, some surveying that needs to be done. It's not something that I can announce in the conversation that we're having right now to say, no, they're wrong. And that's what you want me to do. Show me some research that I can look at.
Clarify your position, but I think I have no further questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Stadnichuk, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Ms. Rock Thunder, and through the chair. I want to follow up with a question on something you said. You talked about stigma, that the homeless are often stigmatized. And would you say that homeless single men in particular are stigmatized?
In particular, no.
No, you don't think that? Okay.
No, because there are a number of, if you want to identify who's there's stigmatism and that goes around the world, no, it's not just identified to strictly homeless men.
Okay.
Stigmatism is huge around the world.
Yeah. You also talked about, I mean, you wanted to see more planning. Have you looked at the Regina's plan to address homelessness, which was developed over a long period with lots of experts in discussion?
I'm familiar with the plan, and my question is, why wasn't it done, and why is it all of a sudden being done so quickly and within a short amount of time? You know, a plan is one thing, but you also need to have engagement from the community. It's an idea. Ideas need to be fluid.
Okay. It's apparently my job to ask the questions and for you to answer, but okay, thank you for that. And the other thing that I just want to clarify is you talked about having worked at Owasso. Are you believing that the same kind of clientele or people who went to Owasso will be in this rapid housing project?
What I'm hearing is that this is a homeless initiative. It began with a homeless initiative. And what I'm hearing is that people will have stability within 6 months to 1 year. So what are they having stability from is the question. To me, they're having stability from homelessness.
Okay.
Homelessness is the issue right now.
Yes. And just last question, just to clarify, you said you're working on a PhD in civil engineering. So your academic expertise is in engineering, and it's more personal experience on homelessness that you have?
My academic experience is working on the homelessness across Canada.
Okay.
Right now, we are dealing with housing and infrastructure issue, which is leading to homelessness. for the Indigenous people across Canada. And what is happening is that because we have homelessness on reserve, the homelessness is happening, people are moving to urban centers and experiencing homelessness. So this is an issue that I have been thinking about and now working on, and now working on a PhD on.
Okay, thank you. That's very interesting. Thank you very much, and have a good day.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just one last question. This has, of course, had a lot of deep thought with council and community members. Have we missed an opportunity, Rhonda, do you think, as we look at truth and reconciliation? When I was part of the reconciliation, Regina, there was a lot of talk about walking together and, you know, engaging everybody and kind of walking together. By not engaging the community, what are your thoughts on that?
You've missed the boat on truth and reconciliation by not involving everybody to resolve the issue of homelessness. Definitely you've missed the boat on that. You know, without reconciliation, there's no reconciliation without truth.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to hear the truth, and you need to listen to the people that want to speak the truth, their truth, mm-hmm. because reconciliation will happen after that.
Yeah. I just, the last question in regards to, with your experience, I appreciate with the homeless with WASU, with this project moving forward, you indicated that you do have some information regarding if it should just be a designated group, if it be just women and children, or families, or husband and or father and children. I would appreciate, and if you would share that with city administration or with council, however, any research that you have on that, because I think that's going to be a very a conversation that's going to happen for this project.
I'd be willing to participate in that, because this is an issue that needs to be resolved, and it needs like I said, it needs some research, it needs some consultation, it needs some communication.
Yeah.
And it's something that's been on the back of my mind for quite a while. And this is why I've continued on with my education, because I believe research is important.
We'll look forward to receiving those research data. Councillor Bresciani, any further questions for the delegation?
No, but I would appreciate for her to finish her response, please.
I'm going to rule that you had asked whether she'd be willing to provide data before council meeting. She answered in the affirmative, so my ruling is she has answered your question. But if you have any further, of course, you're free to ask those.
So, point of order, I just want to ask the clerk. I appreciate when delegations come forward to speak. This whole meeting, delegations have been cut short. I am very disappointed in the chair, in the response when we're cutting speakers off. They come, they make time, they take time off work. I'm very disappointed.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Do you want to subject that to a vote of some sort on the point of order?
No, it is a message to the chair.
Thank you, Councillor Bresciani. Appreciate it. Ms. Rockthunder, I see no further questions for you, so I thank you very much for coming and ask that you leave the meeting at this time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome back after our lunch break. We will now consider EX 22-4 Rapid Housing Initiative Land Transfer and Capital Grant Allocation to Silver Sage Holdings. Can I ask Chris Holden from Administration to introduce the report?
Thank you. And Chairman LeBlanc and members of Exec Committee. So the City of Regina has been allocated $7.75 million in capital funding from the federal government's Rapid Housing Initiative to deliver a minimum of 29 new affordable housing units. And the RHI funding is being paired with the city's $1 million annual permanent supportive housing operating grant, which will be used to provide wraparound support services for residents of the new housing units. So this is a significant federal investment towards addressing chronic homelessness and the need for longer-term supportive housing, which houses residents who have chosen to exit homelessness and are taking steps towards healing and community integration. So the city has purchased a site in the northeast neighborhood for the RHI project. And the site is well suited due to its size, its appropriate zoning, and its proximity to transit, community resources, and amenities. Through a call for proposals, the city has partnered with Regina Treaty Status Indian Services and Silver Sage Housing Corporation, both Indigenous-led nonprofit organizations, to operate the building and provide supports to the residents tied to healthy living, social inclusion, and culture. Subject to council approval, Silver Sage Housing will also own and lead the development, anticipated to be completed by the end of 2022. The RHI project will support the city's efforts to increase the supply of affordable and supportive housing units and provide support for residents experiencing chronic homelessness and housing insecurity. And the city's support for this project is strongly aligned with the objectives of the official community plan, the comprehensive housing strategy, the plan to end homelessness, and the community safety and well-being plan. And although we've heard comments today that this project, in terms of how the administration handled it, there was some comments about sneaky and underhanded, not open and transparent. I think it is important to just highlight that obviously the city was involved in the development of the plan to end homelessness. And in April of 2020, there was a report in front of council that endorsed the plan to end homelessness and affirmed the City of Regina's role in homelessness as described in that plan. Then in April of 2021, as a part of the plan to end homeless, there was permanent supportive housing operating grant that was put in place, and that was creating a grant of $1 million that would begin in 2022. And then, of course, we had an opportunity to pursue the Rapid Housing Initiative grant. So in August of 2021, the Government of Canada Housing Initiative and the funding allocation was put in front of council, and council directed that we prepare and submit a proposal for that Rapid Housing Initiative to deliver those 29 units. And then, of course, in October of 2021, we brought forward the project update and some provincial funding approval. So there have been conversations on the floor of council, and obviously council has prioritized affordable housing and moving forward to try and reduce homelessness in our community. So I do want to just acknowledge the team that has done the work on this file. So we'll have a conversation later today about us as an organization being more transformative, being more innovative, and being more responsive. And sometimes that means working faster. And this was an opportunity that the administration really seized in terms of, the timelines were tight. We decided that it made sense to move forward with the project. We brought that to council. And moving quickly isn't without risk at times. So, I'm sure that we'll have some conversation about the process of information sharing and how that unfolded. And I think there are lessons learned for the administration in terms of how we would move forward. But there is a commitment to continue as this project moves through the phases of construction, et cetera, to make sure that we are connecting with the community, we're connecting with our partner organizations. And to that end, we do want to have a presentation to council. And this is also a part of making sure that information is being distributed, discussed, and shared in the community. So today, we have Laura Pfeiffer, our senior city planner, who has been a significant lead on this file. We have Natasha Bastine, who's the president of CEO and of Silver Sage Housing. We have Nick Sackville, who's the vice president of community development for Big Block Construction, who's going to be involved in the building. And of course, Erica Bowden, who's the executive director of RITSIS. So I'm going to turn it over to Laura. She's going to do a presentation. After the presentation, we'll open up to council for questions, and you feel free to answer or to ask the administration or members of our partner organizations questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Laura to begin the presentation.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm just going to get this set. Okay, so as Chris said, my name is Laura Pfeiffer, and I'm the Senior Planner for Housing here at the City. So today we're going to give you a brief update on the RHI project, and then I'm going to provide space for Erica Bowden from Ritzis, Natasha from Silver Sage Holdings, and Nick from Big Block Construction to also provide some information. So with respect to the RHI project, as Chris mentioned, in August of 2021, we provided a submission to CMHC, and our submission included that the city would commit to building a new modular construction building, permanent supportive housing to serve individuals who are experiencing chronic homelessness. We committed to the minimum 29 units with wraparound support services provided by a nonprofit housing operator based on individual case management plans. As you know, in addition to the federal funding, the province has also provided a funding commitment of $783,000 in the form of a 10-year forgivable loan for the project, and Council approved the permanent supportive housing operating grant to be paired with the Rapid Housing Initiative to provide $1 million annually for the operations of the project. In July 2021, a comprehensive citywide search began for a location. This included looking at all city-owned lands, reaching out to realtors and seeing what land was available for sale, as well as looking at land opportunities identified in the underutilized land improvement strategy. Sites were evaluated based on a number of criteria: size, zoning, serviceability, access to transit and services. And then based on that search, the site at 120 Broad Street was chosen for the RHI project. As Chris mentioned, in the fall, the city requested proposals from community-based organizations and housing operators for the permanent supportive housing operating grant. And Ritzis and Silver Sage were chosen as the recipients of that grant through the adjudication process. They're two well-respected local Indigenous organizations with a proven track record of providing safe, secure, affordable housing and support services. They have experience supporting individuals who are transitioning to permanent housing, and they have many strong relationships throughout the community. For the city, we see the opportunity of pairing the permanent supportive housing grant with the RHI project as a real opportunity to strengthen the community response to homelessness. It really broadens our capacity as a city to address this issue, and it helps to provide client choice and self-determination in that process. On January 5th, we hosted an information session as an opportunity to increase the community's understanding and awareness about the project. A presentation was given by city staff with comment from Erica Bowden of Ritzis and Chief Bray from the Regina Police Service. And then following that information session, staff prepared a frequently asked questions document with questions that we've received both at that community meeting, through emails, through service requests, and through conversations we've been having. And this touched on a number of topics, including the type of housing, the residents of the building, operations and support services, the location, and communication about the project. And as Chris mentioned, the city staff, as well as our partners, are committed to additional community conversations around the project moving forward, including capital planning and the opportunities for successful community integration. The report that's come forward today is a continuation of this process. So the recommendations include approving the transfer of land at 120 Broad Street and the remaining CMHC funding to Silver Sage for the purpose of delivering and operating the RHI housing units. That includes negotiating agreements for the construction and delivery of the project. And then a repeal of the borrowing bylaw regarding the Government of Saskatchewan funding. So if the land is transferred to Silver Sage, a new agreement would be written between the Government of Saskatchewan and Silver Sage regarding their commitment to the project. With that, I'm going to invite Erica to speak.
Good afternoon, esteemed council and city staff, as well as my fellow and sister presenters. First of all, it's been a very interesting morning, and we continue to look towards a brighter future for all of us who live in Regina here and coexist and work together. As well, I would like to thank the city's mayor as well as council members in their very courageous and brave stand to move the needle with this RHI project and do what has never been done in the city of Regina. And myself being a lifelong resident as well as a taxpayer, both privately as well as the organization I work for, it's definitely a corporate taxpayer, is that I'm just very proud to be a citizen as well as an employee for one of the organizations of Regina. This is the first time that Indigenous organizations are playing a lead and providing the expertise that is so needed on this issue of houselessness. I look forward to continuing to work with the City of Regina in enacting the calls to justice as well as the calls to action. So Ritsis, who are we? We exist due to the portability of treaty and inherent rights. And when I say that, I think that we all know that we are all treaty people, and it is not just Indigenous people who have benefited from Indigenous the treaty and inherent rights. We are a TFHQ entity with board representation from the File Hills Qu'Appelle Tribal Council, Touchwood Agency Tribal Council, Southeast Treaty 4 Tribal Council, Yorkton Tribal Council. We have the FSI Senate and 4 urban representatives at large. We offer womb-to-tomb services and referral capabilities, and we prioritize responses to employment training, human services, and it's all free to participants. Stating all of that, we are status blind, and therefore you do not have to be Indigenous in order to access services. We operate on both the basis of program and project-based funding, and at any given time we juggle on a yearly basis between 30 and 40 contribution agreements. We are also the only ISO certified human service delivery agency in Regina, let alone Indigenous agency. And what that means is we hold international accreditation that confirms our administrative and program policies and procedures. And we are evaluated on an annual basis, and we have to demonstrate that we do comply, and we are recertified every year. Next slide, please. The community services provided, we offer programs and projects in the areas of prevention, intervention, and aftercare. For us, that is called forever care. So that means that once you access our agency services, it doesn't matter. You become one of our family, whether or not that is as a program participant or you come on as staff after a certain amount of time. We believe in mentorship and moving towards complete independence, and we are very fortunate to be in this position. So the programs we run year long are the First Nations Employment Center, the support center, which house our men's wellness unit and our women's and family wellness unit, Atascota, which is a reintegration program, and Urban Warriors, which is our youth programming. We have partnerships with Silver Sage Housing Corp and private landlords for over 40 units of supportive housing care. We currently manage a 40-bed emergency stage transitional facility for the hardest to house and highest acuity individuals. Our wraparound services include addictions, mental health, specializing in intergenerational trauma, and as well we provide integrated programming that includes women's programs, seniors outings, and youth initiatives. We also provide opportunity for learning and voice through community discussions and surrounding traditional and contemporary issues. Next slide, please. Our commitment to the Regina Northeast community. We are not there to tear apart a community. We are not there to cause division within a community. In fact, we have only gone into this project with open hearts, minds, and spirits in embracing who we all are as citizens of Regina. We believe that every individual deserves to live in a safe and welcoming community. And we take pride in our team of specialists who ensure a path to healing is available to seek our assistance. And this extends to all people who reside in Regina. And we look forward to embarking on a long-lasting, mutually beneficial relationship with the community and all others. Our commitment is to ensure we become a positive and integral part of the community and to enhance current services and create growth in the economic wealth in the area. Thank you.
Thanks, Erica. I'm now going to ask Natasha Bastine from Silver Sage to speak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me at this meeting today. Council, Mayor, City staff. So at Silver Sage, we are a nonprofit housing organization. We were incorporated in 1983 to provide and operate low-income social housing units and move people along the housing continuum into affordable market housing rentals in the city of Regina, but also throughout southern Saskatchewan. So actually Silver Sage next year is our 40 years as well in operations. We were created and we are owned by 15 First Nations within the Touchwood and File Hills Fort Capel Tribal Council. And our mission, our motto at Silver Sage is we believe that housing is a basic need. And therefore we work with individuals, families, organizations, and communities to meet their housing goals. Next slide, please. So what does our portfolio look like? We have over 500 homes that we, a combination of owned and just property managed. So on our property management side, we have over 300 social housing rental units that we target low-income individuals and families. And these units aren't homes that Silver Sage necessarily owns. We're bound by operating agreements from the owners, which, dictates the parameters of how much rent we can charge and, how those units are maintained and the number of investments that can go into them. We also operate and manage properties that are used for transitional and supportive housing, partnering with local community entities, not just in Regina, but throughout southern Saskatchewan, including Ritzis. In addition, we also own privately at Silver Sage Holdings over 180 single-family dwellings where we provide affordable market housing rentals, as well as we own and manage a 27-unit seniors complex and a 14-unit apartment complex. Next slide, please. At Silver Sage, we pride ourselves on having a good neighbor policy. This policy and protocols are based on our values, being having and possessing good relations, and that's with our tenants, our partners, our owners, and our stakeholders and community, our neighbors. We also believe in sharing and living together on the land in harmony, which is the basis of our good neighbor protocols. We know that everyone must coexist in a good way in order to be able to live in a good way. These are all based on our beliefs that everyone has the right to make a living, everyone has the right to speak their truth. I heard that today, and I respect and recognize the concerns, as well as a lot of the solutions. So I thank you for that, everyone that's spoken so far. We also believe that everyone has the right to find one sense of self, origin, and belonging. And this centers around our belief in sacred space and having that good home so that you're able to grow as an individual in a safe, secure environment, but also as a family. And we also believe that everyone has the right to set into place arrangements for livelihood, living, and evolving. So in order to grow as a person or as a family, you need that home or that sacred space to be able to do so. Next slide, please. So what is our role in this project? As Laura mentioned, Silver Sage and Ritzis have partnered, and we responded to a call for proposals from the City of Regina back in August 2021. We were selected as a proponent in October 2021. So this is also new for Silver Sage, and we're doing our best to support all the groups involved, including the City of Regina. What is our specific role? Well, we're here to help ensure that the building is built, or the property, and then to make sure that that property is properly managed, or that doing the asset management. And that would be based on our 40 years of experience in property management, ensuring that, the operating expenses meet the needs of the community, but also to keep those rents affordable. Moving forward, all we've done to date, based on approval, is we've, selected a construction method, which is modular construction, for a number of reasons, including the fact that it is a controlled build and that we could meet the deadlines of the RHI project. And so with that, we've partnered with Big Block Construction after doing due diligence on other agencies or court companies, building companies. To be honest, the design work hasn't officially began, and I don't think that will happen until once we know that the project is going to move forward. And like I said, I know everyone's concerned about what the unit composition is going to look like. What are, who's going into that? I think, once we're able to move forward and start, putting agreements in place with others that will be involved in this project, we'll have a better idea of what that looks like. I have taken into account a lot of the conversations that were had over several consultation meetings or conversations with community and other stakeholders. So, we will be incorporating some of those comments in, but at the end of the day, we've been spec'd with putting in 29 units based on a certain budget. So that's kind of how the design will have to center around in order to keep this project affordable. Next slide, please. I think I'm done. I'll turn it back to you, Laura.
Oh, thanks, Natasha. Sorry, this is moving ahead of me. I'm going to ask Nick Sackville from Big Block Construction to now speak, and I just need to get back to that slide.
Thank you, Laura. I guess I'll start by saying that I'm joining you today from Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis here in Saskatoon. And on that note, I just wanted to say that, it's an honor to be here and to speak and to listen to all the different perspectives that are being presented today. And, from where I stand, on the note of the land acknowledgement, I think the City of Regina is making a really solid move here in terms of partnering with really strong Indigenous organizations to deliver this housing. And I actually do think that is a true act of reconciliation. But basically, I'm here today to talk about, the history of our organization and our reputation. So we're, based in Saskatchewan. We're a modular builder and developer, and we specialize in innovative construction methods, including modular construction. We've built over 1,200 affordable homes in Saskatchewan over our 13 years as a developer here. And in December, as Natasha mentioned, we were selected by their organization as the construction partner on this project. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. So I wanted to maybe talk a little bit about why modular construction could potentially be a great solution for this project, not just in the sense that it is compatible with the delivery timelines of the project, but also that it minimizes the disruption of the neighboring residents. And so basically a couple of major concerns that come up with construction projects. One being that, construction takes a very long time and it's a linear process. Buildings are constructed in a factory off-site during the site preparations, and so you can actually reduce the construction timeline of the project. And then the other concern being, potentially the loud and disruptive nature of construction itself. And I would say, definitely a solution to that is the fact that the off-site construction minimizes that disruption on-site because it's actually taking the construction away from that area. So site deliveries are also reduced. So you can imagine, the endless pounding and sawing that takes place on the average construction site will be significantly reduced here, which is a benefit to the residents. I will, I guess, next slide. So I wanted to talk a little bit about our projects that we've delivered over the last few years. And I'll start by saying, we actually are intimately familiar and involved with the Saskatoon RHI project, at least one of the two projects. And so, basically what I would say there is, those projects are both being delivered by reputable Saskatoon housing organizations, Comfy and Crest Housing. And there will be a mixture of different kinds of units in the two projects. Comfies will be primarily for women and their families, but the other project, that's going to be led by Crest Housing will be 18 units that will serve single men experiencing homelessness. And there's actually a lot of parallels between that project and this proposed project here in Regina. Not only are those units to be located next to St. Mary's School in Saskatoon and the Columbian Place Affordable Seniors Housing Complex, they'll also be 1 block away from the safe consumption site. So it's really important to note that homes of every type integrated into all communities are what's desperately needed in all of our cities right now. But I'll talk a little bit about our actual materialized projects. The Round Prairie Elders Lodge that we've just recently completed for Comfy and was supported by a number of different stakeholders and funding partners. The new 26-unit lodge sets a new standard for affordable housing that's culturally appropriate and responsive to the needs of the people who will live there. And we'll also be pursuing the first net zero certification for that as well. So it's a great way to reduce the operating costs of one of these types of buildings, these homes. Our Plainsview project is a townhome project that we just completed late last year in the city of Regina next to the St. Nicholas School in the Rosewood Park neighborhood. It's our second townhome project we've built to the net zero standard. You can go ahead to the next slide, please. The Willowview Heights project that we completed here in Saskatoon in December 2020 was our first net zero certified townhome. It's actually the first net zero certified townhome in Saskatchewan, and it raised the bar for collaboration and cooperation, bringing together no less than 9 different stakeholders who participated in the delivery and planning of the project. And then because the proposed project for this site is a apartment style, I wanted to bring another example from 2016. This is a 42-unit condominium project that, while it provided really great amenities and features for the first-time home buyer, it was an attainable price. And just to sort of prove our abilities here, this project was entirely constructed in under 12 months. And you can go to the next slide, please. And I just wanted to share a time-lapse video of that Willowview project I mentioned at the last slide. So I hope this works for everyone, but it really gives a way to demonstrate, you know, how we will deliver this project here in Regina. So you can see here the foundations are starting. Construction on this project took place over one summer in 2020. And you can see the craning here that's taking place. That took place over one day for each building. So you see 4 buildings on the site there, and that is our intent, our plan to deliver the modular building here in Regina in one day as well. So we will crane all the modules in one day. You will see the foundation one day, and then the next day the building will be nearly fully complete on the site. So that's the benefit and the magic of modular construction in action. And that's the end of my segment here, so I'll pass it back to the City of Regina team. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nick. Sorry about those few technical challenges. So just to wrap up on the next step, so following the decisions of Council, if the project progresses, we anticipate, as Natasha had mentioned, the site and building design to commence and continue through manufacturing and installation later in this year with an anticipated occupancy of December 2022. And throughout that process, again, the staff and our community partners are committed to ongoing community conversations through that process. With that, I'll conclude the presentation. Thank you.
So thank you to the presentation team. So we'll now be available to answer questions, and we have a number of our city administration. But again, if you have questions specifically for Silver Sage or Ritsis or Big Block, we can ask the questions directly to them as well. So over to
Thank you.
committee.
Can I please ask someone to move the report? Councillor Stevens, I see your hand up.
Sure. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We also have, just before you hop on that, Councillor Stevens, we have a communication on this matter, EX22-4 from Dean Marcia. Councillor Stevens, can I ask you to move a motion to receive and file this communication labeled as EX22-11?
So moved.
I will call the question. Is anyone opposed to receive and file of that communication? Carried. Okay, Councillor Stevens, you moved the substantive report. If you have any questions or comments, please go ahead.
Sure. I'll start with a comment. It's actually in response to a statement made by a delegate early on that I might have some conflict of interest or involvement with community organizations that are guiding this project. I'd like to state for the record that's not correct. And my only involvement is by being part of the working group that crafted the plan to end homelessness, which advanced recommendations regarding projects like this. And it's why I'm in support of this space. I also say this to refute claims that this matter has not been sufficiently researched, and I'm talking about the overarching project. Mr. Holden has provided a kind of a surface glance of the work. I don't think there's been an issue more researched than homelessness. The time now is for action, and I'm really pleased to see us moving ahead with this. And I don't think anybody has ever claimed that the city or council is moving too fast on dealing with homelessness, so I think this is long overdue. The other claim is about, or the comment is about the location. And one claim was that I'd be afraid of walking by this in my neighborhood. I'd like to say that I've door knocked at facilities like this. They exist all throughout my neighborhood, and they exist in many of the communities that I represent. And frankly, if all city projects and services summon so few complaints and service requests as spaces like this, I probably wouldn't have much to do with my time. I think it is a testament to those organizations. To administration in terms of the space, you've mentioned roughly why this particular location was selected on Broad Street. Can you comment on the other locations that were canvassed, what made them unsuitable? And specifically, can you respond to recommendations that we just build this at the Taylor Field or Yard site?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I would ask Emmeline Hill to speak to this question, and then we may actually ask Keith Krawchuk from some additional comment.
Thank you, through the chair. So we reviewed quite a large number of properties through the process of identifying a location for this project. Early on, we were looking mainly at conversion options of hotels and commercial buildings. We moved into looking at vacant land when we had sort of gotten to the end of our ability to be confident in those conversion options to be able to meet the timelines and the budget requirements of this project. So then we searched or looked at a number of different sites where there were vacant parcels or parking lots, both in core neighborhoods and then into Greenfield and the outer areas of Regina. So specifically in terms of the Taylor Field and the Yards land, those are still commitments that have been made by the city and council in terms of the use of that land, particularly Taylor Field, for affordable housing. But it's not yet serviced or in a position to be used in that way at this time. And yes, if Mr. Krawchuk has anything further to add, that would be great.
Through the chair, no, I do not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The other response I would make to some of the concerns is that there hasn't been enough publicity or transparency. I can count at least 3 or 4 meetings where the overarching policy that led to this project was publicly discussed, covered in the media, and promoted on social media by city councillors. What was missed was detailed, a consultation or discussion at least, about the project before us. Mr. Holden, would it be possible as an undertaking, should this proceed to council, and I hope it does, where you could map out what kind of changes you might consider when we're reviewing these kind of projects, if it's necessary? And could you also provide a glossary of the terms and concepts so residents and councillors aren't confused about what we're talking about?
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering if Councillor Stevens is asking for that for February 2nd.
If possible, it would be great, or if I understand it's a short deadline.
So I can, through you, Mr. Chair, the team has been looking at exactly what do we need to do differently. Are there opportunities to have conversations? So we'll take it away and provide what we can for February 2nd. but realizing that we may need to do continued work after that. But we'll provide what we can so that it takes away some of the confusion for council and the public that will be tuning into the meeting.
Great, thank you. Also to administration, can you please walk me through the steps that brought us to RITSIS running this facility, and also comment on how many other groups were considered in that process?
So through you, Chairman LeBlanc, I'll ask Ms. Hill to speak to that.
Through the chair, the first step in this process was the approval of council that to offer the $1 million permanent supportive housing operating grant last spring. And when the RHI capital funding was offered by the federal government, we brought forward a recommendation to council to pair the two together. And so at that point, when we received that approval, we did issue the call for proposals. 6 proposals were received in the fall, and we had those independently scored by adjudicators who were represented local and national folks working in the housing and homelessness area. And so that scoring and adjudication really clearly indicated this proposal as being the front runner and clear choice of that group.
Thank you. The report reads that we need 80 spaces. I think that number is going to grow. Why not build this facility and fund it to that requirement?
So through you, Chairman LeBlanc, advancing in terms of homelessness and affordable housing projects, we're looking at doing that in phases. But I may just ask, again, Ms. Hill to comment further.
Thank you, through the chair. So there's new units being built in the affordable housing space all the time, and the city has some role in that through the work that we do in the housing incentive policy and the grants that are provided. I think one of the things that we're learning is through this process and our work in housing and homelessness is just how varied the spectrum is of what's required, and that it really takes a large number of agencies and actors in this work to be able to meet the needs. And so this is one piece of the puzzle that needs to fit together in terms of how Regina is going to end homelessness, and there's many other groups and actors who are going to bring solutions as well. Getting to that point where we have coordination and oversight and the ability to really see all those pieces coming together, I think is the goal right now.
Thank you. My next question is for Erica and RITSIS generally. There's been some concerns about neighborhood safety. There's been some concerns about merging a space for single men with single mothers. Can you talk about what led this project to have the balance of residents as it is? And do you feel comfortable or have any issues with this kind of mingled facility?
Erica, please go ahead and respond.
Thank you. Through the chair, I can say with a great deal of comfort level that we are very confident that having a mixed group of individuals, if you will, in this apartment building is basically what it is. I think that part of the education and learning process is understanding the different levels of, supportive housing, as well as the difference between a facility and a shelter, and also social housing. And so we're not talking about a congregated setting, whereas men will be in a bunk bed next to a woman, next to children. We're talking about actual apartment units where there will be complete security and privacy like any of us if we were to rent an apartment unit. So first of all, I think that I want to clarify that. Secondly, if we look at what Regina has right now in terms of supportive housing, in terms of that whole entire spectrum in responding to houselessness or homelessness, we will see that there are many great organizations, as well as, a history in Regina of providing supportive housing in different manners, as well as several community-based organizations. That work must not stop. In fact, that work must be continued to be supportive, whether or not they're Indigenous-based or not, that we have to celebrate and support the successes for all of us as citizens in Regina in moving people to independence. Now, why we prioritized and chose this, we are not new to this issue. We actually, I would consider us, and this is my team, not myself as Erica Bowden. This is our team of incredible professionals at RITSIS, where they work with this issue every day, from people in abandoned houses to the transitional facility that we have now, all the way to moving people to independence of home ownership. We've run the entire spectrum. Now, this generally takes time, as we all know. We're all imperfect beings trying to attempt to do better every day. I think that's a human experience. And saying that, what we have found in actuality, and this is not anecdotal, and I could bring the statistics next week, is that in fact, in Regina, the greatest gap in services is to individuals who are reunifying or attempting to reunify with their families. Now, this could be men, this could be women, this could be anyone under the LGBT spectrum as well. Because we're just assuming here by talking about men that there's two genders. Well, those of us in the community-based organization world, we know that we work with a variety of individuals who have a variety of experiences. And so we work with all genders who come to us in order to reunify families. Now, the way the system works is that if you do not have your children at least 50% of the time, and especially if you're attempting the reunification process, you do not receive any money or compensation from the government in order to support that reunification process, to support, other than going down to social services, for the most part, other than to support those types of supervised visits, especially the supervised overnight visits, as you're moving along that spectrum to reunify families. We also don't deal in stereotypes, we deal in reality. And the reality is many men are attempting to reunify their families with them as the head of household and the main parent. They are perhaps more in a healthy place and position than the mothers of their children. And we support that aspect in them reunifying from our family. In fact, one of our greatest trends has been in supporting men in order to be head of household and to take their place of responsibility as fathers, as parents, as even the main parent to their children. So we're very excited about this initiative, because what we're doing is not only with the reunification of families, but for the underemployed and the unemployed, that we're able to use this as the next step in the continuum from where they were to where we hope that they go. I would also like to state that it's a misconception that people here will have mental health issues or addictions issues. That is not the case at all. Every situation is unique and different. And we work with all situations and all levels of uniqueness. And while that may be a concern or an issue in somebody's life, that is not a given that it is. So thank you for that question, Councillor Stevens.
My last question for now, Erica, you've talked about the importance of being a good neighbor. The residents have asked for that. They want to be involved. Community engagement and dialogue is critical. Can you provide an example of where you've built these kind of relationships with other facilities and what the outcomes have been?
Through the chair, if I could ask for some clarification, Councillor Stevens, where you say built relationships with other facilities, or are you stating, or are you asking where we've worked with other community associations in order to address issues?
The second, just working with the neighbors and the community itself.
Okay, first of all, with the community association, through the chair, pardon me, we have worked, right where we are at the gathering place, with the Silver Sage complex behind us, because we were the service delivery agency as well as the seller of that land. We had to work with the community at that time when the seniors building was coming up, when the apartment buildings were coming up, and there were concerns at first. But as we were now into several years later, that in actuality, the Elders Lodge as well as the apartment complexes or the duplex complexes are now a very important part of the community. And there's children and there's all sorts of demographics within there that work together with the existing community. Very recently, and it's been a tough go, I'm very honest in all my dealings, has been with the transitional facility that we're running right now in the warehouse district. Much of that area is corporate businesses, but there are residents who live, private residents that live in that area. And there were several concerns which we completely understand. Every concern that comes to us, we consider valid and worth approaching and having a discussion on in a move forward basis. And I'm very proud to say that even amongst all of that, we worked very, very hard with the warehouse district, with Lisa Gibbons, in order to address concerns and to establish communication. And we converse any time that there's an issue or concern that's brought to the warehouse district, and work together to address that. So those are two very recent examples. Thank you, Councillor Stevens.
Great. That's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevens. Councillor Stadnichuk, you're up. Please go ahead.
Yes, first of all, I have some questions for administration. In the report before us, EX22-4, on page 3, there's a reference to, under social impacts, there's a reference to that Housing First model program. Regina's existing Housing First model program has produced numerous success stories. I'm wondering if someone could, from administration, could provide one or two examples of some success stories through the chair.
Ms. Hill, do you want to field that one?
Yes, I can. So the Housing First model has been studied extensively in Regina through the chair. In particular, Phoenix Residential has been delivering this program for the last number of years, and a study that was undertaken demonstrated that for the 49 individuals that were housed in those Phoenix units between 2014 and 2018, they saw an 81% reduction in calls to police and an 89% reduction in arrests. There was also significant decreases in visits to emergency services and detox centers as well. And so just to draw the parallel, Phoenix Residential offers Housing First, which is recovery-oriented, intended to put people into homes and then meet them where they are in terms of the services that they require to stay housed successfully. So very similar to what we're intending at this building as well.
Oh, thank you very much for that. Another question for through administration is there's been some references to the kind of housing projects, the rapid housing projects in City of Saskatoon. Does the City of Saskatoon decide the tenancy of those projects, or is it the organizations with whom they're working? Through the chair.
Through the chair, it's the organizations that determine the tenancy.
Okay. So now I have a question for Erica Bowden. She did mention in her conversation with Councillor Stevens about where the biggest gap is. there's been a lot, and I guess I just wanted to follow up with that question because that's what we heard primarily today was this concern about single men, and that this is going to be a risk or a danger to children, to women, and so you're feeling quite confident, just based on what you explained, that this is actually going to be a supportive environment, that there's not going to be there's no reason to fear who is going to be living there?
Erica, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair. I guess the best way for me to answer this, Councillor Stadnichuk, is to say, once again, we're talking about apartment units. This is not a congregated setting. Therefore, it's like in any other place that you go where you have your own private entrance and exit within, maybe not to outside, but to a hallway. So there's that aspect to it. And secondly, I guess what I would like to say is that there's a difference. I keep on hearing about people having the misconception of stating, well, the people in the transitional facility or the people at Camp Hope or the people you see walking down the street who are assumed to be homeless. And I would like to say that is a totally different demographic of people that we're talking about that will be going into this housing complex. That group is mired in addictions. They're mired in their pain and suffering or whatever the case is. And the types of supports that are there, perhaps all of us as CBOs, government, whichever level, we are all attempting to try to find longer term solutions for this group of people amidst being in a pandemic and everything else. Now, some of those people, because they're in their addictions, may not be truly at a place where they're looking for a better day. Now, the ones that will be in this complex will have come to us seeking help, consistent support, and help for many, many months. And even when they come into this complex or they fit the criteria for this complex, they may stay with us another 12 months, 18 months, three years, whatever the case is, according to their case management plan. Now, it's also our hope that this is not their place to stay until they move on to the next world. If that's the case, then that's the case. However, we're looking towards complete independence from any sort of criteria of how you must live in order to be eligible to stay in a place. So we see this as still the continuum of services for individuals so that they become independent, responsible citizens in the city of Regina. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just a follow-up question, Erica, through the chair, is the federal grant money has minimum requirements that we've heard about. So there's been a lot of reference to the fact that it has to be a minimum 25% women. But in the end, that is not necessarily what the outcome will be in terms of what the tenancy is going to be. It's going to depend on, as you move through your client list, is that correct? In terms of who is going to ultimately, the composition of the residents in that supportive housing complex is going to be.
Please go ahead, Erica.
Thank you. Through the chair, I guess the minimum federal requirement is 25%, and there's certain requirements that we as an organization, through our contribution agreement or sub-agreement, if you will, with the city, who will still be responsible to meet the criteria with the federal government. So regardless, I've heard some of the concerns this morning. Where's the accountability? Where does the city sit in this? Well, for us, apart from the capital build, we will continue to have a sub-agreement with the city, and the city will still be responsible for ensuring that those minimum standards are met. Because I also heard of what's to hold Ritzis to this? You know, once you sign it, you know, who's to say that it's not going to be 100% men or whatever the case is? Well, the fact is we're held and we're bound by a contribution agreement with the city. The city is held and bound by a contribution agreement with the feds. So, you know, that is just, I feel, an inaccurate statement in terms of accountability, because there's plenty of accountability measures within that. Now, secondly, what I will state is that it is based on case management. First of all, fitting the criteria for the complex itself, and then secondly, based on individual case management. So at any given time, there's nothing stating that we won't have 95% women in this facility. It won't state that it will be 100% Indigenous people, God forbid, you know, that are staying in this place. It will not state that 75% are Indigenous men that are living in this complex. Now, on the flip side of that, we are not saying that that won't be the case, but through programming, through criteria that has to be met, everyone will have to fit that criteria and those case management agreements with the client or the resident that will be living there. And we will ensure through those as best we can the safety of the community. I hope I've answered your question, Councillor.
Yes, you have. Thank you. I have no other questions, but I do want to just make some comments, and I guess it's kind of in follow-up to what Councillor Stevens asked in terms of his undertaking, that, you know, and Mr. Holden has said that the team has been looking at what they could have done differently. And I do want to say that a perfect world and what's practicable are two different things. And I think it would have been really important to have maybe more communication. But I also acknowledge the fact that there were strict timelines, and council, as members of council, I mean, we first learned about the location November 19th when there was a memo that told us that this was the location that had been selected. So there's been a very short timeline all along from the time of the application, and I do really appreciate all of the work that has been involved in this. I cannot imagine how much work has been involved from both the city staff, from Ritzis and Silver Sage's part, and that we can always do better, but we're not living in a perfect world, and I wish that we were sometimes, and that I do want to acknowledge all the work that has been done to get us to this place. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I guess I'll start first, probably, if it's okay, maybe questions to Erica. So Erica, in this situation here, we are looking at a second stage housing. Now, can you, with the wraparound services, now we heard from delegation today saying, well, you know, what's a wraparound services mean? Can you just elaborate on that as to what because you are providing that, what are those wraparound services you are providing for these individuals who would be living there? Through the chair.
Erica, please go ahead.
Thank you for that question, Councillor, and through the chair. The delegate this morning was very correct in stating, you know, that housing, the issue of houselessness or homelessness is very diverse and varied. And we take an integrated programming model approach, whereas once you walk through our doors, we address the presenting issue, whatever that case, whatever that situation is, and we prioritize that, you know, whether it's reintegration or addiction services or employment and training, whatever the case is. And at that time, we do a systems-wide intake in which we look at all of the strengths as well as all of the challenges that individual has, as well as we work with that individual for what their goals are and what their services that they require are in order to meet what they feel will have them live in an independent state. Now, we are so fortunate that due to the integrated services model that we do have and that we have worked very, very diligently on, that we have many of these services that are available in-house. And therefore, many of the gaps that happen or many of the shortfalls that happen, especially with this population, is because while we say that it's client-centered or person-centered, if you're working with 6 or 7 different agencies that are like absolutely could be providing amazing services, that many times, especially with this group of population, and I'm going towards I guess the lower end of the spectrum where it's emergency housing as we move along the path towards independence, is that every agency has different priorities as well as client lists and partnerships. And because of that, the client care becomes very fragmented because they rely on different agencies. Now, with us, we have the addictions mental health services, we have the education and training, we have an employment center, we have housing, we have partnerships with both private as well as corporate entities in order to look at not only housing but employment opportunities. And because of that, and we also have a therapeutic care team as well, and we also bring in the family. So we look at the strengths not only within the individual, but the strengths in the family unit, which may be, you know, a child, an older sister, an older brother, and we bring them in because for us, we can't say that any agency can be the end-all be-all. All we could do is provide opportunity and tools and support, and then it's up to the individual. So while we may have that person for 1 hour a day or even going up to, if they're in very intensive programming, maybe, you know, for the entire day for several weeks, they still go home. They still go home to the same environment unless they start to change it, whatever the case may be. So what we do is try to bring in other people within that circle of strength that's in their life and support that as well, so that when they're apart from our agency, there's at least 2, 3, 4 individuals that are working towards the same goal. I hope I've answered the question, Councillor.
Yeah. So I'm going to just further that on. So if it's adjacent to the school and you've done, and I know Ritsis does great work. I will say that I've had an opportunity to meet some of your staff and that have done very good work, and I know you're very, you work with the people. So I guess, and support, I think, is more for looking for to help them change and adapt, right? But I think there's one thing that I want to know, and the research that I've learned, and I'll be honest, struggled with it because when the school is there and I see it as such a beautiful thing for the community. I have also worked with women fleeing domestic violence, and when you learn and you see the fear and you see that the changes that are needed and the support that goes around that, and you know that they're trying to, there's trauma, but also they want to move forward. Do you not see that this would be something where the wraparound services, because they could support one another through the community association, but also through the school because the daycare is there and the education is there? Do you see that as added value to having that with more women or fathers or with families? Because you guys, obviously, that's a focus, is reunification of families. Do you see that as for adding supports to that, holistically, that would benefit? Through the chair?
Yeah, Erica, please go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I guess, and if I don't answer, I'm having a little bit of difficulty with exactly what your question is. So if I'm a little bit off the mark, please clarify. And so Erica, you're out to lunch on answering this question. So I am very excited. Like if this location does happen and we are there, I am so very excited. And I mean that with all my heart, that we are going to be able to have an intergenerational type of response to healing and wellness. And, you know, I listen to I'm a mother and a grandmother. You know, in my experience, I've had a lot of sexual trauma as well as my first marriage. You know, it had crazy amounts of domestic violence in it. That's why I left my first marriage with 3 children under 5 years old. I understand all of the challenges, and I never ever forget those challenges. And also my formal education at the University of Regina is in the area of women's studies. And so my professional development as well as my university education is in that area of gendered violence as well and gendered understanding. And I have to say, you know, working actually with the people and actually working apart from not even statistics, but the theoretical knowledge, and also moving aside from my own personal knowledge and feelings as a woman who's experienced this, at Ritz's, in fact, that's been very much challenged, and I've had to readjust my own worldview in terms of the fact that men are generally the people to have domestic violence or to be, I guess, to harm children or vulnerable people, because I'm going to even put in that we have 2 vulnerable, perhaps, populations, you know, the elderly as well as the school. And I say this not to open up the door on myself to receive more questions, but to say and acknowledge that this has been very much a consideration for us as an organization. And so what we see and what I know now, especially working with men who have been so harmed and have become perpetrators of whether it's, you know, violence or in the criminal justice system, is that many of these men have been harmed as well. And they have been harmed by women perpetrators. And as well as elderly people they have been harmed by as well. So now apart from my theoretical knowledge as well as with my personal knowledge, I'm talking about my professional knowledge here, is that perpetration and violence and acts of violence do not belong to one gender. They do not belong to one race. They do not belong to any type of class or socioeconomic status. If we are to look at the safety of children, the safety of residents, which include in this transitional facility, we have to look for safety at all, because if we concentrate and be very diligent on that safety for all, because if we only concentrate on stereotypes and biases and personal feelings and experiences, then we are missing opportunity to provide safety for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, I think in our conversation, Erica, I understand that this location was not the preference of Ritz's. This was not your first choice. And can I ask why that was? To the chair.
Erica, please go ahead.
Thank you for that question. Through the chair, because I guess like all of us, what is optimal is generally not what is reasonable and achievable. And we always move towards that. So for myself speaking professionally, there is a piece of land that's just outside the city of Regina where there's absolutely no infrastructure and it does not fit the criteria for funding. Now, Natasha, as CEO of Silver Sage, her and I we still have that in our mind's eye, that we want to build perhaps tiny houses in that area as soon as the city brings infrastructure there. because it allows for a really great place of healing. Now, stating that, while we're talking about that being optimal, it's still, you know, in the future plans. Now, if we're looking at what is achievable and what is reasonable, and although we did not have, I guess, decision-making authority on that, we did create input. And I know I've said this before, and I don't mean to belabor this point, but my paternal family, actually, they owned houses. My dad had rental houses in this area. You know, my family was very much a part of the church in this area for many, many, many years. And I believe this is a great neighborhood, like an absolutely wonderful neighborhood. And the majority of people, you know, this morning we heard a cross-section of people. There have been so many people. We're talking, I know that we've heard of counselors and different people saying, well, I've received 100 emails, you know, against this. Well, I would say that I've received text messages, calls, Facebook messages, Instagram messages, calls to the office saying, Erica, we welcome this project. And we really look forward to being partners with you. I've already begun, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but in that whole part of, in the whole aspect of being a good neighbor, you know, I've already started working on establishing good relationships with the community association and also the people who have reached out, both with concerns, because I have answered some concerns as well. You know, and that's I believe in honesty. I want to hear the truth of where you're at, and let's go down the journey together. So I hope that's answered your question, Councillor.
Yeah, thank you. I guess that leads into the next question that I do have, is working with the school divisions and working with the community associations, the residents there of the area. What are your thoughts on kind of channeling information and sharing, or some kind of a committee or a stakeholder or some kind of a group where people can come together and collaborate? Has there been any conversation around any of that, so residents can feel that they can come forward and say, you know what, this is working, this isn't, or, you know, to provide feedback or whatever? Has there been any conversations with even the community association, yourself, as to how things would move forward with this, and the city also, I guess, being there as well?
Erica, please go ahead and feel free to answer Councillor Bresciani's future questions. I'll hop in if there's anything useful for me to do. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I have heard, you know, I've been asked by one councillor if this is something that we would consider. And I want to say absolutely, but I really feel that we cannot isolate or stigmatize just this RHI project. I would be willing to sit as one, I guess, voice or one organization in a group of organizations such as Eden Care or whatever, and not just to police or to have an eye on the RHI project, but for all of us as community members, as organizations, to come together with issues of concern, use our bouquets, if you will, to address the entire community. So would I be opposed to that? No. Would I be very cautious if there was some sort of group who felt that they could have oversight over our organization and our programming, just specifically to the RHI? I would have to think about that at a deeper level.
Yeah, just for clarification, it was more of a collaborative approach with not just yourself, but Silver Sage and any other organization that the committee would decide. I think it would be a very good to build community within the community. That's all I was saying. So it wouldn't just be just yourselves and a few others. It could be whatever the community deems, and yourself and the city. So that's where I was going with that, but I don't need you to respond to that. So thank you for your responses. The next questions I do have are for administration. Thank you, Erica. I want to, I will say that I think administration absolutely dropped the ball with engagement. And it doesn't matter if we're rushed or not rushed. there was an opportunity that there would have been some dialogue with the community. And the reason I say that is when we had one delegation send in information about from the minister of that is responsible for the Rapid Housing Initiative. You know, he said, I'm always in favor of more public consultation. We have to have the confidence of the community members before we build housing projects. And we need partnerships. And it kind of goes on to also, I think, what Erica said they're willing to do. But, you know, I feel that when we go to the community with a decision that's already made, we've lost something. And we heard that from the last delegation, Wanda Rock Thunder. And I think that we've created now a diversity or a divide in the community. And so I want to ask Mr. Holden, and I have questions as to, you know, we can sit here and say we need to do better next time. What are the next steps for the engagement with the community?
So through Chairman LeBlanc, so I've acknowledged and said publicly at the January 5th information session that yes, the city could have done a better job in terms of communication. We've taken that back as a team and collectively said, okay, so what would we have done differently? And, you know, there are pieces of information in terms of when we're negotiating the purchase of a piece of property, that there are certain, you know, confidentialities that we need to maintain. But we've said, you know, there was an opportunity in this project to have a conversation with the community earlier than we did. And we would have had to done some negotiation with Eden Care in terms of who we bought the land from, but there was an opportunity to do that. So yes, that not doing that allowed quite a bit of misinformation to get out about the project. So the commitment now, and we again committed on January 5th, you know, we will engage with the community, with partners and stakeholders. We heard clearly that evening that it wasn't enough just to, you know, talk to residents and organizations that were within, you know, 75 meters of this project. There are 4 school communities in that area. So our commitment is that we will engage in conversations as to how this project moves forward and how does this project integrate into community. So it will have community association involvement, it will have the schools, it will have stakeholders. You know, in the evening of the information session, we had a number of people that said, had the city given me information, I could have been a champion for this project, and I wasn't in a position to do that. So the team has worked on some very specific communication plans in terms of working with Erica and working with Natasha about this project and how it moves forward. You know, you heard from the construction company today in terms of trying to limit inconvenience, right, to the neighborhood. So I think there's lots of communication that needs to occur as we move forward. And of course, the other piece is, you know, how do we better position ourselves for conversations around affordable housing in the future? And I know that staff have looked at opportunities to build a inventory of land that would be suitable for this type of a project. So, you know, that's a takeaway for us. This was our first opportunity really to move into this realm. And it is a shift. You heard from a number of delegations today. This is a first for the city. We haven't, other than providing funding to other organizations, we're getting directly involved in, you know, arrangements to move forward on affordable housing, in this case, supportive housing. So we hear loud and clear the concerns from the community. We hear loud and clear the concerns from council, and we are going to do what we can to continue to move forward with this project. We've asked people, if they go to regina.ca rapid housing, that's where we put all the questions. That's where individuals or organizations can say, you know what, I want to be a part of this project list. I want to be notified when there is going to be opportunities for dialogue and conversation. So that's our takeaway as we move forward.
Thank you. In regards to the question earlier that comparing it to Saskatoon, we put out proposals and found the CBOs. But Saskatoon did it differently, and I just need clarity, because when they accepted put out the tender, they then chose the CBOs that they knew that one was there, that CBO focused on single men and another one focused on, families. Our process was different. Is that accurate?
So through you, Chairman LeBlanc, I'll have Ms. Hill provide the detail on that. It is different, and there are some rationale and reasons behind that, why Regina was different than Saskatoon, but Ms. Hill can provide the detail.
If I could just add one question onto that, though, and then Ms. Hill can probably just to save time, because we do know that we know from the Y that we have turned away, and a couple of years ago it was like 3,000 women and children. Now I know it's over 2,000 women and children for domestic violence. So again, I'm just need the clarity as to why we didn't do similar to Saskatoon, where we picked a CBO rather than looking at what the actual where we see, our CBOs are telling us where the need is. So just if I can get a response to that. Thank you.
Through the chair, so I'll start with just talking about the process for the Permanent Supportive Housing Operating Grant. And so one of the differences between Regina and Saskatoon in approaching the RHI project was that Council had already given direction around the priorities in terms of addressing homelessness, and those were framed in the criteria for the Permanent Supportive Housing Operating Grant. And so we were really looking at, the people in our community who are on wait lists for housing and what that demographic makeup looks like, and people that are enumerated through the point in time count and are continuing to have troubles accessing housing. So that was really the focus of the Permanent Supportive Housing Operating Grant selection process, was to make some progress against those waiting lists and those issues. There is certainly, as you say, continues to be a very tremendous need for housing for women fleeing violence, women and children. And while it's not enough and that we're not all the way there yet, I just want to also acknowledge that there is significant work being done in that space and new units being added every year. The project that Council considered last week, Maybell is building in the Heritage neighborhood. We also have developers that are working almost exclusively with Sophia House and the YWCA to ensure that dozens of new units are being brought online every year to serve that population. So no, it's still a need. There's still more to be done, but I want to just acknowledge that some of that, there is progress being made in that space as well.
Thank you. I guess when the city gave the presentation through on amenities, the amenities is a huge thing, is the school and the daycares, and this is all fits with families and children, and I think that's where the location for that is absolutely key, or for men and families. So I guess the last, or one of the last questions here is, I do see, and when it was presented here, that permanent supportive housing development to serve individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. Now, from what I hear from Erica, I'm not sure that these are and maybe that's a response I need, but chronic homelessness was the ones that I understood that were at Camp Hope. And I remember seeing it on the media that they had put that these are people that could go to this facility. But then when I sat in that meeting and heard that, no, Camp Hope, and I think that was Erica who had said this, the Camp Hope, those individuals were not ready for this stage of housing. But I need clarity on, we've put in for a permanent supportive housing development to serve individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. So is that then the same as, I guess, does that meet the need of a woman fleeing domestic violence or that kind of thing? I guess I just need clarity there. I'm not sure.
Through the chair, I can start and see if I can answer that question. I mean, I think that ultimately it's not a simple answer. Chronic homelessness is when we see people who are continually in a situation of being unhoused, and so I think it's defined as being 3 times within a year. So there's a number of different ways that we try to identify those individuals and start to work towards finding housing for them. We are working towards a more coordinated process with other agencies in the city to do this, but the CHIP table is one place, and that's led by it's part of the federal program to address homelessness, and so that's a process of identifying people who require housing and then prioritizing them for housing and identifying housing that they can move into. So it's a very systematic approach to identifying housing. Some of the people at Camp Hope, for instance, aren't even on that list. And so even while we have a coordinated approach across our community, it's still not capturing the full range of need. And there's still more work to be done to understand how to support people across that spectrum to access housing. And then women fleeing violence are, again, another subset where, yes, they may not meet that chronic homelessness definition and require yet another set of solutions and supports. And so again, it's the argument for a coordinated approach and a diversity of solutions to be able to meet the needs of people who are vulnerable in our community.
In regards to comparing to Saskatoon, did our administration consider looking at, a separate location or a separate housing for males or anything like that, like similar to other cities like Winnipeg, and there was other cities noted as well, rather than one compound area, or what was the reason for not entertaining that?
Mr. Holden, I'll turn that over to you, and following your answer, we'll take a mandated 15-minute break. Please go ahead.
So thank you, Chairman LeBlanc. So, just when we start to talk about chronic homelessness, et cetera, I think providing a glossary of terms, I think, will also help. So that may take some of the, questions away in terms of what does this terminology mean, what does that terminology mean. But just in terms of, at the end of the day, the RHI funding is based on per capita. So obviously, larger cities have been eligible and have been receiving RHI funding for a number of years. So some cities are in a better position in terms of they've been planning for affordable housing units, and they've built a bit of an inventory of potential locations. So it does come down to what we can build for $7.73 million. And of course, that included the land cost as well. So, Saskatoon was in a slightly different position, and I think Ms. Hill could maybe add some additional comment. But it does come down to building 2 facilities versus 1. And this facility itself is a 29 unit building. So all of a sudden, if you split the resources into 2 buildings, even if they're on the same site, it does obviously create just operating challenges. It's just a matter of how far you can stretch that $7.73 million. But I'll ask Ms. Hill just to provide any additional comment in terms of conversations I know she's had with Saskatoon.
Through the chair, first of all, this was a question that we actually took to community-based organizations this summer when we were initially planning how to roll out the identification of land and an operator for the project. We were meeting with community-based organizations in the housing and homelessness area, and we brought them this question of, can we successfully build and operate a mixed gender, mixed generation facility? And the answer was absolutely, and it's something that can be done and should be done in Regina. And so that allayed a lot of our concerns, or any, maybe not concerns, but let's say questions that we had about how to move forward with the project. For Saskatoon, situation is a little bit different. Their land costs were lower for their project, so a little bit more flexibility there. And, lots of details within that project that are a bit different than what we're experiencing here. Yeah, hopefully that helps.
Ms. Hill is going to provide further comment with respect to Saskatoon in relation to Councillor Bresciani's most recent question, and then we'll turn it back to Councillor Bresciani. Ms. Hill, please.
Thank you, through the chair. So the Saskatoon project, as we've talked about, has two sites, and one of them is a mixed site where there are family units, some dedicated to women and their children, and some that are unrestricted in terms of the gender makeup. And so just a little bit of a contrast there. And of course, again, in Regina, the difference being that the guidance in terms of the tenant selection is really driven through the priorities that were identified in the Permanent Supportive Housing Operating Grant. And so the proposal that was provided for that and the agreement that we will make with RITSIS to undertake that work is going to guide the selection of the tenants in the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please continue.
Thank you. Yeah, the information, I just want to be clear that Crest Housing Corporation in Saskatoon is constructing their 14 suites of families of risk of homelessness, and 9 of the suites are specifically for women and children. And then the other one is a Central Urban Métis Federation, and they're constructing 18 units for single men. Is that what Ms. Hill said, just through the chair?
Through the chair, within the family facility, there are some units that are dedicated to women and their children, and some that are not assigned based on gender. So there would anticipate that there would be a mix of residents there.
Yeah, and I think that's the same thing of what we're saying. Absolutely. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Just in regards to we in this project, we are turning over the land to Silver Sage. Can I just ask why we wouldn't want to continue to own the land, and does Saskatoon transfer over their land, through the chair?
So through you, Chairman LeBlanc, I'll start, and then I know that it's Ms. Hill who's had the detailed conversations with both Silver Sage and our legal team. So, it's really important in terms of the land and the transfer of the land, and Ms. Hill can go into some of the detail as to why that's important to Silver Sage. But just want to assure council and residents of Regina that the land will transfer. But as was discussed, there are agreements that will ensure accountability and protect the interests of taxpayers. But I'll let Ms. Hill talk about the discussions that took place between Silver Sage and the city, and with some legal counsel as well.
Through the chair, so that it is in Saskatoon being managed the same way. The land has been sold to the organizations that will construct and operate the housing. And in this case, the discussion with Silver Sage has been around the degree to which they can make sure that they're able to protect the asset and manage their interests over the life of the project. And so I'm sure that Natasha would be willing to provide additional details, but it was certainly for them the overall the need to manage risk and to manage their own costs over that project made it important to know that there was going to be an asset at the end of the 20 years. We're very confident in our ability to manage risk through the agreements, and we see this happening in many other projects of this nature in Saskatoon, obviously, but also across Canada.
Okay, so I think for me, if I can just make a comment to the chair, and then I'll let others ask a question. I heard we have been talking about this for the last few years, quite a few years, and have brought forward motions on homelessness to reduce homelessness in our community, and everyone deserves a safe home. So I don't think anyone disagrees with that. I believe this project will create a hand up, not a handout or hand down. I think it's going to be a hand up. And the reason I was very excited was it was beside the schools and it was beside a community associations. But to be clear, I support the project, but I can't support the process. And we're asking for $1 million for every year from the taxpayer. Everything we've heard and in the reading, even from the Minister of Rapid Housing, it's about engagement with the public, engagement with not just the general, but the community and the community that lives there, because that's the beautiful thing about bringing this thing together. We've kind of left them there. And for us to go back and say, well, we made a mistake, we apologize. The liquor store on 13th Avenue had way more public consultation than this did. The YWCA, the consultation that they had to go through in the process there, again, who deems no public consultation and just looks the easy ways to find, okay, it's zoned like that, and we don't really have to engage anybody, or just within a certain amount of meters. To me, that is the foundation of this project. And we've heard from Erica, as well as this can also be a place of healing, a place of working with the community. But we need the community to buy in as well. And I think by leaving them on the edge, we've made a huge mistake. The last thing I want to say is I'm still very confused and concerned when we're asking RITSIS to live by the demand of which we applied for this CMHC, the permanent supportive housing development to serve individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. That's not what I heard from RITSIS. And I'm concerned that we're going to be setting, them up to fail. Let's be realistic. Who are we wanting, or who is going to be, they're going to be having the ones to adhere to this policy. So the wording is huge. The definitions are huge. I just Googled it again. Second stage housing and chronic homelessness do not go, they're not the same thing. So I will leave it there, but I think the community needs assurances, and respectfully, they are owed that. And that comes with a conversation and being part of this journey. As we've learned with Truth and Reconciliation, we walk together, we learn together. We don't leave them behind. I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Hawkins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And through you, I have one question for the administration, and I would like to make a comment. The question for the administration really builds on accountability and what we've talked about to this stage. I'm wondering if they can tell me in a little more detail what the accountability required of the city to the CMHC is exactly. What areas will we remain accountable for the next 20 years for?
So through Chairman LeBlanc, I'll have Ms. Hill answer that. She's been the one that's been in the conversations with CMHC.
To you, Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure I've got my notes. So the main thrust of the requirements of CMHC following occupancy are that the units be maintained as affordable for that 20 years. And so there, through the construction process, there are more opportunities to go back and forth with them to make sure that we're on track in terms of timing and all of the specifics of the project. And then once we move into operations, it's really just maintaining that affordability and providing an attestation on a regular basis that we do have those affordable rates in place and that the project is being managed in a safe manner for residents.
Thank you. And as a follow-up, at the end of the 20 years, am I right that the property reverts back to the city? Or what happens at the end of the 20 years?
Through the chair, in this case, because if the recommendation proceeds, where we're intending to sell the land or transfer the land to Silver Sage, they would maintain ownership of the land after the 20 years. There is buyback provisions that we're building into our agreements should the nature of that, the use of the land change within the 20-year period. But following that, we would not have those requirements anymore.
Thank you very much. All of that is reassuring. I very much am excited by this project. And for me, it's captured in the idea of community, and it's captured in the idea of two aspects. The first is, it seems to me that the way that this project has been conceived and Ritz's involvement with it exemplifies what we mean by complete neighborhood in the official city plan. Sometimes when we talk about complete neighborhoods, we talk about, is there a clinic? Are there recreational facilities? Are there grocery stores? And those kinds of physical amenities. But that's not really what a complete community is all about. A complete community is all about a community which contains a mix of people. A mix of people with respect to age, gender, race, economic status, marital status, family status, faith status, health. It's a mix of all different kinds of people. All different kinds of people learning how to live together. And that's what makes the community complete. We teach each other to respect one another and indeed to lend a hand to one another and to love one another. And that's a reminder that in our complete communities, we all share one thing in common, and that is our humanity. So I think that in this RHI proposition, we are building a community that will reach out to each other and will be diverse and will reflect the humanity that we hope that every community in our city reflects. There's another reason why I support this strongly and without any reservation at all. This will be a strong community. It'll be a strong community in part because communication has been so good. Yes, maybe at the beginning, there could have been a little more communication. But I want to remind everybody that the city was operating under very tight timelines, under very strict rules according to the federal program. And as the city manager has pointed out, this is the first time we've done this. Given that, I think it's remarkable the amount of communication there's been. We had the January meetings, Zoom meetings, which I sat in on. Councillor Stevens pointed out there's been other communication. The fact sheets that was prepared and distributed by the city was very complete. And after all, what's happened today? We've had 6 hours of the richest kind of communication with the whole of council, the whole of administration present that we could have. And even more than that, we've had repeated commitment on the part of Ritzis and on the part of the city to say this is just the beginning of the communication. As each stage of this project unfolds, there'll be communication with the neighborhood. And I think that's critical, and I think it's wonderful, and I salute the city, I salute Ritzis for that effort. I want to say that this will be a strong neighborhood for another reason. And that is, I listened hard to the delegations this morning. Even the delegations are very concerned, reticent about this project. And every single one of them were admirable in the way in which they said they support the existing neighborhood. Someone described Christmas dinners. Someone described food hampers. Someone described doing tax returns. Someone described helping people find housing. This is a strong neighborhood. And I am very confident that those very people will extend that helping hand to their new neighbors in this development. And together, they'll become an even stronger neighborhood. Let me say something about schools. Maybe this is an area where education, I've had a little more experience in my lifetime than other areas. I know how important it is that schools be full of diversified students, full of different kinds of kids. Florence Stratton this morning, in the first words of her delegation that began the morning, was amazingly eloquent when she recalled how decades ago, in her school, there were all different kinds of kids. Kids from immigrants, kids that were poor, kids that were better off, kids from different area of town. And you know what? They all learned from each other. They learned to respect each other. So I think it's a great thing that in this RHI development, there'll be kids from different backgrounds. They'll go to community schools and some new community schools, and they'll learn to live together, respect one another, and play together, and like each other, and grow up together. I think that'll build a tremendously strong neighborhood here. Some people are concerned about safety, and that's understandable when it comes to schools. But Chief Gray has been very clear that this neighborhood will be kept a safe neighborhood, and I have tremendous confidence in him. So because I think the design of this is to create a truly complete neighborhood, a human neighborhood in which all kinds of people come to live together, and because I believe it'll be a strong neighborhood in which all of the neighbors help each other, I think this will be a wonderful development. I'd urge councillors to support this. And I urge us all to get together on this, because this is a moment in which we as councillors, as elected representatives, can show leadership, can set the way. I think this is a very happy project, and I've appreciated the delegations, I've appreciated the work of the administration, and I've especially appreciated the work of my fellow councillors. I'm urging everyone to support this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Zahidniak, please go ahead.
Thank you. So I have just two questions at this point that haven't already been addressed, or I'd like a bit more information on. We've heard concerns about the timeline, how quick this timeline is. Can someone from administration give a bit of clarity about the rationale for the quick timelines in relation to Rapid Housing Initiative, and these are federal government timelines? What's the rationale between this quick for a quick timeline with this process?
Through the chair, the federal government has identified across Canada, a housing crisis, as it's been called, and an urgent need for new housing, and a recognition that often this type of housing can take time due to the need to identify funding and land and all of the associated processes that are required in order to build and get occupancy permits for those units. And so the pressure that the federal government puts on these projects in terms of making sure that the funding is available fully up front and eliminating that barrier, but then really asking both the municipal and provincial teams to get to the place very quickly where they can have people living in those units and overcoming those barriers along the way. The intention is to just get people housed as quickly as possible to address the issues that we're seeing across Canada.
Great, thank you. And my next question is, I think for big block construction, I may have missed this, but will you be aiming for a net zero development with this initiative here in Regina as well?
Nick, please go ahead.
Thank you, through your Councillor Zakidniak, through the chair to you. I know that we've had very preliminary conversations with Silver Sage Housing in terms of this exact question. I would say that we both remain open to that, and certainly we do think, given our experience, there's room in the budget for including the necessary upgrades required to achieve that standard. I think that we look forward to having those conversations. It's a critical piece, not just the affordability of the homes themselves, but the operating costs. So whether this would be a facility that would house people who are handling their own utility costs, or whether this facility is managed by an operator such as Ritsis, those utility savings are huge for the residents of the building. So I think I'll leave my comments there.
Right. So just as a follow-up to that question and those comments, as you likely know, Regina is in the midst of developing our energy and sustainability plan and a commitment to be a net zero community. I think that there's strong support to move forward with that. So I think that hopefully you don't run into any serious roadblocks to see that come to fruition. And if so, please let someone from administration know, because I think you would have the support of council to make this initiative a net zero development as well. I just have a few additional comments. So earlier today, when we heard from delegations, we heard almost equally from those both in favor and opposed to this project. I did want to note that because there is a sense that there's widespread opposition to the project, and we heard a mixture of both today. And as we all know, we've heard concerns that administration did not appropriately engage with the community thus far. Administration has acknowledged this, apologized, and committed to doing better moving forward with this project and in the future. I believe that sufficiently addresses those concerns, and I'd like to give credit to administration for acknowledging their mistakes. Now, regarding the proposal in front of us, today we are being asked to approve the transfer of land and funding and transfer funding for this project to an organization that has the experiences and resources to spearhead this initiative. The city will continue to be involved in the oversight of this project. And aside from the valid concerns related to improved communication, I have heard a lot of confusion and misinformation about this project. I believe many of the misgivings about this initiative will be cleared up as the city and organizations leading the project continue to engage with the community and address the concerns that folks have by sharing best practices, research, and their expertise. And I hope that this information will help the majority of those in the neighborhood to feel proud to host this initiative in their community. I hope, colleagues, that you will join me in supporting this innovative project, which has received funding not only from us, the city, but from the provincial and federal governments. And additionally, this project allows us to follow through on our commitments to act to respond to the homelessness crisis. It also supports our commitments to reconciliation, building an inclusive and vibrant community, and hopefully as well our commitments to an environmentally sustainable community. And I'd like to wrap up by recognizing all of those who worked very hard to bring this project to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
Sorry, my mouse isn't working. Administration, oh my goodness, where to start? We talked about engagement with the community, and I know I was on the planning committee here for the bill that went through with Maybell on Ottawa Street. I'd just like to talk to you. Can you give us an example of the type of communication and how long that was for that development? And also, can we speak to the WISE development in the cathedral area through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll answer that question. The recent development application that you're referring to is the one that was on Ottawa Street. That was a discretionary use application, and as per the legislation in our process, there is required public consultation within 75 meters of the property. I don't have the details of that one, but sometimes we do take a look and extend that boundary out. That's to address the immediate neighboring properties that will be impacted by the development and those that will be most able to see what's going on the property on a daily basis. So that process within our administration is we receive the application and we refer it out for both technical comments and public comment. And once we receive those pieces of information back, we analyze that in accordance with our policies and regulations, and then we make a recommendation to the Planning Commission if it falls within the category that's required to go to council. Just a reminder that we do have administrative authority for discretionary uses now, so if it doesn't hit one of the triggers where it has to be approved by council, we are able to approve discretionary uses through our administrative process. But this one, in fact, did hit one of the triggers because it was an intensification within an existing residential area, and therefore went through the Planning Commission and council process. And so that is that process that went through. And if you have any further questions, let me know.
Can you tell us how long that process was, through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have the exact details of that particular application, but we do say that the discretionary use application can take anywhere between 3 and 4 months by the time we receive the application from the developer and do our review and circulation. We do circulate between 2 and 4 weeks, depending on the application type, to make sure that we can solicit feedback from the technical comments as well as the neighborhood.
So it's safe to say that process takes 3 to 4 months, and public consultation isn't within those 3 to 4 months. Is that correct, through the chair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, public consultation is not that long, but public do have a chance to input at any point in that process. And of course, as you know, they can come to Regina Planning Commission and council as well to speak to the applications.
Absolutely. So when we talk about public consultation, and maybe I'm not sure who wants to take this, we're talking about how much public consultation went into this development, and the reason why not so much public consultation was taken into this development was because it was already zoned. Is that your answer to why there was a lack of public consultation? And yeah, can we answer that, please?
So through you, Chairman Blanc. So Ms. Dawson has just described a discretionary use process, right? So obviously there's a zoning change that is required. In this case, as you've indicated, yes, the land was zoned for this type of use and the construction that we have proposed. Obviously, this is a city project. This was not a case that, oh, it's zoned, so we'll just, move ahead and not have conversations. There was always an intent to have conversations with the community. The criticism is that the city came to the community to enter into those conversations late. We've acknowledged that, and we've said we'll work to improve and correct some opportunities. So they are a different process.
So your intent was to engage within the community, but what I'm struggling with here is on November the 18th, we received a memo when I contacted Mrs. Harlock, who is now not able here to talk to them about this. She said the agreement was on condition. So conditions had to be met. So the sale of the land had not been met. So therefore, no worries, it still has to go before council. That was a private memo to us. I could not talk to my community about it. Then on December the 8th, you had a meeting, the community or the administration had a meeting with city or with the community association in school, which was a private meeting, and nobody was supposed to say anything about it, but because somebody had missed the first 5 minutes of the meeting, that's how I found out about it. So I'd like you to explain how the intent was to engage with the community, engage with the council, when both meetings and even the December 8th meeting was supposed to be private and confidential and nobody was supposed to know, through the chair.
Mr. Holden.
So through you, Chairman LeBlanc. So the process and timeline for the acquisition of this property, it started on October 18th and it was finalized on January 7th in terms of possession date. So what I've said earlier is, I'll say we took our typical approach to land negotiation, and obviously there are information that has to remain confidential through that process. The learning out of this process is that we could have earlier in the process have put an agreement in place with the landowner after we had a price agreed to that will allow us to have some conversations in the community. But we can't have conversations in the community. We can't have conversations with stakeholders such as, the public and separate school boards until we actually have a confirmed real estate transaction and a price. So we consulted later in the process after basically we had everything in place, and we had options all satisfied. And the takeaway is we could do something different in the future so that we could have those conversations with council, with the community earlier, should we be in this situation again.
So my takeaway,
Sorry,
Ms. Dawson has.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, if I might just add to that, maybe to answer the question a little bit more and provide some more context. I know that the previous questions was related to the planning application, and really this process that we're discussing right now isn't related to the planning applications. It's related to the purchase of land. And so I just wanted to clarify that process because the previous questions were about the planning application process, which hasn't even started with this particular location yet.
I understand, but what I'm trying to say, and I feel bad for my community, and I represent my community, and I speak on behalf of my community, the mistakes were made on the backs of my community and the people within my community. The second question is, we talk about, and I don't know if this is for Erica or if this is for administration, I assume, sorry, for Erica. You talk about the services that you're offered, the wraparound services that you're offering, and I'm sorry, and I don't know if I missed it, but from what I understand, the services that you're offering are engagement within communities and within families. Can you be more specific exactly on what the services that you'll offer to the people in this apartment? Through the chair, sorry.
Erica, please go ahead.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you for your question, Councillor. Through the chair, I guess I'd just like a little bit of clarification. Are you talking about me describing every service that Ritz's has, or how we would go about determining the services that we would provide? Could I ask for some clarification, please, Councillor?
I guess, Erica, what services do you guys actually provide and will provide within this apartment building, through the chair? Does that make better sense?
I think so. When we say actually, we never profess to provide services that we don't have. So these are the services that we provide. Anywhere from, we call it womb to tomb services. So anything from prenatal all the way to grief services after somebody passes away. It is based on individuality. We first seek our services within our organization or our sister entities, and then expand outward as needed by the program participant. So it could be, like I had stated earlier, it could be anywhere from at the one end of the spectrum, services such as if a person is work ready and they require just a pair of work boots. Well, we are the city, we're the holder for the ISETS program, and we're able to provide support within that. If we're talking about somebody who, for example, is going through grief and loss issues, and I'll be in general but a little bit more specific. So if we have a family who is currently experiencing a missing and or murdered loved one, we would come in when that person goes missing and walk with that family all the way up to, the court process if there's a person that has been charged and convicted. And then during that time, we assist with the, services such as housing, employment and training, grief services, elders and cultural services are always foundational. We just provide what is required by the individual. I would also like just to mention, RITSUS was actually, or is, the only service delivery organization that achieved national standing within the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women. And that has not only a racial lens, but also a gendered lens, and not only just male-female, like I said, along the spectrum of genders that we have here in what is now Canada. And so we looked at issues such as domestic violence very, very heavily within that 3-year process. And we commented and we researched, as well as with our practical experience, on every single type of violence, gendered violence, whether it included class, race, whatever the case is, being most specific to Indigenous women. And so we're very proud of that standing, and that we have a fairly good idea of not only the practical, but also the theoretical knowledge and the incredible clinical and therapeutic team that we have that takes into consideration all of those aspects. The other, in order to answer your question, so every person is individualized. And so even if we provide individual supports or group supports, now stating that we are in the middle of a pandemic, we've had to learn how to provide services very differently than what we have in previous years. And like many of us, we're just doing the best that we can in terms of being able to provide when we have limited treatment or when there's limited beds for treatment facilities, very limited in-person types depending on where we are in the wave of variants, the inability to really work with people in the way that we need to. We understand and know that this is a public health matter, and we support that. We continue to work with people in the best way that we can under currently these very trying circumstances, and we're looking forward to the day when we could say the pandemic is behind us.
So Erica, the other day when we had that meeting with the school and everybody that was there, and the school board had expressed a concern to know what the intake of this apartment building would be, is that something that you're going to provide to the school, to the community, to anyone? Do you have any intentions on providing that to the school to appease to them feeling safer that this is within their school district, through the chair?
Yeah, please go ahead, Erica, and feel free to answer freely.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, I was, I'm very excited to hear that rather than apathy, that we have so many people concerned, and especially so many people concerned about the vulnerability of children. And, we really look forward to being part of a larger solution, because if we even utilize this RHI project coming into the community as an impetus, as a step towards all of us working together, as opposed to just naming a school board or a community association, but we also invite a collective citizens approach into looking at true movement and journeys towards making all communities a safer place for all children. I think that I would be okay with that. Going back to your original question, I have no problem in sharing with having meetings with the school board and talking about criteria. However, once again, as I stated before, we have privacy issues. We have those types of things that the people who come to us for help are entitled to. They are not entitled to less privacy than any other person in this city. And therefore, we would not be sharing the types of names or any types of those things with the school board, because the school board is not in a position to have authority or oversight over our programming and those that we have inside of our programming and facilities.
So, and I understand, Erica, and I've worked with Indigenous men. They've lived in my house, and I've done it for years. I understand that, and I also respect the fact that they're trying to make a difference and they're trying to step forward, and we need to be accepting of them. So I understand that, and I do get that, but I'm just concerned when the school board brought that forward, saying that they wanted to know what the intake would be in order to ensure the safety of the children. And I know you talked about how they wouldn't have, I think it was sexual charges up against them. So how can you show to them, to the school boards, that this is the intake, they don't have sexual charges? How can you do that through the Privacy Act and what you just described as to giving personal information to people through the chair?
Okay, through the chair, what I would like to state is that those are conversations that I, once again, very much appreciate and look forward to with the school board so that we can discuss that together. But secondly, once again, gender or race does not determine if somebody is unhealthy in a sexual, physical, or any type of manner. And so our criteria, it goes back to programming, our criteria as well as the individual case plan will be the final determinant in who is going to be part of this apartment complex. And I just want to say, Councillor Shaw, thank you for stating that it is an apartment complex. I truly, truly appreciate that, because that is a very much a different, people calling it some sort of facility or whatever the case is. So I really, really appreciate that change in wording by yourself. And so once again, we are pleased and we will continue to work with the community, with the school boards. And however, we will continue to maintain the types of accountability with those that we hold accountability measures with in those types of statistics, but we will not be subjecting ourselves to organizations or citizens or even school boards that feel that they have some sort of authority over who we allow into our programming, because we are accountable, yes, to the citizens. I'm accountable as our board's only employee, in those types of manners. But we will continue to maintain privacy and the integrity of our organization.
Yeah, and you know what, I appreciate that, and I've heard back from many residents that, it's tax-paying dollars, that we should be able to know what's going on, and I don't know how to really divide that up. Erica, just so you know that moving forward. Another question, now you just talked about how the warehouse district, you had calls to service, and there's been some concerns from the adults and the businesses within that area from where you have the residents. My question is, these are concerns, and these are concerns brought forward to you from businesses and adults. I'm concerned if these concerns are brought forward to by children and seniors within our community that live so close to this apartment. How do you feel about that moving forward through the chair?
Okay, through the chair, I just want to talk a little bit about accountability. I have no problem once again, in our organization sharing certain information, but we will walk beside all other organizations and entities that will be required, same as us, to somehow report our statistics, such as the seniors' home. If it is expected that this RHI project is required to give this kind of information, not a problem. Let's come together and talk about exactly how we can do that. But it should also be for all other NGOs or CBOs as well. It should not just be on an RHI project, because once again, if we're talking about perhaps sexual predators, the fact of the matter is that once a person turns 65, does not mean they automatically do not become a sexual predator. It does not necessarily mean that they have not been charged or convicted. And so when we talk about vulnerabilities, we have to understand vulnerabilities come from all segments of society, and not just one gender, not just one race, not just one socioeconomic status of people. So if these are the expectations from the community, let's talk about how we can meet those expectations. But I will stand with other organizations, and I will not have our organization stand alone in this type of subjected types of inquiries if no one else is.
I can understand where you're coming from. I really can. And I can understand where the community is coming from. And it's been really difficult for me, especially having a love for helping Indigenous people, helping young people, helping marginalized people to get back on their feet and be productive. I don't really have any more questions right now. I just want to state something. Erica, my community, our community is so bloody proud to be a part of something that could change people's lives for the better. I have been volunteering in this community for years. I have given my own personal money. Every single month I give hundreds of dollars away to help people within our community. This is what we stand for, and I am so proud to represent the people in our community. Our fears, I believe, have come from lack of consultation. We just don't know, and so then people make things up. We don't have the numbers. We finally got the number from Silver Sage that 50% will be 2+ bedrooms in the build. We were excited about that because at least that's something more towards families. We brought in maybe possibly, why isn't, the grandmas and grandpas there with the families having bigger units there, because we understand that, especially with the Indigenous culture, that's where they all come together as family. As to Councillor Hawkins, you talking about being complete community, we have a complete community. We have all different walks of life. We have all types of housing within our community. And you guys, I would like to have on record that when the cookhouse was being developed and brought forward, the consultation and the community, or the feedback was, we don't want a multi-complex in our single family dwelling. It'll change the dynamics of our neighborhood. Seriously? Our community never cared about that. Put up multiplexes beside our dream home. Mayor Master stated, would you want this beside your dream home, a 16-unit complex? We welcomed it. All of us. These are our dream homes. Just because we're not south of Dudney does not mean that a $250,000 or $150,000 isn't our dream home. So that I take very much offense to. Our role as members of council is to speak on behalf of our residents and our wards. I received a lot of feedback on this, and it brings me to bring this concern. This is setting precedents. Lack of communication, lack of involvement from the community. You have set precedents on the community engagement. Is this what you want? This will just follow through. And then we have city administration saying, we're sorry, we're sorry, we're sorry. We've heard this from city administration many times. Before I was elected, we've heard this for many years. How dare we set this as precedents? Because this will move forward in all of our builds. And I know that there's builds coming up in our community. We look to the community to give us the feedback, to say what they want. My community wants this to be a family and mothers unit. For mothers and children and fathers and children that are trying to get together, this would be the ideal location for this to move forward. That is what my community wants. That is what we're engaged with. I don't understand why we can't look to another place to have the men, or to have a different location that is better suited for them with the amenities that they need. And many of them have voiced that downtown is the place that they want to be. I don't know if I will get our council's approval on this, but I'd love to table this back to administration to come back to us on February 2nd to see if there is some type of an alternative to having this just as for mothers, fathers, and families within this build on 120 Broad Street.
Councillor Shaw, are you with the tabling motion?
I am, and I'd like a seconder, please.
You don't need a seconder.
Oh, I don't? Okay.
Sorry, I have a point of order.
Please.
Councillor Shaw, I heard that you want to table this till February 2nd, right? So that's council.
Well, I'd like to table it further, but I don't know if I would allow more leeway with there. I don't even know if that'll be a week to give administration. Maybe I can ask Chris, would that be enough to possibly look into having this as a 2 units the way that Saskatoon and Winnipeg have done it? Through the chair.
So through you, Mr. Chair, now that the motion is up on the screen, it's asking us by February 2nd to come with a supplementary report that outlines an option that would see separate facilities built for women and families and single men, respectively, similar to what was done in Winnipeg and Saskatoon. You know, if that's the direction, then our team can take that away. However, I caution that at this stage in the project, you know, there was comment earlier today about, you know, city administration and negotiations with CMHC and looking for extensions. We have had numerous extensions with CMHC in terms of the project, the timing of the project. It took us quite some time to find a site. So that would be my caution. If we look at what Councillor Shaw has asked, I think we do put at risk the project in terms of, you know, we have Silver Sage and we have Ritzis, and we've made some commitments to them. We also have a builder right now that is in the process of securing modular units. So it puts the project at risk, and I do not say that because I want to, you know, put council into a difficult position. But a decision other than the one we have in front of you today will put the project at risk, and most likely we would lose out on the CMHC funding, and we would not be able to proceed with the project.
But Mr. Holden, my understanding is there's no debate on a tabling motion, and so I would ask.
Councillor LeBlanc, I had a point of order around the motion itself.
Okay. Pardon me, who had spoken there?
Councillor Stevens.
Oh, please.
I'm not seeing this being tabled. The report itself asks that this go to council next week anyways. So it's not really tabling anything. This report as it stands can simply be advanced if it's approved. What Councillor Shaw could do is simply ask for, in a standalone motion, a supplementary report that would provide administration with an opportunity to go through the risks associated with that delay as per the city manager's statement. So I don't believe the tabling motion is in order. You could turn this into a motion for a supplementary report.
I'm just going to ask the clerk to chime in and provide some guidance on this procedural.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To your point of order, Councillor Stevens, you're not incorrect in saying that that would be an option. However, when I was asked to provide advice on this, it was my suggestion to Councillor Shaw that in fact she would table this so that no decision is necessarily taken today. If a decision is taken, which then advances to council, meanwhile you're bringing another report saying, well, we could have done this. My view is the report could influence how people might vote next week. I'm not saying it would, but a supplementary report is providing additional information by which you take into context when you make that decision. If you voted on the matter today without tabling it, you're essentially saying, well, we've made the decision, but give us that information anyways. But procedurally, it can go either way.
Thank you.
I think I have a point of order or like a point of clarity. Just that if this report then gets tabled, right, so no decision is made, I don't know if this is in order, but my question is, does that then impact the ability to make a final decision about this project at council next week? Is that possible with this motion?
Just ask the clerk to respond to that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to your question, Councillor Zahidniak, if this tabling motion was approved, no decision is taken today. If this supplementary report is returned to Council on February 2nd, that will be considered in conjunction with this report that is on your agenda today, and at that time you will be in a position to make a final decision one way or the other. So basically, Councillor Shaw is asking for this report to come back so that it may have information or something in it that may influence people's decisions, but it would not impede the decision being finalized next Wednesday.
Mr. Chair, on the procedure, Hawkins, there's a tabling motion on the floor. It's non-debatable. If it doesn't succeed, Councillor Shaw would be free to move a motion for a supplementary report if she wanted. But the tabling motion itself is on the floor and non-debatable.
So I suppose, Councillor Hawkins and Councillor Shaw, if there's no further clarifying questions related to the tabling motion, then I'll ask the clerk to call the vote on Councillor Shaw's motion to table to the February 2nd meeting.
So I would just like some clarification, sorry. So this tabling motion, now this will come back on the February 2nd with the vote to be on either one on February the 2nd. Is that correct, Mr. Nicol, through the chair?
Through you, Councillor Shaw, typically a supplementary report is only an information to receive and file. Okay. So it's contextual information, so they would both be voted off or voted on one way or the other.
Voted on. Okay, thank you.
See the colleagues, the vote's been called, so you should be able to vote in the e-boardroom.
Mr. Clerk, my voting line only shows one option.
Mine doesn't show anything, just a seconder.
Mine just says mover.
I only have one option as well.
We're just looking into that, colleagues. Councillor Moore, can you confirm if you're on the line?
Yes, I am. I was waiting to vote verbally.
Thank you. Colleagues, we're having trouble with technology, so we're just going to have Mr. Nicol call the vote verbally.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. With respect to Councillor Shaw's tabling motion, I will begin with Councillor Shaw, please.
In favor.
Councillor Stadnichuk.
Opposed.
Councillor Hawkins.
Opposed.
Councillor Stevens.
Opposed.
Councillor Bresciani.
In favor.
Councillor Findura.
In favor.
Councillor Zahidniak.
Opposed.
Councillor Mancinelli.
Opposed.
Councillor Mole.
In favor.
Mayor Masters.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor LeBlanc.
Opposed.
The tabling motion is defeated in a vote of 4 in favor, 7 against, Deputy Mayor.
Councillor Shaw, please continue.
So I guess that's where our council stands. Engagement is not key, precedence is set, and I'd like to thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, I see no other speakers. Would you like to close off debate as you're the mover?
Thank you. Just to say,
Sorry,
Mr. Chair, I was a little slow on the button here.
Oh, no problem. Go ahead, Councillor Findura.
Mr. Chair, thank you for letting me speak. Good debates. One question I would have is there were some comments made on the whole conversation here from the delegation was about the problem with 25 to 75%, 25 mothers with children and 75% of male. And there were comments made from Ritzes, from Erica, that not necessarily might be. And then the comment was made, maybe I misunderstood it, I just want to be clear on that, where is this administration setting Ritzes up to fail? Because it seems like there's different lines of communication going on, not just coming about facts. What are we dealing with in here? If I could get that clarified first, please.
I'll set over to Mr. Holden for initial response, and then onwards from there.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. So just to be clear, our CMHC minimum target is 25% women and children. Ms. Bowden has commented in terms of, the makeup will depend on the intake process, what the needs are of the clients. So it's too early to determine at this point exactly what that mix will be. But I would ask Ms. Bowden just to comment further, just in terms of, are we setting Ritzes up to fail? I don't believe we are. I know when we use language around chronic homelessness, that's the language that CMHC uses in terms of the hardest to house. But I would ask Ms. Bowden just to provide further comment, just in terms of her comfort in terms of what the success of the project will be.
Erica, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Holden, as well as Councillor Figuera. Through the chair, what I would like to say is that many times, many CBOs are expected to do and create miracles that unfortunately just have you underfunded or lack of funding for what the needs are. We also know as an agency, and we know that we're not alone because we're part of several networks of both Indigenous and non-Indigenous agencies, that right now, in many ways, we're all struggling in order to meet the needs, especially through this pandemic. Now, what I can say with some comfort level is that I believe that we have enough of a dialogue and enough of sitting at tables that we, and as well, I would like to thank the City of Regina and the decision to enhance services, not only just to have an apartment complex that would enhance our services of what we're already doing, but that the City of Regina is very serious in addressing this issue in a meaningful way and has committed to 5 years of funding, operational funding of $1 million per year. Now, with that funding, that further gives us comfort that we are not alone in this and that we are equal partners to the city and other stakeholders in addressing this issue. Now, once we get to this stage of I guess on that continuum of care and services, I have a much greater comfort level there as well, because we've already moved from beyond that emergency stage housing, where that is actually the greatest lack of services, relevant services, that could have people leave those addictions, leave that type of lifestyle, and go towards wanting to have a greater or more productive and greater quality of life. So we're talking about a different area within that spectrum of care. So I guess I hope I didn't give a politician's answer, because gosh forbid I'm not a politician, but to finally state, do I have a comfort level, and do I believe the city is setting up Ritz's to fail? I know enough that everybody is good-hearted, that is almost a paternalistic statement, as though as an organization we're unable to risk manage that. But I do not believe that we are getting set up to fail. I believe that everybody has good faith, and they will put whatever resources and support that's needed to ensure that this project moves forward, and people have an opportunity unlike ever seen before in this type of project in the city of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. We've been working on this as long as I've been around to increase the housing, increase some funds, and to get us moving. And we've always talked about that we can't be moving things off and someone else will come and help us with this. Someone else will do this. So I believe that we're starting to lead. And I mean, we've talked about that for many years now. We need to lead, and then everyone else will follow. A little bit of a discomfort I would have is the conversation about the communication and unknowns. I mean, I would feel uncomfortable in certain things as well. We don't need to go backwards, but that would be my only a problem that I have with. I understand that the community and understand that we've seen this at the council level in 2020, 2021, but it seems like community is afraid of the unknown. But listening to the conversation and Ritz's and what is happening here, I believe that we need to recognize the fact that reintegrating individuals and people into a mainstream society is all of our responsibility. When we talked about housing first, how individual would have 800 rides in a let's say police car, an ambulance, or hospital visits, to 2 or 3 when it comes to assisted living. That's a win already. So I understand all that. Many areas of the city have different housing, different housing youth, shelters, all kinds of things. But I believe that I feel that the community maybe was not consulted enough. That's why I wanted to see the supplemental report when I was my intent to do that. But now we'd like to move forward, and the conversation was too about reconciliation. We've talked about that all the time, and I mentioned that once or twice before, where everyone needs to be involved. We have to talk about this. So reconciliation is only good, and as all of us, and we have to be honestly treated and trusted to have our opinion. But we need to have a decision here. It is a tough process, and the housing is needed. We did one already at 1909 Ottawa. We did more than that. So I think we're moving in the right direction. Community is upset, and I think that's the thing that we need to look at, is that did we do our best to making sure that, because when this being built, we want to make sure that the community accepts this, and the acceptance is important, because if you're not accepted or wanted in the area, it's not going to work. So that's the concern I would have, is that if I'm pushed away or not being accepted or not wanted in the area, how can I re-engage or reintegrate into the community to be a productive member of the society, to carry my own weight? I see some of the things that we are doing. Well, we're going to get there. So I just want to be comfortable with the 2575 is not the real true number, and that's probably where I'd be stuck on it for a little bit. But I see that there is not just a hard number that way. So I'm gonna stop now, and I'll thank you for the time to speak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bresciani, please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, the city manager indicated he will bring back by next week some definitions. The two that I do want to see in the difference, I just want to be very, very clear, because I think it's going to be clear to the community would be the definition that we've submitted to the CMHC, and that's the permanent supportive housing development to serve individuals experiencing chronic homelessness. What is that? What's the meaning of that definition? And then also the whole second stage housing, what is that? So we can actually understand another piece of this moving forward as far as the community of how this comes together. That would be very important. The last question I have is in regards to Mr. Holden. I find it ironic that by next week that we would delay the project by trying to make a call within a 1 week period. This would delay it. I'm very surprised by his response, but I do want to know, have we made a call to them to find out? It sounded like you've already made a call. So for extended funding. To the chair, I'd like clarity on his response, please, on the delay.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So our staff have been in conversations with Saskatoon. What I can tell you is our conversations with CMHC. You know, we're one of the last communities to actually finalize our agreement because it has taken us some time to find the site and then, of course, get it in front of council. Again, this is a rapid housing initiative, and it is to push municipalities and push provinces to get construction in accelerated timeframes that aren't typical of what a municipality or province might undertake. So if you're asking for a report by next week that provides options to look at different construction options or additional construction units, that's a significant amount of work in 1 week. It would be more appropriate that we could advise council of the implications of not moving forward with the decision. You know, and again, I say it's not that we're looking to delay things or you know, pig council into a box. The other piece is in all the other cities that are pursuing these projects, it is the operation community entities that make the decisions on the makeup of the
yes,
yeah, within the, you know, in this case within the apartment complex. They make those decisions. They're the ones that have the expertise. So those are my comments.
No, it was the extension of funding. I was asked about the extension of funding with CMHC, I thought. Like it was, did we ever ask for an extension at all if it was possible?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we have to satisfy the requirements that CMHC has in place, and that is that we need occupancy by December. So if we can't satisfy those responsibilities and it's driven by something that's under the city's control. So of course, if we get into conversations with Silver Sage and with the construction group and all of a sudden there are supply issues, etc., then we have a commitment from CMHC that they would look at working with us to extend that time frame. But that is not the intent of what this program is all about. So there is not flexibility for us to say, you know, we need another 6-8 months to figure this out, and we want to, you know, maintain the ability to, you know, get the $7.75 million through the grant. That's not an option for us. And those conversations have occurred with CMHC and our staff.
Okay, so on record, you've indicated that there have been conversations with CMHC and no extension is required. It would be allowed.
That's correct.
Accurate? Thank you very much. That's all I have.
Councillor Shaw, please go ahead.
So I'd just like to talk too about, we talk about supporting our local economy and our local people in our community. Chris, these units are made in Saskatoon, am I correct, through the chair?
So through you, Mr. Chair, the entity that, you know, Silver Sage is working with is Big Block Construction, and yes, they're out of Saskatoon.
So to talk more about what the stipulations were from the federal government was to stimulate our economy. How is this stimulating our economy in Regina through the chair?
So Silver Sage is the construction entity, and they're looking at, a construction company that can advance this. And again, it has to be advanced in a accelerated timeframe. So they are the ones that are working with Big Block. Big Block has, as you saw from their part of the presentation today, they have a proven track record. They've done this in other communities.
I didn't ask to say if they have a proven track record. I asked how is this an influx into the Regina's economy and into the local builders that we have within our city through the chair.
I believe Mr. Holden had answered that question, Councillor Shaw, but you're welcome to ask others.
So through you, Mr. Chair, whenever there's construction activity and whether the materials come from outside of Regina, obviously it's contributing to stimulating provincial economy. And I'm sure even though these are rapid builds and, foundation pieces get put in fairly quickly and, the units are put in place, as Mr. Sackville indicated, within a day, I'm sure that there are opportunities that, depending on who they are working with and who they hire, where they bring their labor from. So again, there's a potential that there'll be a direct benefit to Regina, but it is about economic stimulation, and some of that is going to happen outside of Regina. And in this case, it's staying within the province, and that's a positive thing.
Well, our local economists and our local builders don't think that's a good idea. So just another follow-up question. You said that we wouldn't, in that time frame, we wouldn't be able to grab builders within Regina. You're basing that we wouldn't be able to, say, renovate an existing building in the time frame that is allotted by the CMHC. So therefore, it'll fall through. Is that correct in how you're saying that, Chris? Through the chair.
So through you, Mr. Chair, go back to, we started looking for sites back in July. And we looked at structures that existed. We looked at hotels. We looked at all kinds of buildings in terms of, was there something on the market that we could purchase? When you purchase a building, of course, you have to go in and take a look at what's the level of investment that you need to make sure that it has, solid foundations, mechanical systems, etc. So, with the buildings that are available within our community, our team did an extensive search. And at the end, that's why we've decided on this site and, of course, a new build and using the modular technology.
But you won't supply us with the locations that you guys looked into through the chair. You're asking us to trust you guys on what? And I'm just wondering, is that what you're doing? Because you won't give us any of the other locations that you looked into. Is that correct through the chair?
Procedurally, Mr. Chair, we're now covering ground that we've covered all day. I think it's becoming repetitious. I'd like to have the question put, so I'll call for the question.
Sorry, Councillor Hawken, just 1 second. Colleagues, just one moment, just considering the implications of Councillor Hawkins' comment. Councillor Hawkins, forgive me, I'm just looking for guidance. Are you aware of something in our procedure that addresses the implications of a member calling the question?
I believe, and I wrote, it was a month ago that I read the procedure book, but I believe that a motion to have the question put is a non-debatable motion. It would have to be voted on, and a question put means simply that we would, if successful, we would then vote on the main motion, which is Councillor Stevens' motion, which he moved at the beginning of the meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. We'll just take one more moment to see if we can locate that, and then I'll come back essentially with, I think, what will function as a ruling of the chair. Councillor Hawkins, my understanding is we are not aware of anything in the procedure bylaw that allows the question to be called in executive committee in the way that would force the vote, so to speak. And so the ruling is Councillor Shaw can continue with her questions, but if they are duplicative, I agree that those would be improper. But I'll turn it over to Mr. Holden, who has a quick comment.
To you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I just want to answer the question. So the question that was put to us is, we've advised council that we explored up to 20 properties. And the question by Councillor Shaw is, are we to believe you? Are we to take you at your word? And the answer is absolutely. We are your administration. We are professionals. We have an obligation to make sure that we are providing you advice. There are times when advice can be provided. There are other times when it's in the interest of the city and the community to not share that information, especially when it is related to real estate transactions that may have impacts on future conversations or future interests from the city. But that's a question around trust and confidence. And if you don't have trust and confidence in your administration, then we have a different situation to discuss.
In all due respect, Chris, it's been pretty tough, this go ahead. I'd also like to ask administration, you talked about how you vetted the applicants, the 6 applicants for this. Where and can this report be provided to us councillors through the chair?
So through you, Mr. Chair, we did in conversations with council outline the criteria in terms of how the selection was made. We shared with council the makeup of the adjudication committee. And to go beyond that and speak to the specific applicants, again, that breaches some of the, just the process in terms of maintaining the integrity of our adjudication and selection processes.
I'm sorry, Chris, I don't quite understand that. Like, why can't we see, as council, I mean, we are sworn to secrecy, why can't we see how that vetting process went to the report of that and of the 6 applicants that put in an application or that were on this through the chair?
So through Mr. Chair, as I say, we have had conversations with council. We did share the adjudication committee. We did share the criteria in which that adjudication committee evaluated the proposals. And Silver Sage and Ritzis came out as the proponent that was most successful through that review process. If council wants more, we could provide a confidential privilege memo outside of our public discussions.
Thank you, Chris. I would appreciate that if you don't mind. That's all the questions I have. I'm done with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stevens, do you want to finish off debate?
Great, thank you. After 7 hours of question and answering, I'm even more in support of this project. As an aside, I think the project could actually have been built in the time that it took us to talk about it, as per the builder's presentation earlier. We have all 3 levels of government working together. Rarely happens. We have federal money, provincial money, and municipal money on the table to advance the plan to end homelessness and the community well-being strategy, or an element within it. A better engagement process has been promised on these particular issues. To be clear, there was no process in place for staff to follow specific to this. I trust administration and their due diligence in making sure that we have the appropriate space, we have the appropriate provider of care, and I should add that Ritzis has demonstrated for the last 30, almost 40 years, that they've been capable of dealing with the kinds of issues that we seek to address. And I recognize that there's a lot of information being asked for of administration. Administration did what they said they would do, and we have enabled them and delegated the authority, and they have accomplished that task. Keep in mind, this is the rapid housing initiative, not a gradual housing initiative. We had a short time frame. We're advancing what we promised we would do. There were missteps. That's been identified, and we're going to change as we go ahead. We'll have further chance to discuss this at council next week. Support this project.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the vote in the e-boardroom. Councillor Moore, how do you vote on this question?
On the main report, correct?
Correct.
Opposed.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the main motion passes in a vote of 8-3. Those members voting in favor are Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, Mancinelli, Mayor Masters, and yourself. Those voting against are Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, and Councillor Mole via telephone.
Thank you, colleagues. We have 10 minutes left until the mandatory recess. I'm going to ask the...
I'm going to move adjournment, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Hawkins, will you indulge to allow the clerk to address a few things associated with the remaining agenda items, or do you want the vote called immediately?
No, I'm happy to have the clerk explain the proper direction for us.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. I'll turn it to the clerk.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Hawkins, I'm in no way trying to influence things. I just want council members to know that with the adjournment, if you move to adjourn, all the remaining matters will be held over until February 9th. If there was a desire for council to have some of these items considered next week as scheduled for February 2nd, we would need to schedule an additional meeting sometime prior to next Wednesday. So I just wanted members to know either everything will be deferred until the 9th, or it would require an additional executive meeting to move some of these items forward for next week.
Mr. Clerk, you might ask the administration if there's anything pressing such that it can't wait till February 9th.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. With the indulgence of the Deputy Mayor, I'll ask the City Manager for his opinion on that.
So through you, Mr. Chair, administratively, we've looked at obviously the reports that were in front of you today. There is no immediate urgency to the reports, not to say that they're not important. What it means, though, of course, is we start to backlog. If we postpone everything till February 9th, we already have an exec committee agenda that will take some time. And of course, you know, this coming council meeting would be slow. So if the question is, is there a willingness to proceed on a couple of reports, what I would say is, you know, we should work through the real report, and we could work through the traffic bylaw report.
Just one more comment from the clerk, in addition to Mr. Holden's.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Again, asking the City Manager for his advice, it is also possible that some of these, by way of a motion, could proceed directly to Council. There were no delegations that were speaking to these remaining reports, except for the real one, but all the other reports had no delegations associated with them. So again, that would be an option. I'm not saying that's better or worse. I'm just, for example, the residential road program update, those two reports might be something. But again, I leave that to the City Manager's determination.
So to you, Mr. Chair, I mean, the clerk raises a good point. You know, REAL is here as a delegation now. If council wishes to proceed and make that decision today, the other reports could go directly to council. It just means that, you know, there's really only one opportunity for discussion. And at exec, even though there are not delegations, I'm sure there are people that will tune in and observe the discussion. And then, of course, they may at that point want to be a delegation as it comes to council. So.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Hawkins, maybe I can frame the issue this way, as I'd heard it is, would you like to maintain your motion to adjourn, which we'll then vote on without debate, or to have that step aside for a moment to see whether anyone wants to refer directly to council, and if not, reinitiate your adjournment motion?
I think, Mr. Chair, that we've had a long and exhausting debate. I believe that on the Rhodes motion and the Riel motion, there will be debate. They're very substantive matters. In light of that, and in light of the fact that we've talked about at council, the importance of not jamming important stuff at the end of meetings, I think it'd be appropriate. It's appropriate to call for adjournment and see what my fellow councillors think.
Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to call the question on that. Thank you.
Can you clarify this? So if we vote yes, that means that we want to adjourn it? Am I correct in asking that?
That's correct.
Okay.
This is Councillor Moll in favor.
Thank you.
Deputy Mayor, the motion to adjourn is carried in a vote of 8-3. Those voting in favor of the adjournment are Councillors Hawkins, Findura, Stadnichuk, Stevens, Zakidniak, as well as Councillor Mole. Those voting against are Councillors Bresciani, Shaw, and Mancinelli. It's approved in a vote of 8-3.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. So stand adjourned. Thank you.